No politic here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this Dawson I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Newsday Tuesday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. No politic here. It's Newsday Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. 10:54 a.m. I'm alive early. And ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I'm here to show you that we are live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Is White Boy Shia Summer. Is White Boy Shia Summer. Anyway, I have no idea what the fuck they're saying, but I found this video on the internet from one of you guys actually responding to Philip Proudfoot, who was Ludwig's got some pipes. Yeah. At least do good latmias. Bro, they got the Costco kids in America, and in Iran, this is what they got. This is their version of the Costco kid in Iran. They're saying Turkey sucks. It wouldn't surprise me. No love lost between Turkey and Iran. I don't give a shit, you know? Anyway, folks, we're live. We're alive. I'm in a really good mood. You might have noticed. This is the Persian Rizzler. Hossein Tahiri Ya Haydar Karar. What does that mean? Okay, some of the Iranians and some of the Iranians who speak the Farsi, you need to explain to me what the hell I'm watching, because I know this is like a tradition, right? It's like a Shia tradition. It's like a nasheed, right? It's where people just like, it's not like a song necessarily, but it's almost like a rallying cry or something. It's a Noha dedicated to Imam Ali. I don't know anything about Shia stuff. Girl, we in the diaspora, you know we can't translate. Is Shia Eurovision? Wait, they got a Shia Eurovision? Bro, what? Oh, I know the one that's like the interpretation of like Quran verses, or not even interpretation. It's like there's the Quran Eurovision almost, where they bring in like imams from all around the ummah, and they will get them to recite Quran verses, the Shia voice. This is Bahrain right now. What is this? Travis Scott concert if he becomes Shia.
That's too much. That might be, we can't be memeing this hard. You know what I mean? We can't be memeing this hard, but it's literally, that's what's going on in Bahrain right now. It's I have it on good authority that the Shia majority in Bahrain is now all Travis Scott heads. Travis Scott is converted to Shia Islam. He has found the light of Allah, and now they're all doing
gay and Lebanese.
That's what they're doing. Austin stole your soundboard. Oh, what else is new, dude? Come on. Anyway, Hassan reacts to the Shia Voice. Just found out there's a program called the Shia Voice where they compete. Yeah. Okay, I know this. I know this. I've seen this. To show their memorization of the Quran.
You said ما كان على النبي من حرج فيما. You forgot the word له, which is very big mistake. I previously said in Quran competition.
Wait, why is it in English?
If Abdul Basit comes here and does mistake on recitation, even he is very nice, best maqamat, best voice.
It might need a VAR review, maybe.
I'm sure that I said Allahu lah.
Go back to the recording, totally unacceptable.
I agree with you. I'm just going to find out.
Yeah, they do VAR, bro. They don't fuck around. Bro, they put a flag on the play. They brought in the referees. The referees go back to the tape.
Do you want
I literally want to do this.
Okay, let's go.
It's my dream. It's my dream to do this and then say VAR. Let's go VAR. Come on.
Wallah do VAR.
Let's do it.
Wallah do VAR.
Good question from Brother Ali. He goes, what happens if he's right? And he did
VAR checking process, possible pronunciation lah in recitation.
do leh.
Hold on.
Then I will give him my abaya.
Hold on.
Whoa, his abaya. Yo.
Astaghfirullah. Oh my God, I'm reacting the same way. What the fuck is wrong with me? I need to stop. I literally did the same thing. That's so stupid. I'm so stupid. That's insane. That was not on purpose. That was literally not on purpose. What the fuck? Oh, I'm so predictable. That's crazy. And he does say la. See? He says la.
He did say it. He said it.
He said Allahu la. Whoa. Greatest TV show of all time. Hope someone one day laughs at my jokes like you do your own. Bro, I'm cracking myself up, okay? Somebody's got to do it. Times are tough. Times are hard. Things are shitty. Someone's got to be able to fucking make you laugh. And if it's not someone else, if I can't be that person for you, maybe you can be that person for yourself. You know what I mean? Nobody react. Anyway, a latmi is a poetry read in a rhythm and is sync with the sound of the people hitting their chests. It's traditionally part of Muharram and a part of the ritual of mourning of imams and 12ers beliefs, mainly Imam Hussein, due to the way he was slaughtered. It's very creative and we do crazy stuff, sometimes including Tatbir. Don't ask about that one. I mean, the one that I know that's like super popular, I can't play on here because it's the one that like everyone keeps posting on Twitter, but the one that says like, well, let's just say they use the term Zionist interchangeably with Yahudi, which means Jewish, and then they talk about how they do the poetry about how like we will take the Zionists from the throat of from the Saudi kingdom. That's the one that's like super famous. And it kind of goes hard, but I just don't want to fucking have to deal with people being like, "Wow, this is anti-Semitic," So, hey, I lost 25 pounds since the beginning of January. I asked for a wish me good luck because my legs atrophied in a severe injury. So thank you, I did it. Hell yeah, congratulations. Please talk about U.S. Embassy here in Riyadh, brother. We will get to it. Okay. Anti-war protest in Israel gets only like 20 people, the leader arrested. Only democracy in the Middle East, by the way. That's so sad. These guys go super hard though. I'll be honest. Like the anti-Zionists in Israel literally sometimes I look through their comments and stuff. Some of them like me. There are okay. I need to inform something for you. I need to put you on some game. There are, from what I understand, anti-Zionist Jews in Israel who think I'm not hardcore enough. Okay? Like the type of dudes that would be like, "Oh, dude, you're doing Jewish exceptionalism." It's like, bro, you live in Israel. Like, what the fuck? Like, there's like 12 of them and that still remain in Israel, right? There's like 12 of them that remain in Israel. And out of the 12, there's like maybe 2 of them that are like, you don't go hard enough. Time Without an OWO. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Time Without an OWO. He just kind of, since 2025, hasn't been around. He hasn't been around much. Day 11 for Hassan for Congress. Where's the code from? This is Chinese. This is Chinese. This is a Chinese double-breasty jacket. I just wanted to get fancy with it today. You know what I'm saying? Rash or pimples? I don't know what it is. I was supposed to go to a derm this morning, but it turns out here. Oh, personal news wise, I worked out this morning. I feel pretty good. That's it. And I haven't really done much because my life is dog shit. Even though I'm making big money moves that I can't tell you about yet, but somewhat related to Cuba, Havana, and I'm actually very, very excited. It's going to be incredible. I'm really, really stoked. I got some really good news. I can't tell you what it is yet, but other than that, bro, periodically this happens, and I don't know what the heliante this is. This is like a new thing. This is a new meta. The internet is really good the whole day, and then boom, randomly, it just is not good. It just goes out for like 1 second. You know, I get hit with the Mossad beam for like 1 second. But anyway, as I was saying, very excited about Cuba, and not really much else going on in my life. I'm a fucking loser, and that's pretty much it. Let me see if I can get this happened yesterday as well. I'm texting the team. Okay. See, inshallah for the Cuba thing. Inshallah. Okay. Iran, ex-America, Israel, Epstein's fury, failure, Republicans mad at Marco for saying Israel made us do it. Iran cleric meeting bomb. Talladega Crockett, Texas. Nita Allen, North Carolina 4. Wait, I was saying I was going to see the derm this morning, but I stopped. Well, yeah, I was going to go see the dermatologist this morning, but it turns out it's not dermatologist. Turns out it was like the same esthetician that I went to before with Austin, and that only led to a hole in the side of my cheek, and that's it, and nothing else, and they're still here. So yeah, this is what I saw on, but that's not the main one. Anyway, don't touch it. Whatever. DroneGate, new failed meta. Oh yeah, they're trying to cancel me. And by cancel, I mean like literally trying to get the government to kill me. They're claiming, like, all of the big pro-Israel accounts are claiming that I'm doing terrorism. I'm doing terrorism. I'm like teaching people how to commit acts of terrorism. It's pretty funny. But yeah, there's that. I'll talk about that as well. You turn my girlfriend into a soundboard. How do I get her to stop from saying fa? You can't. Well, it's literally penetrated my consciousness as well. I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes I'll be talking to someone in the real world and they say like something poetic and I think like, well, that's a bar, and in my mind I want to go fa. Does that happen to you guys too, or is that just me? I'm not even kidding. Oh yeah, there's the president. There's the Jesus Christ is making us do this religious war shit too. But you're brain rotted? I am brain rotted. I straight up am brain rotted. But yeah, this is the thing.
چرخ زمین و زمان به کفت قبله و قبله نما طرفت مسجد و معبد و دیر و کنیسه به سایه ایوان نجفت مسجد و معبد و دیر و کنیسه.
The Shias have a very interesting like poetry tradition. Jesus famously loved when white people occupying Palestine started wars. As a Canadian, thanks for the CBC interview. It seems a bit choppy. They removed a ton in the editing. Yes, it was much longer, but they did that for brevity. They didn't do that for any other reason. They weren't like censoring me or anything. Bro, you are showing Arab people singing, and if that's not, first of all, these aren't even Arabs singing. These are Persian people singing. They're gonna get real mad at you for saying that. That's number one. And dude, did you see Hezbollah still has ballistics? I did see that. Yes. According to the Israeli army, all the
Everyone's saying, hey, look what your boy.
bruh, what the fuck? Hey yo, chill. This is the second time, bro. It's not. Yo, I don't like that. Hold on. God damn it, dude. God fucking damn it. I hate this shit. Can't be the internet. Some program is restarting. We hear the sounds. No, you hear the OBS reconnecting. It goes in and out for like a second. Like it just hard cuts. Like the upload goes out completely and then comes back. And it's like 1 second. It's not like that crazy. Would you say there's a meaningful distinction between the Ottoman belief in divinely sanctioned conquest of Constantinople under Mehmed II and modern religious national narratives that frame the state of Israel as a fulfillment of biblical prophecy? Or are they structurally similar expressions of faith-based political diplomacy? That's actually a really interesting question. And my answer is one is colonial conquest happening in 2026. The other is happening against an empire in 1453. So regardless of what the actual ambitions were, regardless of whether they sincerely believed that they were expressing the desires of some sort of like divine intervention or not, is completely irrelevant in this day and age. You know what I mean? We're in 2026. It's not fucking 13th, 14th century, 15th century shit, right? Also, Israel's complete domination over vassal states in the region, and also the people that it like subjugates to living in an apartheid structure as a settler colonial vestige of Western imperialism is a little bit different than the Ottomans, like, you know, taking the Byzantine Empire to task, right? It's kind of my point. My whole point is that like these things used to happen throughout history, certainly, except, you know, we should have evolved past that point. We know that it's like not good, right? Like siege and conquest of that sort. Yeah. Constantinople was the most fortified city in the world in the 15th century with several layers of walls is true. China is pressuring massively to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. Yeah, China should put the pressure on someone else other than Iran, I think. There's always two parties involved, you know, or sometimes three. But there's two different you know, warring factions here. But there's two different you know, warring factions here. Will China trade max and worry about potentially destabilizing the energy supply of that side of the world? Or will China realize that that instability is ultimately short term, but in the long term consequences of like maybe leaning in to a yet another plank that is working against the interests of the Amer-Israeli empire could potentially yield tremendous benefits down the line for them. I don't know. I think they trade max though. Like I think they just straight up trade max. That's all they care about. Meanwhile, though, I will say, I mean, speaking of like China's interests here, I don't think it's an accident that America has withstood more casualties than ever expected in these bombing campaigns, specifically in the Gulf states. There is not enough evidence for this right now as it stands, but I suspect that Chinese surveillance is playing a big role here. I don't think the Iranian surveillance capabilities are that advanced, especially as it pertains to like literally CIA operatives working outside of like, you know, civilian areas like buildings and things of that nature. I suspect that I suspect that China is at least like tilting the scale a little bit in favor of the Iranian side here. I'm not talking about Mirza Vision. Mirza Vision is like commercially available. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something far beyond that, which is, direct surveillance on like clandestine operations that America's engaging in. For you to be able to figure out positioning of like, you can figure out where the soldiers are by hacking their phones or like hacking Uber, hacking, commercial applications that they're using on their phones. That's why CENTCOM actually released a statement telling all of its troops to not use any apps for the time being. But if we're talking about people like State Department employees, CIA assets and whatnot, that's a little bit different. Like, they have a higher level of awareness when it comes to OPSEC, right, than the average troop. The average troop is just like, oh, whatever, I'm just ordering stuff off of my, domestic Uber Eats, whatever the domestic version of Uber Eats is. Whereas like a CIA guy knows better than to do that. So how do you figure out where the CIA guy is? Well, I suspect there's state surveillance at play here. Do you have a source for that? Or just Iran-China alliance? This is pure speculation. This is pure speculation, judging by Iran's targeting capabilities, especially as it pertains to like, American service members in the Gulf. Purely speculative, but I suspect actually the CIA guys really like ordering from Fontuan exclusively. Good speculation. We need this propaganda in the West, to be honest. There's a Chinese radar ship that has been in the Gulf for weeks now. Yeah, I mean, China's always surveilling American troop positions. I'm saying, are they sharing some more sensitive information with the Iranian counterparts, or are they not? Considering that the Mosaic operation that has been implemented since the decapitation strike on Iran is completely separate and completely removed from any sort of centralized command. I don't even know if Chinese surveillance has a way to like directly get to the different sectors that are launching missiles independently of any sort of like centralized command. I don't know how much back and forth communication exists right now with some sort of like centralized military command anyway. So maybe it's not. Maybe it's just the Iranians doing it themselves. Maybe there's like, because when you look at the different sectors, maybe the fucking Bahrain quadrant is just, going nutty mode. They're really on it. You know what I mean? Or the Dubai, the UAE quadrant is just really, they're like, this was my moment. Like, I'm going to seize on this opportunity. You know what I mean? I've heard far too many times, I've heard people say, come to Dubai, baby. And it's been pissing me the fuck off. I've been sitting in a goddamn missile launching facility in the fucking mountainside for months at this point, waiting for this opportunity. And I'm really fucking on it, potentially, but who knows? And perhaps we will never find out. You know what I mean? Depending on things goes, we might never find out, or we might, who knows? Like I said, things are up in the air right now. Did the U.S. consulate in Dubai get hit? I think they're hitting all the consulates now, like all of them. God damn it, my fucking hair. I didn't really do my hair at all. And now it's fucking crazy. It's annoying me. You know what I'm saying? It's just frustrating. The Greens are poised to become first nationwide. I'm fucking it up even further now. Hold on. I made an edit of your cattle rant. Check my log for links. Shave it all off? Yeah, one day. I might do that. People always say, don't fuck your curls up, but my curls are annoying. There's a One Piece McDicks collab, way off topic, but the goat's washed. They're Japanese, bro. They don't got internet. Don't worry about it. They don't got internet. Do you think that after Iran burns through the stockpile of munitions, and if the U.S. defenses hold, will it be a long drawn out Afghanistan, or will they actually make active war across borders? I don't know. I think this comes to a close before the Iranian munitions run out. The Iranian munitions won't run out because they have more munitions than America has batteries. Okay. What can happen, however, is that America and Israel will successfully close off successfully close off all the fucking caves that they shoot missiles out of, or their missile silos, their deposits, right? So that they can't successfully continue striking Tel Aviv. That's what's most likely. That's what the American and the Israeli side are looking for right now. Now, to what level of success they've reached, I do not know, right? I don't know how successful the Amer-Israeli side has been thus far. We only can speculate, judging by the successful strikes on Israel from the Iranian side and the intensity and frequency of the missile barrages. So as far as intensity goes, first 3 days of Operation Epstein's Fury, they were definitely a lot more aggressive. They were, continuously pummeling. Are they pulling back? Probably not. I assume that there have been successful targeting and elimination operations from the American and Israeli side. The Air Force consistently is flying over with their drones and looking at where these guys are striking from, and then actively trying to close it off, right? Best option U.S. has is a trade blockade, stardom of imports and exports. Wait, what do you mean? Professor Jiang going viral on breaking points, please. Okay. Oh my God. I know. Predictive history. I know. Okay. I got your rant, cattle rant. I got it. I got your cattle rant. Okay. I'm not going to watch it right now. Here, we'll get started on Zohran Kwame Mamdani, the Shia 12er himself. Let's see what he had to say about Iran.
Mr. Mayor, do you think Iran is better off without the Ayatollah?
I've said before that the Iranian government has engaged in systematic repression of its own people, even killing thousands of Iranians who were seeking to express the most basic forms of dissent earlier this year. It is a brutal government. And I've also said that while I may be a young mayor, I am old enough to remember the devastating consequences of our country pursuing a war with the intent of regime change in that very same region not that many years ago.
I mean, it's a good take. It's a good take. It's like, what do you expect? He's the fucking mayor of New York City, Bro, why are they asking a mayor about international affairs? Why do you think, bro? Because, like, it's like related to Israel. How many will die from this, Hassan? Brother, I have no idea. They are currently bombing Iran like it's Gaza. I know. They're carpet bombing the shit out of heavily populated areas while they also simultaneously are bombing. Like, they're doing precise bombings on... Look, there's two different assessments here. If you look at, like, the OSINT side that is pro-IRGC, or at least, like, more sympathetic to IRGC, broadly speaking... They keep saying, oh, America is only striking like naval assets that Iran left behind unattended, or like a couple old ass fucking planes that they were never going to fly anyway. And that for the most part, like they're claiming victory on some of these launchers that they've exploded. But when you actually look at the videos of the launchers that they've exploded, those are like single use launchers. They're not like incredibly expensive equipment at all, right? Like you're basically celebrating blowing up technicals, right? On the American side, the pro-American OSINT side looks at the situation and says Iran is getting destroyed. They're obviously carpet bombing heavily populated areas, and these war crimes are awesome. They love the war crimes. They're doing the war crimes to liberate the Iranian people from their mortal coil, from their bodies, obviously. And I'll show you some of these scenes as well. But then outside of that, they think that the American and Israeli bombing campaigns have been remarkably successful in taking out all of the missile launchers, right? They're like, they're doing it. They're doing the damn thing. They're taking out all the missile launchers. They're destroying the missile launchers, all this stuff, right? What is OSINT? OSINT is open source intelligence. It's just a bunch of dudes on Twitter trying to make sense of what the fuck's going on. And it's at this stage, it's mostly just AI. Everything is AI. Literally everything is AI. I've seen so much AI on both sides of this conflict. It's very, very frustrating. Zohran is a 12er Shia, so they killed his Pope and then asked him how he felt about it. I mean, it's complex. It's complex. I don't know. I've never actually asked Zohran personally, like how he feels about that situation at all. And I don't know really. I mean, he's a fucking American. Okay. Zohran is an American. So I don't know how that works. But yeah, look at the situation. This is what Iran looks like right now. Also, I'm a little bit worried. There might be some TOS here potentially. Oh, there's a dude who was like, yeah, I mean the scenes out of Iran are apocalyptic, right? And every time I see someone dancing on the fucking timeline, anytime I see someone dancing on the fucking timeline, it's just like it's disgusting to me, because this is what I see, right? Most Arab state-aligned news channels are only showing the carpet bombing of Tehran and reporting that the U.S. has halved Iran's launch sites. Yes, it is quite difficult because Iran has no allies whatsoever, with the exception of like the third world or whatever, or people who have opinions on American imperialism or Israeli imperialism. Iran doesn't have any like state-backed allies for the most part, right? You got maybe China. Russia's too busy doing not dissimilar things to what America's doing, but in Ukraine, and like North Korea, right? So for that reason, you're not going to get a lot of major news sites covering the perspective of the Iranian population, no matter how complex it is, no matter how many people, that might support the regime, right? Like this kind of stuff is rarely ever seen on Western news. Western news is very much unified on offering justifications as to why this kind of bloodshed has to be done, right? They'll critique the American government a little bit, maybe they'll even critique the Israeli government, but ultimately they're constantly pumping propaganda to justify this kind of action by being like, well, the Iranian government is ruthless, like Iranians want to be free of Islam, like this chatter is saying, you know what I mean? Also, for a lot of Americans, like what they don't comprehend is that there is also a very racialized element internally within Iranian society about this kind of stuff too. There's like sectarian infighting about this, and in their perspective as well. And then add to that the instability that is being caused alongside the fucking bombing campaigns and whatnot. And now people are saying that the Iranian government is cutting off access to the internet, and you have a completely chaotic situation. I literally know some religious Iranians in London, Lamau. I think at the end of the day, what I want is very clear. Like what my preference is of course for Iran to, my highest priority is for Iran to remain a sovereign nation where the people are free to get their democratic wishes across. What I believe would be the best possible scenario, which is utterly immaterial and utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, is like for Iran to be a fucking, communist country. That would be awesome. Okay. It's not going to happen, and it's utter fantasy, so I'm not going to even fucking bring that shit up. Also, I live in America. My tax dollars are contributing to this death and destruction, so I'm not going to sit here and be like, this is what should happen in Iran. Khamenei was not even remotely comparable to the Pope of the Catholics, lol. Not to get into the nitty-gritty, but basically the Iranian government believes in a concept called wilayat al-faqih. Essentially, the government must be run by, yes. I mean, that's not that complex. That is literally the main fucking difference between Shia governance and Sunni governance is that. That's why there are a lot of countries that are Sunni that are secular as well, as opposed to Shia countries that are supposed to have you can have your democratic government, but then on top of the democratic government sits a group of religious clerics that still ensure that the government is operating in a religious manner. Many 12ers in Iran and outside don't agree with this, regardless, not similar to the Pope at all. Yeah. Yeah. There's also another like competing Shia Pope as well, kind of. So you're wrong. This is specific to Khamenei. It's not just Shia, although it is somewhat in line with historical Shiism. Guys, there is literally no reason for us to go through the theological justifications for different variants between in Shia Islam, not even like talking about sex between Shia and Sunni, but literal variants amongst the Shia interpretation of Islam about religious governance and like what the clerics are supposed to, what role the clerics are supposed to fucking play. We have taken a million different sidesteps at this point from the the incident that's unfolding in front of our eyes. Okay, it's okay to like dial it back. Like, we're having this conversation. Meanwhile, the American and Israeli government literally blew up the clerics meeting that was supposed to take place earlier today, where they were supposed to pick the next Ayatollah, right? Because there's 3, from what I understand, there's 3 in the line of succession that were chosen ahead of time in the 12-day war. And now you got like 90 clerics getting together and picking who the next Ayatollah is supposed to be. And then the American government fucking blew up that meeting. Not being able to dial any of it back is why the religious sects exist in the first place. So that's a non-starter. Yes, but it's irrelevant to our current analysis. You know what I mean? Because like America is not bombing Iran, or Israel's not bombing Iran because they're like they think that the Iranian interpretation of Shia Islam is not theologically accurate to the way that Shia Islam is supposed to have like a functioning religious body that is separated from the government, as opposed to the functioning religious body that sits on top of the government. That's the reason why I'm saying like it's fucking immaterial. What the fuck? Yeah, America doesn't believe in Shia Islam. That's why they're actually Salafists. They all believe that Sunni Islam is the way. Muhammad is the prophet. That's it. Nothing else. That's why they're bombing Iran, actually, it turns out. Judging by their allegiances in the region, I wouldn't put it past them, but that's a totally separate point as well. Yes, Trump is Sunni. Trump is a Wahhabist. And that's why he's bombing Iran. Anyway, 2-day party in Iran was communist, but Soviet Union just used them for their oil without really helping. Okay, well, that's also a bygone era, and it's not relevant in this conversation because we're not having, this is not an assessment. This is not an assessment of like how Iran chooses to self-govern. Okay, I'm not having a conversation about that. I have my own thoughts on it. Obviously, I don't fucking agree with it. I'm a socialist, and not only am I a socialist, but I'm also a secular socialist as well, even though I'm fairly agnostic when it comes to, people's religious beliefs. And again, it's just, this has nothing to do with what's going on in Iran regardless. Although I will say, historically, Khomeini and Khamenei have aligned themselves with revolutionary anti-imperialist sects and socialists in general. So that is true. And also the Iranian revolution initially wasn't just entirely comprised of like the Islamists. It also had it was a popular revolution, and it had a fuck ton of socialists and communists and anti-imperialists in general. It was an anti-imperialist act. So is Iran losing the steam to fight or what? I don't think it's about losing steam necessarily. It's more so about its capacity. So that's the question. The question is, do they still have the capacity, or are they losing that capacity? Is America diminishing its capacity to strike Israel? Is America diminishing its capacity to strike the Gulf states, right? And the jury's out on that. The jury's out on that, at least for the time being. The only way that you can make an accurate prediction on if their capacity is diminished or not is by judging the efficiency in their strikes, right? If they are continuously and it is obvious that they have the intensity in which they're bombing Israel has lowered. It's no longer as they're no longer striking Tel Aviv as hard, and I suspect that part of that is because they have been able to, like, the Israeli and the American bombing campaigns have been somewhat successful, and some of the launches. I'm talking about Israel, chat. You're talking about Dubai. Dubai does not have the same fucking defense systems. The Gulf states are still getting rocked. The ones that are bombing Israel, however, I'm using my language very precisely and very specifically, okay? The Gulf states are still getting slammed, okay? The Gulf states are still getting slammed. They're still blowing up, potentially they're blowing up the consulates You know, they're using drones, they're using ballistic missiles as well. Okay, but that's separate. I'm talking about Israel. Are they capable of eating away at Israel's ballistic defenses? And they're not striking Israel as hard as they were before. Okay. Anyway, let's get started here, and then I'll get to all the other stuff in a second. I gotta go pee.
Intensifying, with Israel hitting the compound of the group responsible for choosing Iran's next supreme leader. The strike reportedly obliterated a compound where an Iranian council was supposed to elect the new Ayatollah. Now, Iran state media is reporting that it was evacuated before the attack, and President Trump is saying that it's now even more unclear who might next lead that nation.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports.
CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh joins us live now from northern Israeli city of Kiryat Shimona. So, Nick, just in terms of the compound where several Iranian officials have gathered to choose the next supreme leader, just walk us through what we know in terms of that compound being targeted.
Yeah, sure. Now, the images are publicly available of significant damage to this compound in the city of Qom, where the assembly of experts, according to Israeli sources, gathered, that's 88 senior clerics, to essentially choose the new supreme leader. Iranian state media, though, is saying that the building was evacuated prior to the strike, essentially saying that the bid by the Israelis here to kill the committee that would anoint the Ayatollah successor was unsuccessful. We don't know the truth of the matter here, and it's important to point out that earlier on, you know, when we were seeing significant casualties amongst Iran's leadership, we were getting signals from Iranian state media that many of them were actually okay. So it's important here to try and assess the exact truth of all of this. Remarkable, frankly, if indeed 88 senior clerics charged.
In my head canon, I'm thinking that Donald Trump wants to be a part of the cleric meet, and that's why he's doing this, where he's like, I want to be the one who picks the new Ayatollah. I have complete command over Shia Islam. I've been reading the scripture. I've been reading the surahs. I have complete command over this religion. I would like to be a part of the decision-making process. And I think that's what it is. That's why he's like, don't do it without me. Do not do it without me. Trump is a Sufi. No, he's Shia.
With this extraordinary task would in 2026 think they could only do it after the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei in a large group meeting of leadership, decide that they needed to replicate that kind of setting in order to choose a successor.
Iran is a theocracy. Good luck is an ideology. It's infinitely more complex than that. Okay?
I should point out too that a similar facility of the Assembly of Experts was targeted in Tehran in the recent days as well. So a pattern here potentially of the Israelis trying to disrupt the succession process. Now, I should point out how incredibly complicated this particular leadership vacuum makes things in terms of de-escalating this war, looking for negotiation. It's clear from some senior Iranian officials, the foreign minister indeed, that the military now in Iran is acting with some degree of autonomy, even with previous
Trump joined the Shia voice and he won, and he was able to win in the VAR when he demanded that he read the surah perfectly and the imam told him you were wrong. He said, excuse me, put the VAR on, turn on the VAR. I did say la at the end of the surah. You are wrong. My recitation of the Quranic verses are perfect. Many people are saying the law was pronounced perfectly. And then the imam was like, I'll give you my abaya if you're right. And he said, Astaghfirullah, Astaghfirullah. I would not like your abaya, my good sir. It's too much for me. Yeah, Trump said,
may Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
I must remain humble. I could not accept your abaya, my good sir.
Issued instructions, so it's not entirely clear if day by day their tasks are being adapted to the particular moment. And if you're also trying to perhaps look for an off-ramp, some kind of negotiation here. If there's nobody in a society as autocratic as Iran actually specifically calling the shots, remember they've been dependent on the word of the Ayatollah Khamenei for nigh on 40 years now to tell them precisely what path should be chosen, particularly in a moment as key as this. That is a very perilous moment of vacuum, essentially. You can understand why Israel, that's keen to see regime change and as much damage as possible can be done to Iran's autocracy, will continue to persist with that leadership interruption. But if you are in the White House now and looking for some moment perhaps where you could seek an off-ramp, it's going to be exceptionally hard to do that with what we're seeing now in terms of strikes against the body to choose the Ayatollah's successor.
Israel has bombed the...
By the way, I love that we're doing sane washing a little bit, or not even sane washing, but like trying to predict what the goals are here when it's like very obvious to anyone with working brain cells that the administration has no real definable goals here. They're just going along for the journey, and Israel's goals are the ones that trump the American goals here, and even Trump's goals. And that is just complete destabilization, death and destruction, and making sure that the Iranian capacity to ever combat Israel's expansionist goals, Israel's expansionist agenda is reduced, if not completely destroyed. Okay? They want to turn it into Syria or Libya. So whenever they talk about like, oh, well, it doesn't make any sense why they would be doing this, like, because technically, if you want to get an off-ramp here, if you want to have an off-ramp for a ceasefire, and if you want like Iran to stop bombing Israel and the Gulf states, and if you want Iran to no longer like potentially collapse global energy markets by threatening the Strait of Hormuz and shutting it off entirely, then you got to let them fucking elect whoever the Ayatollah is going to be, right? And then deal with whoever the next Ayatollah is. Like, that is what it would look like. That is how it would work. Unless Donald Trump is weirdly thinking the IRGC hardliners are much better to deal with than the Ayatollah because they're more pragmatic, they're more strategic, they're not as invested in like, they're not as pious, I guess, as the Ayatollah is, and he's fond of them. He wants Iran to be run by the IRGC as a military junta. And I doubt that that's the case, right? He's like, this Ali guy, very smart. Did you know he's studied Kantian philosophy? Brilliant guy. Lot of war fighting experience. Want to talk to that guy. Want to talk to that guy and hear about what he thinks about Kant. Probably not the case, right? Fun fact, the IRGC were the primary investors in Trump Tower Baku. Oh, that makes so much sense. So, yeah. Ali, he's so handsome. Have you seen these Iranian guys? I'm looking at it and I'm hearing Reza Pahlavi, right? Everyone says Reza. Reza is the Shah. He needs to be the Shah. But I look at this Reza guy. He's brown as hell. I don't understand it. Who's the white one? Who's the real Aryan? Every Muslim man I talk to, they look white as hell. Handsome. So handsome. Reza Pahlavi looks way more Arab than the other guys. I'm going to go with the other guys. Actually, low-key, I could totally see Donald Trump. At some point being like, all these guys, they keep saying, all these Iranians, they keep saying to me, we're Aryan, we're Aryan, we're Aryan. And then I look at these guys in the IRGC, and all of the guys in the IRGC are white. They look like they could be in Europe, straight out of Central Casting. Have you seen it? The Quds Force. Half of the Quds Force commanders look like they're right out of Central Casting. Hassan Abi, why are you suppressing news from Israel? What do you mean? I watch CNN and CBS. I watch American news, chatter. It's virtually impossible for me to suppress news from Israel. American news is Israeli news. Brother, we had the Israeli prime minister on primetime television last night addressing the nation. Fuck you mean I'm suppressing news from Israel? I basically work for Haaretz at this point. Anyway, where was I? Yeah. No, this is the kind of, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Look, the Iranian monarch's deepest challenge remains that their dear leader is very brown and the Islamic Republic leadership is very white. It is kind of funny. Not true. If you want to actually see Israeli news, just watch German news. American news are tame compared to that. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. I saw this earlier today. Some military commanders have reportedly been accused of telling the troops that the Iran war is part of a biblical plan that triggered the end times. I know. I got that too. Don't worry. Iran live updates. Trump says Navy will escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. I genuinely don't understand why Donald Trump thinks this is a good idea. Like, are you actively putting American troops in harm's way? Okay, this is how you do it. We all know what image we're thinking of, right? It's the image of naval assets being sunk in the Strait of Hormuz, directly in striking distance. Okay, they will fucking pepper that shit with drones. I know these guys have complicated equipment. I know these ships have like tremendous defenses, but if you are trying to Pearl Harbor your naval assets, as the IRGC Mosaic teams are using it as like target practice, slow moving target practice with like drone swarms and ballistic missiles as well. I mean, go ahead, but I feel like this is I don't think this is a smart idea. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they have the smoke. Maybe they have the capabilities of like stopping. Maybe they have the capabilities of stopping the launchers ahead of time, but this seems like an unnecessary risk to take. Yeah, especially, I mean, dude, listen. I feel like the Houthis are also waiting to get active. Our Navy is outdated. No, it's not. That's not true. We have a remarkable Navy. We have all the sophisticated equipment, but it doesn't matter. You can have the best equipment, but if the opposition has unlimited missile barrages, the most sophisticated equipment of all time, which would be like the entire Israeli ballistic and short-range missile defense systems, still fucking fall apart. And we're talking about a much shorter range at this point. We're talking about a much shorter ballistics trajectory and much less sophisticated equipment. There's no like early advanced warning systems that are calculating missile trajectory ahead of time, warning the Israeli defenses ahead of time as the missile is like traversing, 300 plus kilometers. We're talking about a missile that's just immediately launched and then struck. It's like it's a very different ball game at that point. And I don't know how you get away with that. I don't know how you deal with that, especially considering that Dubai and Riyadh and Bahrain especially Bahrain is a great example of what Iran has within its capabilities, especially in short distance, right? Like fresh off the U.S. fleeing the Gulf of Aden because semi-state actor Houthis missiles were too dangerous for our gold-plated fleet. Trump has a brilliant idea. Exactly. Like, we literally, okay, a lot of people get mad at me and say, Hassan, you love the Houthis, like they're fucking reactionary, blah, blah, blah, all this shit. But the Houthis were not only totally vindicated in their actions as far as the blockade on the Red Sea, but the Houthis also straight up caused the American Navy to evade the targeting distance of the Houthis. And they don't have as sophisticated equipment. Their equipment is nowhere near as sophisticated as the Iranians are, right? Iran is the main funder and main Iran is basically the ones that are making the fucking missiles and the munitions and sending it to the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen. Like, I don't know how if you had a hard time with, as Mark Ames said, the semi-state actor, the Ansar Allah movement, how the fuck do you deal with the Iranians right in their backyard? Effective immediately, I've ordered the United States Development Finance Corporation to provide at a very reasonable price political risk insurance and guarantees for the financial security of all maritime trade, especially energy traveling through the Gulf. This will be available to all shipping lines. Oh my God. The United States Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. No matter what, the United States will ensure free flow of energy to the world. The United States' economic and military might is the greatest on earth. We are testing it. We're testing it. We're testing it. We're testing it. We're doing it. We're going all the way. We're testing it. It feels like Trump is just like, look, we had to do this for Israel, and now I'm kind of stuck in the shit. I'm stuck in the mud, and instead of de-escalating, I'm going to see if the Iranians actually have the capability of sinking a naval asset in the Strait of Hormuz as it is towing a fucking oil tanker. That is crazy. I don't know. I'm not like, yes, I know the U.S. consulate was hit in Dubai. Stop. Why are you fucking blasting it in the chat? We're going to get to it. Okay, there's more significant updates here. Okay, calm down. Jesus Christ. The reason why the Gulf targets, the Gulf strikes are actually relevant in this equation is because if they can still continue pummeling the Gulf states, they can sure as shit pummel the American naval assets in the fucking region. Polish Oppenheimer looking into the middle distance after his 200th attempt at a baking soda vinegar volcano succeeds after 10 years of trial and error. Oh my God, this will end all life on Earth if we're not careful. Breaking, Poland said it will now work on getting its own nuclear weapons per Bloomberg. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome. NATO country, by the way. Oh, dude, things are moving. Things are moving in ways that you... things are moving in ways that you never thought would move. Never thought. Things are moving so fast. The nothing ever happens guys are completely fucking losing. The monitoring the situation guys are totally on top. Okay? Hasanabi doctrine getting vindication. The end times are happening. It's a remarkable time to be alive, you know? Now is the time of monsters is right. We are officially in the weeks where decades happen, okay? You know how we talk about how there are decades where nothing happens and then there are weeks where decades happen? We're in that week. We are officially at the heart of the week where decades happen. Great acceleration, pushing Iran to a corner, and causing them to unleash the full might and their full capabilities, because you've backed them into a corner where they have to literally fight their way out of it, killing some of the more restrained elements within Iranian government, which ironically enough is something that I kept stressing over and over again, because like the Ayatollah is not super hands-on with all the military actions, but like he has final say on everything, right? And as I stressed to you over and over again, the Ayatollah was the most restrained guy outside of like the civilian government, right? The IRGC is not as restrained as the Ayatollah is, especially after they fucking cleaned the ranks of all the top IRGC people that were more restrained than the younger people that are now in charge. It's pretty wild how spectacular of a failure this has been. And the only W you have to carry for this whole thing, the only W that you can lean into is that you assassinated an 86-year-old man. It is in his home. And it's mind-boggling to me that they keep running around and talking about how exceptional the intelligence has been. It's like, what intelligence? You killed the 86-year-old leader of the fucking state in his home. What level of intelligence is required to find out that the dude was at his house? It's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling to me that they're running around being like, dude, Mossad intelligence on top, baby. It's like, bro, he's at his fucking house. He's at his house. You killed him at his house. What do you mean? This wasn't some remarkable feat. And if we're going to talk about intelligence failures, you also blew up a fucking school with little schoolgirls in it, with like 150 plus little girls going to school. Yeah, I also... they were like, just in, Israel spent years hacking Tehran's traffic cameras and monitoring bodyguards before assassinating Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei. I said, you can't claim shit like this and then also act like October 7 was a total surprise. And this is also correct. They murdered an 86-year-old man, one who was willing to be a martyr in his home. I don't think it takes great intelligence to do that. It's like, oh, dude, this was a very sophisticated strike. This was a very sophisticated strike. Okay, what am I supposed to believe? here, you know? It doesn't require tremendous sophistication when the dude is just unguarded, you know? He's just at his house. They're trying to sell it as a lot more intelligent than they actually are. That's what it is. Israel, Mossad does have some capabilities, okay? Mossad does have some unique capabilities in clandestine operations and like penetrating deep into Iranian governance, the IRGC. There's suspicion that like the one Quds force commander that keeps like evading all of the Israeli airstrikes might have been a Mossad asset all along. You know, they do stuff like that from time to time, but they also greatly overemphasize their capabilities. Like they regularly lie about how sophisticated their methods are. This is one of those instances, right? Like you're being ridiculous. Like you're trying to do marketing. You're trying to do fucking marketing when you talk about like, oh, we killed the Ayatollah. It was a really crazy operation. It's like, yeah, dude, he was 86 years old. He was at his house. Okay. He was at his house. You're just trying to do marketing. Calm the fuck down. Okay. In any case, getting back to where we were at, brother, have you actually spoken to a Persian about this? His house is the safest space in Tehran. His house doesn't exist anymore. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Clearly, objectively, that wasn't the case. It is actually. It was. Okay, so why the fuck did they try to move him to a basement or a safe site? And he refused. Also, I do want to, it was well guarded in Tehran. Oh, brother, there is no such thing, okay? There is no such thing. There is no such thing. I need you to understand. There is no such thing, okay? You have to move out of your house unless you want to get fucking lasered. America has bunker busters. What are you fucking talking about? There is no bunker capability in the world that can evade American bunker busters, okay? It's simple. You just run away if you want to evade the American bombing campaigns. If you wanted to survive, you wouldn't be at your house. Yes, but it's 300 feet underground. Brother, do you not hear what I'm saying? He'd be in the fucking mountains, okay? He'd be in the fucking mountains. If they actually found out that he was in the goddamn mountains and they blew him up in the mountains, then I would say, okay, that's like a sophisticated surveillance operation. They actually found him as he was evading American bombing campaigns. They didn't find him in the mountains. They found him in his home. I don't know why we're arguing about this. And also, I don't even know why a Persian would be able to tell me what's what here. I don't care. Hassan, why are you not listening to this man's intel? Because it's utterly irrelevant. You can't standpoint theory your way into an American military operation that already unfolded, okay? Like what kind of bodies and spaces can someone do to me in this moment? I'm literally looking at the outcome of a fucking very high profile assassination that took place. You know what I mean? Like it was a highly publicized, incredibly high profile, unique assassination that took place. We know what happened. We know what they used. We know where the target was. I don't understand why you're trying to be like, oh, well, you don't understand. You need a bodies and spaces angle here. Yes, because he's famous for hiding in a bunker every time anything happens. Oh my God. I get it. You guys hate the Ayatollah. I understand. Okay. I don't particularly care for the Ayatollah myself. Okay. I don't give a shit. I'm just literally interpreting the things that unfolded. Okay. There is no standpoint epistemology you can do in this particular circumstance. Okay. It's just a thing that already happened. It does not matter if he had escaped to a bunker every other time. Okay. Also, my suspicion, and I'm sure you guys will agree with this, okay, is that he wanted to be martyred. He wanted to be fucking martyred. He knew he didn't have a lot of time anyway. He wanted to be martyred so he could literally galvanize the Shia population or the base of support and mobilize his popular base of support. And that's what has happened so far. Clearly that goal was achieved. He was 87 years old. By some accounts, he already had fucking cancer. He didn't have a lot of time left. It's not very complicated. I don't know why we're making it complicated. What percentage population is the base of support? Approximately 20 to 30%. We don't know the exact numbers. You can only work off of like the elections that do take place on who is voting for like a more conservative candidate versus a reformist candidate. it's all a wash, really. There's not really a very reliable metric here, but it's approximately 20 to 30% of the population that are like hardliners for the Ayatollah, that ride for him. There's also other components. Most components in Iranian society are not fond of the Ayatollah for understandable reasons, whether it be corruption, whether it be the parallel state that they designed specifically to like avoid sanctions, that created its own internal black market economy. There is also like a capital owning class within the IRGC structure that basically owns most of the Iranian government, and who knows what those guys are gonna fucking do eventually, if they want to like cut a deal with Donald Trump or not. But basically, even the other side of Iranian society that are understandably anti-Ayatollah, anti-IRGC, are still not exactly fond of Israel and America either. And there are plenty of Western polls. There are plenty of Western polls to back up this idea, because Western polls poll not only the Iranian diaspora, but Iranians living in Iran as well. And those guys have no interest in making the Ayatollah seem good, or they have no interest in making America or Israel look bad. But when polled consistently, the Iranian public has a majority disapproval of America's bombing campaigns. Obviously, if you look at the mainstream news in the Western world, makes it seem like 99% of Iranians are like, please keep bombing us. I love being bombed. It's my favorite thing. Please kill my grandmother. But it's actually not even popular. It's not even like majority popular in the diaspora population. Okay? So while you see the loudest voices, the voices that are being championed in mainstream news being like, oh, it's actually awesome, I hate the Ayatollah and I love that you're killing my grandparents. No, most people actually don't fucking like that. Like, most people who don't like the Ayatollah also don't like their grandparents being fucking carpet bombed. Remarkable. I know. Shocking. I know. What you see in mainstream news is oftentimes not the real story, not the full picture.
Well, joining me for more on this is Trita Parsi, co-founder and former president of the National Iranian American Council. He's also the executive vice president of the Quincy Institute. Trita, thanks for your time. Where's your focus internally in Iran at the moment?
Well, let me first say I'm a little bit surprised by the package because you have three voices from Iran who seem to all be celebrating and happy about the country getting bombed. I'm sure that there are views of that kind, undoubtedly. But to leave the impression that that is the entire viewpoint inside of Iran is getting close to Iraq-level war propaganda and war lies, frankly.
What do you mean close to? It is that. It is literally, I mean, Trita's fine.
There's clearly a diversity of views inside that country, and plenty of people who, despite the fact that they obviously are very much against this regime that has been repressing them for so long, do not necessarily believe that they want to have war happen. They do not want to get killed in this bombing campaign or see the country be destroyed or go down the path of Iraq and Syria. So I was a little bit surprised that those the only voices that you elevated were those specific voices that were in support of it, given the fact that clearly there must be much more diversity.
Assassination.
I don't know who's going to end up running Iran, but if the pattern holds, it'll be just something just stupid as fuck. Yeah. So what do I say to someone who says you should be happy for the Iranians that are happy and sad for the Iranians who are sad? Genuine ask. I have a tough time talking about this conflict without black and white thinking. What is going on? I don't understand. Like, make up your own fucking mind. You can literally come to a conclusion on whether American imperialism is good or bad without having to lean into the domestic population's attitude that you're trying to pull one anecdote at a fucking time. Jesus Christ. I think this is liberal brain rot. Okay. I will say it over and over again. It's like a childlike understanding of world changing events. I don't understand. You don't have to engage in people pleasing all the fucking time. You could just be like, hey guys, I know that domestic repression has caused a lot of people to falsely believe that like American bombs are going to be a cause for liberation and a cause for celebration. But judging by past performance of American intervention and American imperialism, I am going to go ahead and assume that it's not going to yield to a positive outcome for the Iranian population, because I've seen Libya, I've seen Syria, I've seen Afghanistan, I've seen Iraq. And there is no reason why Iran would be any different, especially considering that the American government itself is inconsistent on what they want to do, what the plan, what the next day forward is. Once, they've done a decapitation strike on the entire leadership, as they did successfully. Okay? I'm done. I'm done with this. You cannot use standpoint epistemology to justify American intervention and American imperialism. Okay? It's ridiculous. I don't care. I don't care. I mean, you can fucking come in here and be like, you're an asshole. You're hurting the feelings of like the Iranians in diaspora that are saying my grandparents deserve death and destruction. I don't care. Okay? I know that this is like it's so weird because on my timeline, I'm seeing leftist, Marxist, Leninists talk about America being zogged out. And on the other side, I'm seeing reactionary white nationalist neo-Nazis that are hopped up on American exceptionalism, running around talking about standpoint epistemology, about the Iranians. Why don't you center the Venezuelans in this conversation? Why don't you center the Iranians in this conversation? Why don't you center the Cubans in this conversation? And it always is the same shit, okay? What the fuck is happening? Make up your own goddamn mind, dude. What the fuck? You don't need to, which Iranians are we listening to, okay? That conversation is so stupid. Which Iranians are we listening to? Do you care about the wishes of the 20 to 30% that love the Ayatollah? Do you not care about that? Khamenei was Iranian. He never left Iran once he actually became the Ayatollah, right? I mean, he literally was Iranian. Are we listening to his voices? It's stupid. It's a stupid argument, okay? The problem is nobody reads or takes theory seriously. This is not even about theory. Just close your eyes and think for a moment. I think you're losing is what's happening. Losing what? Losing what? What am I losing? I'm an American citizen living in the imperial core. I'm not losing shit, whichever way this goes. I just have a certain set of values that I hold on to, and it's actually very frustrating for a lot of people because they've never actually developed their own value system. So they just think in terms of the enemy team is losing, the anti-America team is losing, and the pro-America team is winning. You're a fucking moron. Who's winning and who's losing? Okay, my job here is to cut through the noise. My job here is to cut through the propaganda. You're losing the narrative. It happens. Losing what narrative? 90% of Americans think that Israel controls the country right now. What narrative am I fucking losing? Are you that stupid? Even on the narrative front, this is the most exceptionally unpopular war that America has ever waged. And you're over here watching fucking mainstream media coverage and deluding yourself into thinking that the average American in the heartland is actually totally on board with, throwing American cattle at the behest of Israeli expansionist ambitions in the region. You're a fucking moron. You're losing the narrative. So what? Even if I was, so what? But it's not even the case, so it doesn't even fucking matter. Do you have no real conviction on your own? Do you have no real conviction? Do you have no opinion on this issue that doesn't revolve around what some fucking Twitch streamer believes, okay? You're a fucking idiot. We're talking about hundreds of lives being lost in the last couple of fucking days, literal children getting bombed in school, and you're over here being like, well, the Twitch streamer is losing the narrative. You have deluded yourself into thinking not even in terms of team sports, America good, all of America's enemies bad, but now you've deluded yourself in the team sports in the smallest way possible, like the brain of a fucking infant, okay? The brain of an infant on this one, where he's like, well, my least favorite Twitch streamer is losing the fucking narrative. What narrative? What loss? Who gives a shit? And it's so funny because it's not even correct. You're not even correct. You're wrong. I mean, it's so predictable, to be honest. I wonder what their faces look like when they said, wait, where is Muhammad? And then got blown up. It's because they aren't the same type of Muslims. I see you're monitoring the situation. A death cult won't surrender. Kill them until they stop respawning. Do you think this is actually the popular narrative right now? Are you that fucking dumb? Are you that deluded that do you think this is the popular narrative? Yeah, maybe in fucking Israel. The only place on the planet where this has super popular approval is Israel. Are you in Israel? Because anywhere else that you are currently tuning in from outside of Tel Aviv, this narrative is the unpopular one. Okay? It's the only thing that you hear from mainstream media, and in spite of the unlimited propaganda that is justifying American intervention here, the populations are not, they're not on board. But it doesn't really matter, does it? Because America doesn't have a democratic process, especially when it comes to foreign policy anyway, right? Stop perceiving politics as this like game where different teams are winning and losing. Try to analyze it a little bit deeper than that. Okay, scratch the surface of your way of thinking and ask yourself, why am I operating with this like idiotic like partisan posture? Here is Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, trying to do a cleanup job after yesterday's incident where he haphazardly threw together a narrative so bad that the overwhelming majority of Republicans that heard it went, wait a minute, maybe Jews do control America. Literally. Like, he came out and was like, Benjamin Netanyahu urged us to do this. He forced our hand into doing this. And then literally Matt Walsh and numerous other fucking Republicans came out and were like, okay, I guess Zog is not even a theory anymore. It's just reality. Meanwhile, you motherfuckers are talking about like, oh, you're losing the narrative. Now he's going to backtrack. Let's hear.
Can never have a nuclear weapon, and we will now not allow Iran to hide behind the ability to make them or launch them. And so CENTCOM, in a joint operations, is carrying out a systematic destruction of their missile belt, destruction of their launchers, and destruction of their ability to make these, as well as the destruction of their Navy. From what I've been told by the Department of War, everything is on or ahead of schedule and proceeding on these objectives. We have every confidence in the world that these objectives will be achieved. The last point I would make is, and I said this yesterday and I repeat, what's about to, you're about to see, we're going to unleash Chang on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and in the intensity of these attacks as, frankly, the two most powerful air forces in the world take apart this terroristic regime and defang it and take away its ability to threaten its neighbors or hide behind a zone of immunity that allows them to develop their nuclear ambitions. This terroristic, radical, cleric-led regime cannot be ever allowed to have nuclear weapons. We saw what they were willing to do to their own people. They were willing to slaughter their own people in the streets. Imagine what they would do to us. Imagine what they would do to others. Under President Trump, that will never, ever happen. All right?
Yesterday you talked about Israel. Mr. Secretary.
Please, guys, I can't hear them all. Yes.
Yesterday, you told us that Israel was going to strike Iran and that's why we needed to get involved. Today, the president said that Iran was going to get
Yeah, your statement is false. So that's not what I was asked very specifically. Were you there yesterday?
Yes, I asked
Okay.
a question.
No, were you the one that, because somebody asked me a question yesterday, did we go in because of Israel? And I said, you were asking me that follow-up. And I said, no. I told you this had to happen anyway. The president made a decision, and the decision he made was that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ballistic missile program, that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ability to conduct these attacks.
Marco.
That decision had been made.
Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, brother. Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. People already had this suspicion. You leaned into it very publicly, and now everything you say after that is going to look like a shitty cleanup job. Good job.
Decision that negotiations were not going to work, that they were playing us on the negotiations, and that this was a threat that was untenable. The decision was made to strike them. That's what I said yesterday, and you guys need to play it. And if you're going to play these statements, you need to play the whole statement, not clip it to reach a narrative that you want to do, all right?
This is your statement. This is your statement, Mr. Secretary.
Go ahead.
What do you make of the war powers resolution that's being considered here in Congress?
I mean, Congress votes on those. They can if they want. There's mechanisms for it. We've complied with the War Powers Act, even though we believe it's unconstitutional, as has every other administration. Every other president has found the War Powers Act to be unconstitutional. Nonetheless, we notified Gang of Eight, which was an appropriate mechanism by which to notify Congress. We sent the notification within 48 hours, the way the law requires. I'm here today.
Hassan, why are they saying the missile that killed the little girls is IRGC themselves in propaganda? Why do you think, brother? Isn't it crazy that Israel has blown up every fucking school, every mosque, and every hospital in Gaza? And then in the aftermath, when people even gave a fuck about that sort of thing, they would consistently say, oh, actually, it must have been a Hamas rocket. Must have been a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket. It's bullshit. They blow it up, and then when people get mad at them because they killed a bunch of little schoolgirls, they go, oh, it must have been the Iranian rocket itself. Shut the fuck up.
If a country closes their
you
airport,
are the
for example,
dumbest
in some cases,
person on the planet if
been
you
hit.
believe that bullshit.
So the airport in Kuwait was hit. So if an airport's been attacked or the airspace is closed, then we can have the planes lined up to go, but we can't get them to land because we don't have the permissions to land there. So that's the challenge. But rest assured, we are confident that we are going to be able to assist
By the way,
every
this
American.
is basically an admission
we
of
have
Iranian
about
success.
a little over 1,500, maybe closer to 1,600 Americans.
It's Al Ahly all over again? No, it's not. No one believes it. The overwhelming majority of people don't even believe it.
Airspace closures. That said, there may be more people out there that need help. We need to know who you are. So please, I'm asking the media, publicize the phone numbers and the website because we need people to call in so we have their name, we have their contact information, we
Doesn't
have their
seem like
location.
situation's good. Doesn't seem like the situation's under control, does it?
We can act very quickly to reach them and get them out of harm's way.
Kind of feels like it's fucked, doesn't it? Kind of feels like the situation is totally fucked, don't you think? Why is the literal Secretary of State panicking like this on fucking camera in real time?
Yeah, no, I understand. But listen, all right, let me understand. But I had a very specific question from that gentleman, right?
Holy fuck, this is so bad.
Hold on one second. I asked a very...
Israelis.
Okay, but let me answer because this is my press conference. Okay. You asked me, I was asked a very specific question. So you guys can misrepresent it, but I was asked a very specific question yesterday. The bottom line is this. The president determined we were not going to get hit first. It's that simple, guys. We are not going to put Americans' troops in harm's way. If you tell the president of the United States that if we don't go first, we're going to have more people killed and more people injured, the president's going to go first. That's what he did. That's what the president will always do. He will always put the safety and security of our men and women in uniform and of all Americans before anything else. He's always going to do that, and that's what he did here. In addition to that, I would argue that this threat from Iran, they are hiding behind these missiles and hiding behind these drones. They wanted to reach a point where you couldn't touch them, and then they could do whatever the hell they wanted with their nuclear program. And there is no way in the world that this terroristic regime was going to get nuclear weapons, not under Donald Trump's watch.
So the U.S. attack
right.
nothing to do with Israel. It had nothing to do with Israel.
Go
This operation. There's a general question of why the president gave the green light, and then there's a question of why did it have to happen this weekend? Are you saying it had to happen this weekend because of that Israeli action?
No, this weekend presented a unique opportunity to take joint action against this threat. And we wanted this to have maximum success. We want this operation to be successful at achieving its objectives. I'll repeat the objectives. The president laid them out yesterday. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It cannot have, and therefore it cannot have the things it was hiding behind to have a nuclear weapons program. What are those things? Number one, we are going to destroy their missiles and their missile launchers. We are going to destroy their capability to make these missiles and these launchers, and we are going to destroy their Navy. Those are the objectives, and this weekend, acting at this time, gave us the highest probability of success in achieving those objectives, and as the Department of War will brief you, we are on or ahead of schedule to do that.
So the U.S. attack would have happened no matter what? Would the U.S. attack have happened no matter what Israel's planning?
Oh, I hate the media so much. They're such fucking dogs, dude. They're just like trying to get him to say the right thing so they can report it as a matter of fact that it wasn't Israel.
And that's what you're seeing play out right now. You're seeing it play out right now, and you'll see it in the days to come. We will systematically take apart their missile program. We will destroy their sponsor terrorism, by the way. We will destroy their factories. We will destroy their Navy. Those objectives are going to be met. We're well on our way to meeting them. It will not be easy. There will be a price to pay for it, but that is a much lower price to pay than having a nuclear-armed Iran. I got to go brief these guys. Hold on. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Secretary, how heavily is the administration leaning into the 2001 AUMF for justification of these strikes?
What now?
How heavily is the administration?
Well, that's not our notification to Congress. Our notification, listen, let me explain to you guys this in simple English. Okay? Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things. And this is the weakest they've ever been. Now is the time to go after them. The president made the decision to go after them, take away their missiles, take away their Navy, take away their drones, take away their ability to make those things so that they can never have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president made this decision. It was the right decision. And the world will be a safer place when these radical clerics no longer have access to these weapons. You see how they're using them now. Imagine how they would use them a year from now if they had more of these. All right, I got time for one more. Yeah, go ahead.
Brother, we're seeing how you're using your weapons
Several
now.
Democrats criticize what you said and argue
Yeah, of
that
course they criticize. The question is, several Democrats criticize. They're going to always criticize. We've been doing this for years, guys. They come out. I'll tell you right now, they're going to come out after the briefing and say, we didn't hear anything. We have more questions than answers. You mark my words. But we still do these briefings. Go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, their criticism was on the timeline. They said that Israel is dictating the timeline for the United States.
No,
and as you know, several people on the right have also agreed with that. How would you respond to that?
The United States made a decision, under the President of the United States made a decision. This is intolerable. Iran cannot have these missiles, cannot have these drones, cannot threaten the world. The President said this is the weakest they've ever been. If we don't hit them now, a year from now, a year and a half from now, no one will be able to touch them, and they'll be able to do whatever they want. And he made a decision to go. And he made a decision to go in a joint operation because it gave us the highest chance of success. And he made the decision to go first because he concluded that we were not going to get hit first. We were not going to absorb a blow from them.
This is such a bad way to fucking posture. It's
because
so,
in addition to costing lives,
it literally doesn't make sense
of our operation. All right, guys, I gotta go.
I don't know why they're still going with it. He should have just said, I misspoke or something. It's so crazy that they are still going, oh, well, Israel was going to go in first, so that accelerated our time. Oh, my God.
We do not want an endless war. The administration doesn't seem to know what it's doing. Every hour there's a different rationale as to why we're doing this. And America wants this president to pay attention to the problems at home, not the problems overseas, particularly when no one has any idea of what the real rationale is. It changes every hour.
DHS talks.
It's over. You can't be one of the most high-profile public figures in the American state and openly go on television and say, yeah, we did this war because Israel wanted us to do it. And then the next day turn around and be like, actually, Israel just accelerated the timeline, but the opportunity to strike was now. You can't do that, okay? It's over. That's why I say, like, as far as the narrative control or the narrative battle here, it's fucking done. And even the Democrats recognize that the administration is so weak on this that they are also slamming the admin. Now, I don't know why. I don't know why they chose to do this. It was very stupid. It was a remarkable flub. Perhaps one of the most important flubs that has ever happened in American news, okay? Because this is like 80 fucking years of an unshakable allegiance that was delivered a death blow at its weakest moment, okay? At its least popular moment, Marco Rubio came out and fucking straight up said, we accelerated the timeline of the strikes because Israel wanted to strike, and then we struck first because otherwise Israel was going to strike without us, and then Iran was going to attack us. That's it. It's a remarkable admission. Now, I need you to understand something. When I talk about this, for the record, I don't mean that like America would never strike Iran if it wasn't for Israel, right? I need you to understand, America clearly doesn't give a shit enough about its own regional ambitions, so much so that they'll go along with this, they'll go along with Benjamin Netanyahu's plans, his desires, okay? So even if in this circumstance, Trump is very malleable, Trump is very pliant, Trump is, complying to the demands of Israel, like, it's clear that if America had its own personal ambitions outside of this, and this divergence was significant enough, they would just say, no, cut it out. We're not doing this shit. So the very fact that they didn't say, cut it out, we're not doing this shit, implies that they also, to a certain degree, agree with it, right? But here it is. Here is yesterday's spectacular failure one more time.
With a very clear goal in mind. I haven't
Motherfuckers were literally, they couldn't believe it. They were like, is this real?
got a chance to see a lot of reporting. I don't understand what the confusion is. Let me explain it to you, and I'll do it once again as clearly as possible. Perhaps you'll report it that way. The United States is conducting an operation to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and the threat posed by their Navy, particularly to naval assets. That is what it is focused on doing right now, and it's doing quite successfully. I'll leave it to the Pentagon and the Department of War to discuss the tactics behind that and the progress that's being made. That is the clear objective of this mission. The second question that's been asked is, why now? Well, there's two reasons why now. The first is it was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or Israel or anyone, they were going to respond against the United States. The orders had been delegated down to the field commanders. It was automatic, and in fact, it bared to be true, because in fact, within an hour of the initial attack on the leadership compound, the missile forces in the south and in the north, for that matter, had already been activated to launch. In fact, those had already been pre-positioned. The third is the assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties. And so the president made the very wise decision.
So you couldn't stop Israel from striking, is what you're admitting. So you just chose to go in with them. Again, who's the big dog in the room? Is Israel controlling America, or is America controlling Israel? You can't come out and say America, the most powerful nation on the planet, literally was goaded into going to war with a foreign adversary at the behest of the client state. You can't do that, okay? You can't fucking do that. Or rather, you can't just come out and say that and then expect people not to go, what the fuck? Especially when there are a shit ton of people who already had this suspicion due to the Biden administration's unlimited support during Israel's genocide in Gaza. Red line after red line after red line withered away people's confidence that the American government was in control of the situation. Slowly but surely, over the course of 2.5 years, as people's attitudes towards Israel shifted into the negative, red line after red line, every single time there was another 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 100,000 Americans going, wait a minute, who's the fucking big dog in the room? So much so that Donald Trump was able to take advantage of that anger and resentment that people felt towards the Democratic Party and conducting this genocide and win. At the end of the day, can you clarify who you think controls who? At the end of the day, America is the most powerful nation on the planet. If America wanted to fucking stop Israel today, tomorrow, they could do so, and it would take one fucking phone call. Okay? That's still the case. The problem is this administration, unlike previous administrations, is infinitely more compromised by Israel, is infinitely more invested in doing the bidding of Israel. The last time America did something that was out of pocket and was not in line with Israel's design was the JCPOA. And Barack Obama was punished endlessly for it. Okay? And then Donald Trump won, and everything changed after that moment. And the reality of the matter is, Joe Biden was also such an ideologically committed Zionist that Joe Biden never reversed the trajectory. Okay? It's that simple. Obviously, I hate this side of it as well. There's definitely influence to push it to the more extremes. Adelson didn't spend $250 million for nothing, but the obvious answer is the premise is false. Israel, for Biden and Trump, provides a bad cop they can blame for these unpopular Middle East wars, is why they both push it. I don't fully agree with Adam Johnson. This is the first time that I don't fully agree with Adam Johnson. I am, there's two different schools of thought here. Okay, you got the Mearsheimer method and you got the Noam Chomsky one. No disrespect, sorry. I'm just saying Noam Chomsky because he's one of the most visible American thinkers that brought up the unsinkable aircraft carrier theory. On the one hand, you got the influence of the lobby, or when pushed to its like most insane conclusions by the David Duke style people, it's ZOG, right? Zionist occupied government. Now, there's truth to both of these theories, and these theories don't work without one another. Okay, and I keep trying to explain to people that on the one hand, if Israel wasn't an unsinkable aircraft carrier, Israel would not have been able to create a sophisticated propaganda apparatus that is deeply embedded in the American government, okay? It's that simple. There are those who are ideologically committed to Israel, ideologically committed to Zionism. There are those who see it as a way to expand on, America's imperialist endeavors in the region, this grand design that they have that is in line with Israel's ambitions in the region as well. And that's precisely the reason why Israel's been able to overstep over and over again and not be a normal client state. Because Lithuania cannot fucking, blow up like an American military asset and then fucking get away with it, right? So obviously it's both. There is no other client state that is able to do what Israel does with regular frequency in terms of influence peddling, in terms of propaganda, in terms of commanding the American government to do certain things in its domestic affairs. Okay? However, the energy that Adam Johnson has here is also correct, because for a lot of right-wingers that say Zog, Zog, Zog, Zog, Zog, it's the Jews, they're using that as a way to abdicate responsibility from the hands of the American state. Okay? They're doing that to say, oh, Jews have the hypnosis beam and they're doing a blackmail operation, and that's why our American WASP leadership is falling in line. Otherwise, they would never go this far. That's also fucking bullshit. Okay? That's also bullshit. And some of these white supremacists will hit that line over and over again in an effort to basically say American exceptionalism is real. The American government wouldn't go this far if it wasn't for, Jewish hypnosis or whatever the fuck they believe. Okay? So that's not also correct. That's incorrect, right? Because if you believe George W. Bush raped and pillaged the fucking Middle Eastern region and wasn't simply a buffoon that signed off on the global war on terror, right? And it wasn't just like Dick Cheney's ambition or petro-capitalist ambition in the region. And George W. Bush was also culpable morally for signing off on all these endeavors. You understand that America cannot wash his hands from this entire endeavor. Okay? This is, at the end of the day, absolutely America's fault. It's absolutely America's fault. But for a lot of people, because they're chock full of American exceptionalism, they can't contend with that reality. They see the devastation that American imperialism causes, but they can't communicate that. They can't understand it because that part of their brain doesn't work. There is no world where an American citizen turns around and says, maybe America is bad. Maybe America is actually bad here. Maybe we are the bad guys. They can't say that to themselves, so they're actively looking to launder America's image. And the best possible way that they can do it is by going, oh, we're a powerful nation. We're trying to do our very best when we're playing the good cop, bad cop thing. But Israel is forcing our hand. Israel is either, using Jewish hypnosis or they're doing blackmail operations or whatever. They don't want to realize that, like, no, our fucking WASPs and our Catholics in charge also love this kind of death and destruction. They don't give a fuck. They do not care. They do not care about the American soldiers that are out there in the region. They do not care about the assets that get blown up. They don't care because for them, that's economic activity for the military-industrial complex. And this is what I try to explain to people. So it's a little bit of both. It's not just Zog or it's not just American imperialism because Israel at the end of the day is a unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region, right? It's both. It's both. And it's not Zog necessarily, but you know what I mean. It's like there is definitely a profound amount of influence and a profound amount of propaganda that is pervasive. Zionist propaganda is pervasive in American politics, in institutes of higher learning. Like it's this unconditional allegiance that is baked into the collective consciousness. But if that was real, if the concept of like, if the concept of like Jewish hypnosis or Jewish influence, international Jewry was real, then you wouldn't have so many Jews under the age of 35 actively also petitioning against this kind of thing and getting very mad about it. Okay? If that was the case, Israel wouldn't have to use so much time and effort and money specifically to try to actively brainwash the population into coming to terms with Israel being the most moral nation on the planet. Okay? Did you say Jewry? Yes, international Jewry, organized Jewry. This is like a famous neo-Nazi concept that is becoming more and more. It's coming back into fashion. It's the same old. It's the same old story. Okay, it's the same old story. It's that the international capitalists are obviously not even remotely interested in what happens to the victims of empire, and they will align with anyone and everyone they can get away with to continue in those endeavors. Okay, it's not one religious faction that is dominating the others. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, Jewry is a WASP classic when shit starts going south. Exactly. But the problem here for a lot of people is that they just don't have any understanding of imperialism, how it works. And like they don't in their brains, they can't work it out. Like they just can't comprehend that like America as a unit, as a governing body is responsible for all this death and destruction. And it's not actually for some good purpose. It's not violence that's taking place and it's bad, but like it's for an overall overarching common good. They can't comprehend. They have no framework for it. There is no anti-imperialism that in the American education for understandable reasons, right? Otherwise, you can't have a fucking pliant, servile cattle base that will support every fucking thing that you say and do. But that's where we're at. It's even the same shit with like Goyim, like when people are like, I'm offended. Like, come on, brother, get the fuck out of here. Like, yeah, okay, it's Jewish supremacists. It's Jewish supremacists. Like, really? You're going to sit here and be offended in the Western world that a bunch of people in Israel or a bunch of people who are actually Jewish supremacists are calling you Goyim? Really? Like calling you cattle? Come on. Have some fucking decency. It's the same kind of dumb bullshit that people complain about when they're talking about. It's the same kind of bullshit that people are talking about when they're like, oh, men's right. I'm a men's rights activist and misandry is a real problem. Shut the fuck up. At the end of the day, you have to remember who's in charge. At the end of the day, you have to remember who has the power here. Okay?
100%.
America has final say on all of this. So if Donald Trump is getting manipulated or Donald Trump is being goaded into taking action here, and it's very clear that that's what happened, okay, they could reverse that trajectory. They should reverse that trajectory. Yeah, but that Goy Block thing was very funny because of how stupid it was. Yes, of course. I think it's hilarious. Do they have final say? Come on, bro. Yes, brother. Yes, they do. Yes, of course they do. If you're still to this day saying that Israel is in charge of U.S. politics, which even Jeffrey Sachs, Mearsheimer, Finkelstein, Daniel Levy, former Israeli peace talks negotiator, and many, many more experts have said, you're being delusional. No, Israel right now is in charge of American foreign policy. And Israel has been in charge of American foreign policy in the MENA region since Trump won. Like completely. Okay? But that doesn't mean that Israel can always be in charge of American foreign policy. Do you not understand? I am saying that. I am saying that Israel has been in charge of American foreign policy in the MENA region since Trump won. And Joe Biden did not reverse that trajectory at all because he also is an ideologically committed Zionist. Okay? Having said that, however, America could reverse this trajectory. At any moment, they could just be like, all right, we're shutting off the fucking money faucet. Fuck you. What happens after that? What happens after that? Do you think Israel gets to do whatever the fuck it's doing without American political cover? America is the superpower here. America is the domineering, hegemonic superpower, and especially the uncompromising and unconditional superpower since the Cold War ended with the dissolution of the USSR. And yes, Sammy Gold is correct on this. If American foreign policy was actually based on realpolitik, then its number one ally in the Middle East should obviously be Saudi Arabia, not Israel. 100% this is correct. Because Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states are infinitely more important assets because they cut away at the middleman, the destabilizing factor, because Israel's necessity in the region is to constantly keep those guys in check, right? But at this stage, there is no need for Israel. You could go, bye-bye, Israel. We already have this. We have completely vassalized the Gulf states at this point. There's no like King Faisal situation, right? It's over. It's done. They love getting favorable contracts in the Western world. They love doing sports washing. Bye-bye, Israel. Bye-bye, Tel Aviv should be the normal understanding here, okay? But the reason why that's not the case is because of the pervasive influence of the Zionist lobby, the pervasive influence of like education in institutes of higher learning. This is a very sophisticated propaganda network. It's one that is fucking collapsing in real time, though. Okay? And that's precisely why I say like the notion of like Zog or Jews control America is fucking idiotic. Because if that was the case, literally overwhelming majorities of Americans would not have entirely changed their attitudes at the behest of Muslims who have been in the crosshairs of American imperialism for the last 30 fucking years. Okay? It's ridiculous.
Well, it's not 100% clear to me, General, and that's not to suggest that I don't support 100% what is happening, nor that I 100% offer my support. I just think I want to ask a couple of critical questions, and I hope you know how much respect I have for your service, and I think it goes without saying to anybody watching how much respect I have for the men making this decision.
You don't have to patronize me. Just ask the question. Go ahead. Come on, ask it.
To be clear, General, I'm not patronizing you. I'm trying to have a very serious conversation in front of the American people. The men making these decisions have my utmost respect. This is less about you than everybody making these decisions. And this is about the American people understanding the investment that lies before them.
Also, the reason why he's asking this as gently as possible is because he's known to blow bubbles on it. That's why. He's known to blow bubbles on Israel. If Israel somehow has compromising leverage on scores of top U.S. Officials for decades, then I don't know, congrats, I guess, because you should probably be running the world if you're this competent and omnipotent. I don't buy into that. It's the right-wing argument that I don't think has much explanatory power. But I think what I'm getting at is it seems like a more pervasive problem than one I have a structural explanation for, which is basically just AIPAC. The explanation is national innocence is a bipartisan religion and gets everyone off the hook. So Netanyahu is the sin eater for all U.S. policy, a role he gleefully embraces, which isn't to say lobby influence isn't powerful, but as you note, it doesn't explain the whole picture. Yes, that's why I'm in between the two different prevailing schools of thought. I don't think that they are. I don't think that either is wrong. I think that one cannot live without the other. Israel doesn't get to have such a sophisticated network of influence that has permeated in American consciousness for the last 80 fucking years without playing the role of a loyal servant in the region as a destabilizing factor in the region that is a resource-rich region that at times could have easily fell into the hands of Soviet influence, especially during the wave of pan-Arabic nationalist movements that were directly aligned with the Soviet bloc. Okay, that's it. Like there is no other country that has been able to have this level of penetration in American government and in American collective consciousness as Israel. And there's a reason for that, because no other country has been this important in American imperialism in the oil-rich countries, in the region of oil-rich countries. Okay, but while that is the case, our goal now should be to sever those fucking ties. And we have a unique opportunity now, more than ever before, to demand a severance of those ties, okay? As people are legitimately starting to realize how devastating Israeli influence looks like when it comes to directing foreign policy, and people are genuinely fucking frustrated by it, there is a unique opportunity unlike ever before throughout American history where we can force to sever these ties through the democratic process. And if democracy fails, at that point, you look at other options, right? But if democracy still exists, theoretical democracy still exists in the United States of America, then people have the opportunity, in spite of the incredibly sophisticated mechanisms of propaganda, influence peddling, demands of censorship, you can still overcome that, and you can still get people elected into positions of power that will turn around and say, no, fuck this, we're done with this, okay? That's why I stress the importance of candidates, especially in the midterms right now, okay? Not all of them are great, not all of them are perfect, but this is a very good litmus test. Do you care about this? Do you want to do something about Israel steering the ship, or do you not? Do you not care about the American population? Another admission that Israel is steering the ship.
Exceptional leadership. And you've demonstrated anything but.
Okay, I don't care about this right now.
Things. And in fact, Senator, the Israelis are. And I mentioned some of those things. And in fact, Senator, the Israelis are taking the lead. I mean, it's the Israelis who are conducting a great deal of these operations. And it's the Gulf states that are actually conducting a lot of operations as well. And some of our European.
That's bullshit. The Gulf states have no say in this. If they literally had a say in this, I'm not a fan of the Gulf states. If they had any say in this, do you think that they would allow all of the fucking munitions to be expended in the direction of defending Israel as opposed to their multi-billion-dollar investments they've conducted? That's crazy. The Gulf states literally have not only zero say, they have negative say in this process. Okay? They're not only in the cuck chair, they're getting ass fucked right now. It's ridiculous. Yeah, the Gulf states love getting pummeled into oblivion by Iranian drones and Iranian ballistic missiles, and even have their the veil of safety removed entirely. This was a major issue during Formula One. This was a major issue when the Houthis, let's say it was the Houthis and maybe not the Iranians, struck an oil refinery. If you recall, that's always an ever-present threat. What did they do at that point? They said, please stop fucking around with Iran, please. They might not personally like the regional influence that Iran has. Also, they rely on safety, or else all the expats would leave. Exactly. All their investment is for nothing if that region is so easily collapsed by drone strikes and ballistic missiles. It's over at that point. What good is being a servile little dog to American interests if America can't even guarantee your fucking safety? At that point, you have another calculation in mind. You're thinking, okay, I don't have sovereignty. America will literally let Israel strike my fucking capital like they did in Doha. That was a major issue, okay? For the Gulf states, that was a major issue. That was a wake-up call. This is where CENTCOM is. America's base of operations for the entire region is in Doha, okay? The Al Udeid Air Base. Sorry. Israel struck Doha. Israel killed Qatari nationals, not even residents, Qatari nationals, okay? That was huge. That was a huge fucking deal. That plus this lack of interest in even defending the American assets that are inside of these Gulf countries is going to cause the Gulf countries to think twice about dealing with America. That's what's so interesting about this process. It's not causing them to go, oh, fuck Iran, I hate Iran. It's causing them to go, what the fuck are you doing, America? This is the one thing that is not supposed to happen to me. That's why I let these bases fucking thrive in my nation state, inside of my boundaries. What do we get out of this process? Nothing. Nothing at all. No, I'm not talking about the strike that Iran gave a heads up for, chatter. No, that's just theater. I'm talking about when Israel struck Doha to kill the Hamas Politburo in negotiations. Israel is such a fucking unaccountable entity, so insane that we've forgotten when Israel decided to strike Doha. Okay? Hello? That's crazy. That's completely unacceptable. That goes against all of the cooperative security agreements that America has set with the GCC.
Partners, and I think you've seen the reaction, not just from regional partners, but countries like Canada, Australia, a number of the German chancellor yesterday. So I think I'm not on the uniform side, but the Department of War has been provided with.
Amidst the reports of renewed air strikes in Tel Aviv, Israel's massive explosion could be heard on live cams focused on the city as Iran and the U.S. and Israel continue to exchange reciprocal strikes that have drawn in Gulf powers into European powers. Oh, brother, they have literally gotten... they've gotten a lot more aggressive with their censorship, too. They don't want to show successful strikes anymore so they can have control over the narrative that their strikes on Iranian soil are having more success. We shall see. This is what I was trying to explain to you, that, like, if Iran is still capable of targeting Tel Aviv a couple days in, that means that the Israeli and American strikes on Iranian soil are not as successful. Okay, if they're still able to pepper Tel Aviv, if they're still able to fucking strike Israel, that means that the American and Israeli strikes have limited success. Trey Yingst heard two loud explosions, unclear if they were interceptions. The Shia doctrine in Iran now, that doesn't do anything. That's the problem. If your goal, okay, I need you guys to understand something. That is the brilliance of the Mosaic defense strategy. You have to literally identify where the munitions are, and you have to blow them up. You can fucking kill tens of thousands of Iranians, and the strikes won't stop until you literally stop the missile launchers. You have to strike the missile launchers. It's cruelty for cruelty's sake on the Israeli side, which is the only speed that they know. It's the only way that they know how to fight. But at the end of the day, you have to find where the fucking missiles are. You have to find where the missiles are coming from, and you have to stop them from deploying missiles. It's that simple. So right now, if they move into the Shia doctrine and try to Gazafy Tehran and try to turn Iran into Gaza, all that's going to do is cause more frustration against Israel. All that's going to do is kill tens of thousands of people, and it's not even going to stop the actual missiles from Iran. It's just going to make them more valid in the eyes of the population. Do you see what I mean? The Iranian missile striking capabilities are all underground. Okay? They're all underground. The silos are underground. The manufacturing capabilities are underground. They reveal them like before the moment of release. But if all you're doing with your drones is peppering some fucking technicals, they're single-use technicals that they're like launching the missiles from, you're not actually disrupting their missile striking capabilities. Scoop: a suspected Iranian drone attack hit the CIA station in Saudi Arabia in what would amount to a significant symbolic victory for the Islamic Republic as it lashes out against U.S. targets and personnel across the Middle East. Sources tell me at the Washington Post. John Hudson. This is what I keep telling you. Like the strikes in Riyadh, the strikes in the UAE. These are very effective strikes, and America has done nothing. America has done nothing to defend their own assets. America has done nothing but try to defend Israel to the best of their ability. Do you understand? Yeah, I'll take that information from a Twitch streamer. Are you fucking stupid? Did you not hear who's reporting I'm talking about? Like, do you think I'm materializing this information from do you think I'm just making this shit up? Are you fucking stupid? You know, you can make that assessment on your own. You could be like, well, I don't think the Washington Post Middle Eastern Bureau is actually very effective considering they fired half of their fucking staff. That's a calculation you could do if you want to undermine where this information is coming from. That's a calculation that I've done, as a matter of fact. But these guys still have the capacity to intercept diplomatic cables. They still have a capacity to listen to the leakers from inside of the State Department. And that's precisely what's going on. So every now and then, despite the fact that the Washington Post Middle Eastern Bureau is completely cooked at this point because Jeff Bezos fucking fired most of the staff, there are still diplomatic cables that they are capable of intercepting in D.C. And that's what this coverage is coming from. That's where this coverage is coming from. Why is it the default when a chatter is called out to say they're rage baiting? Just fucking bottom of the barrel, low IQ shit. Perhaps there's a reason why this kind of coverage is unfortunately not very common in mainstream news, and yet there's still people that are desperately seeking it out, and that's the reason why there's almost 50,000 people in here. Anyway, the scope of the damage has meaningfully expanded towards civilian sites, public services, and even medical and emergency centers, a trend that may prove decisive in future assessments of humanitarian and legal consequences. Just disgraceful. Today's list of civilian targets include, and this is from Harana, like even the American State Department-backed human rights agencies, just like when Amnesty International and just like when Human Rights Watch and all these other fucking institutions were like very critical of Israel's actions and openly calling it a genocide after a certain point. Like this is basically like a state organ of the American State Department, or at least like an American State Department funded organ of communication, actively revealing that Israel is changing the strike priorities away from the missile systems directly to punishing the entire civilian population. Do you understand? Outside of Tehran, Mashhad Hashemi Nejad International Airport is also among the recorded targets. In Kurdistan, the targeting of a gas company office has been reported, which may be particularly sensitive in terms of its impact on public services. In the area of health and emergency-related targets, reports today referred to damage to Khatam al-Anbiya, Motahari, and Gandhi hospitals in Tehran. In addition, emergency bases in Hamadan and Sarab, East Azerbaijan, appear to be on the list of affected sites. The simultaneous registration of multiple medical and emergency facilities in a single day constitutes an important humanitarian indicator in assessing the consequence of the attacks. I told you this on day one. First day, they go after the government and, maybe some schools, because Israel has unlimited bloodlust to kill little schoolgirls, obviously, and so does America. Okay? They do a decapitation. Donald Trump comes out and says, rise up. It's your country now. Take over. Because he thinks there's an opportunity for destabilization here. He thinks there's an opportunity for destabilization. It turns out the destabilization doesn't take place. The chaos doesn't unfold in the way that he thought he was going to. He thought he can get a leveraged negotiation after killing the entirety of the IRGC general structure and the Ayatollah himself. When that doesn't happen, Kaya being tortured, someone's knocking on the door. When that doesn't happen, I told you that they would increase the intensity and the carpet bombing and start striking other civilians. And they have done so. And they're going to continue increasing the intensity of the strike targets as well. They're going to continue killing more civilians because America and Israel only have one speed. All Israel knows is the Dahiyya doctrine, brutalizing civilians until death and maiming is so brutal it forces the military actor to capitulate. It's what they did in Gaza and Lebanon. They target those shooting back, yes, but they also intentionally kill civilians en masse to terrorize. U.S. media is simply jumping to another Israeli war without noting that Israel is still carrying out what the UN and the International Association of Genocide Scholars, with 86% of the vote, Lemkin Institute, Genocide Watch, Amnesty International, B'Tselem, Human Rights Watch, and Doctors Without Borders all call a genocide. One speed for these fucking demons, dude. Rockets on the way again. I'm in Israel. Be safe, chatter. We can't lose the 8 remaining anti-Zionists in Israel. You know what I mean? But the rise up hasn't happened yet. And Trump and Pahlavi both recently asked everyone to stay in time for the uprising near, but it's not yet. Dude, the reason why the committed actors to regime change, that the Pahlavists or whatever, have not actually come out is partially because they're losing their appetite. Okay, that's number one. Because I'm not going to sit here and act like foreign propaganda has not also broken the brains of a lot of people in Iran, especially paired up with the repression that they face from the government, right? There is real righteous anger there. Real righteous anger that makes people more malleable, that makes people easy to persuade. And the American government, through like Voice of America and through all these other initiatives, have been able to successfully, and according to Seamus's reporting, through Gulf actors also beaming their own anti-IRGC programming, have created a lot of ambitious people that want to take matters in their own hands, that want to do regime change. Okay, the problem is there isn't a significant base for this. Okay, there's a popular base of support against the government, but that popular base of support is not unified around one leader, and they're certainly not pro-Israel. And when America and Israel start bombing the shit out of their fucking neighborhoods, they're not going to feel as excited or enthusiastic about overthrowing the Ayatollah. Do you understand? As I've explained to you over and over again, there isn't, like, this is still an alien force, okay? This is still an alien force. There's no allegiance. If this was like, I don't know, the Iraqi Shias that were committed to regime change, maybe it would be a different story. But this is, at the end of the day, this is a totally alien force. And by the way, that has also played a role in the past, but it obviously didn't succeed. When you have when you have not one but 2 foreign entities blowing the fuck out of the country and killing civilians, it's going to be much easier to rally around that flag, no matter how cruel and how ruthless the administration is. That's it. Bro, are you Iranian? Do you speak to Iranian people? No, I've never met an Iranian in my life. You're right. I watched CBS News. The lady with the crazy hair is completely correct. Everyone is actually begging to be bombed. In any case, why you say that? You met a lot of Iranians? Of course, dude. I'm fucking joking. I'm joking. Yes, I know Trey Inks is reporting that there are more incoming missiles, which I think puts to bed the argument that Israel has been able to thoroughly dismantle the Iranian missile launching capabilities. Clearly, that's not the case. We won't be able to see all of the impact sites, okay? You can make fun of Masih Alinejad for his pro-war takes, but other than that, she's been an incredible journalist documenting Iran's oppression for decades. Yes, I know. I know that she used to be a much better, like a much better and much more sincere reporter, and then something tweaked in her fucking brain, it seems. I wasn't very familiar with her background at all, but bro's a 40-year-old millionaire acting like he gives a fuck so he can earn more. Lol. Great take. Do you have anything to say about my commentary, about the analysis, or are you just like, wildly posturing in here? Nope, you got nothing, huh? You can't justify murdering school children and carpet bombing densely populated civilian areas. So you have to be like, oh, bro's making money off this. Wow, incredible. Incredible take, chatter. Political commentator covering politics, especially within his realm of interest, like American foreign policy and anti-imperialism is literally the thing that I do best, is the thing that I know best, is the thing that I know most about, is the thing that I'm able to is the thing that I'm able to communicate much differently than, like, you know, the average American commentator who is hopped up on American exceptionalist fumes. It's not only the thing that I studied, it's the thing that I've been doing for the past 12 fucking years, 13 years at this point. You're not making this is not like a brilliant observation that you know, people are more tuned in. I talk about this shit when people aren't tuned in as well. Perhaps that's the reason why people come in when there's more, I guess, interest overall. Why do you pronounce your H like Arabs when saying Persian names is funny? What, Khomeini? When have I didn't say like Khomeini or something. What do you mean? I mean, Iran's government has tried to lure him into Turkey and kill him and has been torturing her family for years. Yeah, I mean, that breaks your brain. Yeah. Masih Ali-Nejad? No, like Pahlavi or Masih? I don't speak Farsi, if that's what your point is. I don't speak Arabic either. I try to sound it out to the best of my ability, and I'm not going to get it right. But Twitch is running ads on your stream now? No, if you're seeing an ad break, it's probably because you have an ad blocker. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Okay? The only way for you to support the stream is with your voluntary contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. There is no other way to support the Piker Broadcasting Service. Piker Broadcasting Service, for tomorrow's news today. Piker Broadcasting Service, your voluntary contributions with your subscriptions, whether it be gifted subs or Twitch Primes that are free, allow me to maintain my editorial independence. Piker Broadcasting Service is not sponsored by the IRGC, nor is it sponsored by the Gulf Cooperative Council. The Piker Broadcasting Service is not sponsored by the Nation of China, the People's Republic of China, nor is it sponsored by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Another reason why no one is sympathizing with the Israelis, what is this? Israelis singing I Will Survive as the party up in a bomb shelter, and the lead singer is dressed up as Maduro for Purim. I think it's like permanent bloodlust and then also a constant like victimhood narrative. It's just it's the fascism. That's what it is, you know? That's what it is.
You don't
Drop size Julian Androni. Do you equate an imminent threat to Israel to be an imminent threat to the United States? Let's see what Lindsey Graham had to say about this. They're calling him the least compromised man in the Capitol. They're calling him the least blackmailed man in the nation's capital.
Victory. If you don't support victory, you're in the wrong business.
Do you equate an imminent threat to Israel to be an imminent threat to the United States?
I think imminent threats to our allies should be considered a threat to the United States. Absolutely. So if you want to, yeah.
So if Iran planned to strike,
but it's a threat to us. They don't chant death to Israel.
But their ballistic missiles can't reach the United States, can
they? They would kill us if they could.
But
they killed 220 Marines, 18 sailors through their proxies in 1983. They have killed hundreds, if not thousands, of Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan with roadside bombs.
Dude.
This has been a kill.
This has been the funniest new meta, which is like everyone that's died in the global war on terror died because of Iran, by the way. If you want the actual matter of record when they talk about like, well, the roadside bomb stuff is ridiculous, right? That part is completely fucking made up. That they're just trying to make it seem like Iran wasn't aligned with the United States of America in the global war on terror. They were, okay? Just so you understand, Iran's major ops in the fucking region during the global war on terror were still the same Salafist forces that America was seemingly fighting, okay? Whether it be ISIS or Al-Qaeda, the notion that like America and Iran were not cooperating during the global war on terror, where Iran was giving strike targets to the American state, the American Defense Department, is so ridiculous. We are some of the nastiest little freaks of all time, okay? We are some of the nastiest freaks of all time. We straight up turned around and we're like, yeah, they're actually a part of the axis of evil for some reason. So that's number one. Number two, when they talk about all these different like instances throughout American history, okay, when they're like, oh, Iran killed our Marines or whatever the fuck, okay, they're talking about They're talking about the Beirut barrack bombings, okay? And Analytica Camillus actually it perfectly summarizes the story. This person is shocked when they actually read into the Beirut bombings and why it occurred, realizing that, oh, perhaps just like the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was American intervention that was the reason for this reaction, where America provoked a reaction, okay? Whether it be the embassy kidnappings that took place during the Iranian Revolution, there's a reaction that led to the revolution that took place in Iran. There is a reaction that was invoked as a consequence of American action initially. Wait, so the Beirut bombings basically occurred because our Navy ships fired some 670-pound shells, blinded the Lebanon, missed the intended Druze PLA and Syrian army positions, and instead fired most of these shells in the Shia Druze neighborhood, killing hundreds? Then the precursor to Hezbollah decided to bomb our barracks in revenge for that fuck up, which, by the way, isn't even Iran, even though they did get, like, Hezbollah at the time was getting some limited support from the Iranian government, okay? And the only reason we were there as a peacekeeping force was because Israel decided to fund militias to fight the Lebanese militants. Yeah, Sabra and Shatila, i.e. Israel's too small and lazy to fight its own ground wars. I'm really sick of the American media education establishment lying to me, okay? So that's one part of it. The Beirut barracks bombing, Analytica Camillus writes, hold on. You called it weapons and air cover? Yeah, I already, I'll get into the Kurdish angle in a second. That's why I said Piker Broadcasting Service, tomorrow's news today. Okay? Here. I know Americans tend to struggle with little things like history and object permanence, but there are approximately zero rationales for going to war with Iran that don't hold up to either logical or moral or strategic scrutiny. Iran took American hostages during the Islamic Revolution. The Islamic Revolution happened in the first place because we, in conjunction with Britain, couped the popularly elected president of Iran, which was our ally at the time, no less, and our most reliable partner in the MENA region, and empowered Reza Pahlavi's monarchy, crushing Iran's democracy in the process. We then juiced up his secret police force, Savak, which imprisoned and murdered upwards of 30,000 Iranians. His barbarity, which we enabled, culminated in the Islamic Revolution, a popular revolution that was comprised not only of like the Islamist elements, but also socialists, communists, anti-imperialists, just the regular folk, the Bazaris. Most aspects of Iranian society that weren't in the Shah's orbit were absolutely a part of this revolution. Okay? None of the hostages taken, who were originally ensnared by college students, mind you, were killed, and the new Iranian government immediately began making good faith negotiations with the U.S. to facilitate their release. As a matter of fact, if I'm remembering correctly, they released the black embassy staffers first, which was also a big point of contention in America as well, because they said something along the lines of, because they were being woke as fuck. They were like, oh, our battle is not with you. Like, you guys have your own issues with America, with white supremacy. Okay? Began making good faith negotiations with the U.S. to facilitate the release, in exchange for the unfreezing of $8 billion worth of Iranian assets the Shah had squirreled away abroad, lifting trade sanctions we slapped on them before bothering to give the new Iranian government a hot second to catch his breath, and a promise not to coup the new government. Instead of, waiting for those negotiations to take their course, we had the OG Delta Force invade Iran, in air quotes, to try to conduct a raid on Tehran. That failed miserably, and they shot some random farmer. That quite obviously and predictably prolonged the negotiations for the better part of a year until all the hostages were released alive and well. And as far as the Beirut barrack bombings, before the Iran hostage crisis had even resolved, we started throwing support behind Saddam Hussein's invasion of Iran from its onset. The flamboyantly barbaric one in which approximately 1 million Iranians were killed. The Iranian government had not laid its finger on an American up to that point, and again, we had already lengthened the hostage negotiations by trying and failing to invade Iran. Even after the Iranian government had released the hostages it had taken, again, at this point, the only American fatalities from an operation we botched, which we weren't supposed to do in the first place, we increased our military and financial support of Saddam's flamboyantly murderous military. We even facilitated technical support for the Iraqi government's chemical weapons program, which Baghdad employed liberally against Iranian soldiers and civilians, and eventually Kurdish and Iraqi civilians. Okay? Cut to the early 1980s, Lebanon, during the Lebanese Civil War, which had sparked by Israel, specifically funding and arming a zoo of militant groups to try to grapple with the Palestinian militant problem in Lebanon, the Phalangist militias that were remarkably ruthless, by the way, the fucking psychopathic Christian nationalist movement in Lebanon that Israel offered material support to and protective cover to, as they straight up slaughtered the Shia population, okay, the rape army, okay, which understandably caused a real popular mobilization to take place, first against the Phalangist militias and then against Israel. That's how Hezbollah was born, out of fucking necessity, okay? Just remember that. Which they did because the IDF's invasions, plural, of Lebanon to try and uproot the PLO had all eaten shit. At a particularly tense juncture in 1982, all the parties of the Lebanese Civil War requested an American peacekeeping mission. This is something we'd already done twice successfully in Lebanon, to roaring applause from all of Lebanon's citizens both times. Everything was fine for the better part of the year until in September of 1983, we inexplicably plastered a hillside full of Shia militiamen with Druze militiamen with a battleship volley, killing between dozens and hundreds of their men. Here's the news story for it. U.S. warships were fire in direct support of Lebanese army. Okay? This understandably pissed the Lebanese Shia population off a lot. Prior to that, Lebanon Shia militiamen were annoyed at us for not preventing the Sabra and Shatila massacres, which Israel literally conducted, oversaw, and allowed protective cover for. They straight up lit up flares in the neighborhoods where the PLO was, in the neighborhoods where the Lebanese Shia population was. They shut off egress into the neighborhoods. They shut off exit and entry into the neighborhoods with their tanks so that the Phalangist militias could go in. Some of the most ruthless things that they did, Israel tried to recirculate as propaganda that Hamas did on October 7. Things like, for example, if you heard Israel's barbarism propaganda on October 7, beyond like the actual traumatic incidents that had taken place, beyond the horrifying violence that took place against the civilian population as well as the military, if you heard them say things like Hamas came in and actually cut the baby out of the body of a pregnant woman and killed the baby and the pregnant woman together. That actually did happen. That was what the Phalangists did to the Palestinian and Lebanese Shia population in these neighborhoods. That actually literally happened in the 80s. That literally happened. Israel was there. They watched it happen. And then they shamelessly fucking lied and said Hamas had done that to Israel on October 7. There's no evidence for that whatsoever happening on October 7. There is evidence for that happening with the Sabra and Shatila massacre. Every accusation is a confession. I'm not going to get into it a little bit. I'm not going to get into it even further than that. But besides that, the American government literally let that shit happen, in which 1,500 and 3,000 civilians were murdered, ruthlessly slaughtered in late 1982, as we promised the PLO that we would, as a precondition for their withdrawal from Lebanon in 1982. After we killed a bunch of their guys completely unprompted, the kernel of cells that eventually evolved into Hezbollah were quite fucking obviously pissed off at us and wanted us to get the fuck out. The Beirut barracks bombing happened a month later in October of 1983, and if I recall correctly, they explicitly cited Sabra and Shatila as their motivation for that attack. The Iranians had fuck all to do with that attack. We're the ones who pissed off the Shia militias by sticking our thumbs on the scale instead of behaving like unbiased peacekeepers. Lo and behold, once again, literally a consequence of Israel's meddling in the region, because they wanted to do ethnic cleansing to the Palestinian population. They wanted to suppress the Palestinian population. They did not want any sort of Palestinian indigenous movement to thrive in the region. And they were willing to work with some of the most psychotic neo-Nazis in the area. All the while, of course, Israel was still assassinating all of the Palestinian movement leaders as well, many of which had never even taken up arms against the state of Israel prior to this, and certainly after as well. So, do you understand why there is a good reason for the Iranians to be frustrated with American intervention and American involvement? After all of that, by the way, after years and years, decades of American intervention, both in Iran and also American intervention against Shia populations in the region, the Iranian government still chose to do a deal with the United States of America under the leadership of Barack Obama. They did the JCPOA, okay? And then what happened? Donald Trump came in, ripped it apart, added additional sanctions, even though, because this was a multilateral cooperative agreement, Iran was still continuing to follow along with the targets that were set in the JCPOA, even after Donald Trump said, fuck the JCPOA, I'm ripping this apart. And only after Donald Trump literally said, fuck, I'm adding additional sanctions to Iran on top of the sanctions that already existed, that were supposed to be eased, that were not easing. Then Iran said, all right, fuck you. We're going to enrich uranium again, hopefully with another more reasonable administration that comes after this one, so we can go back to the fucking negotiations table one more time. Okay? And here we are. The region is on fire because we finally got one of the more restrained forces in the region to finally say, okay, that's it. We're blowing our load. You packed this to a corner. You backed us into a corner over and over again, especially after October 7, when time and time again, Iran had an incredibly limited and very restrained strike package. The first time they bombed Israel was after Israel had struck the Iranian consulate. Okay? That's Iranian soil. And they did so with the slow-rolling Shahed drones for the most part. That was all drones. That was symbolic. Israel and America saw that as a moment of weakness. They calculated that strategic restraint as weakness. Okay? After the 12-day war, they were a little bit more aggressive in their approach to Israel. They pummeled Tel Aviv numerous times. They exposed the weaknesses within the Iron Dome, obviously, which doesn't even stop the ballistic missiles anyway, and the Arrow systems. America and Israel thought, these guys don't have the smoke for us because they don't have the capability. And now they killed the Ayatollah in the first salvo. In the opening salvo, they killed the Ayatollah, an 86-year-old man with no real discernible reason and no real exit strategy. They went in, hopped up on hubris and arrogance and utter domination in mind, directed by the Israeli government to do the final act, to show the Iranian government that there is no negotiations that will ever take place. Amidst a round of negotiations that, according to the Omani mediators, was rather successful. What do you expect them to do? What do you expect them to do when you back your enemy into a corner, when you don't treat them like human beings? They're going to inevitably have to fight their way out. This is a summary written by a 5-year-old. I mean, I'm not reading a summary. I'm just giving you a summary off the top dome now. It's not even, I'm sure you have a lot better of an understanding of the situation, one that somehow will lean heavily into, well, these Islamists are barbarians and you can't deal with them. You just have to kill them all because they say death to America and it hurts my fucking feelings. If you're wondering why Iranians say death to America or death to Israel, this is why. Of course they say that. Okay? Butt chug Salvia Bong Rips has a remarkable understanding of American foreign policy in the region and how other regional actors might react to that eventually. So are you saying most Iranian people don't want change? So you think Iran is good? For real answer. Okay, please explain Iran killing their own citizens protesting. I don't know if you know this, and this might come as a surprise to you. Nothing that America and Israel is doing is to save the Iranian people from the grips of the Ayatollah or the IRGC. Okay? You have to have the mind of a baby to genuinely come to this conclusion. America has never intervened in a country to save that country. America does not intervene militarily in the affairs of a nation for domestic repression because they truly care about liberating the population. How can you still maintain this position when the opening salvo on Iran led to the death of 150 plus little schoolgirls that were simply going to school? What liberation took place there? None. Seek help, bud. Thanks. I love getting streamers to read it. Yes, everyone thinks you're fucking awesome. You're a really smart troll for this. Okay, take a week off. Do American missiles avoid hitting people who protest against the regime? No, they don't. Of course not. This strategy, this communication strategy, ironically enough, has been deployed in Gaza. It's ironically been deployed in Iraq. It's been deployed in Syria. It's been deployed everywhere where we have some sort of ambition, where we want to destabilize the country. Okay? It's not new. And I would expect people to at least have the wherewithal after 2.5 years of genocide conducted by the Israeli state with American weapons and American protected cover, for people to at least go, okay, maybe the school didn't blow itself up with Iranian missiles. And yet here we are. There are still people who are just trying to, almost as a mantra, repeat this obvious falsehood over and over again, not really to convince anyone else, but seemingly to convince themselves.
killing machine against America, and that killing machine is going to come to an end.
So if they plan to attack America, I mean, if they plan to attack Israel, then we should attack them.
No, that's not the point.
That's what Secretary Rubio said in a briefing yesterday.
Helping your allies is a good thing, but this is not about them attacking Israel. It's about what they've done to us and what they will do to us.
Can their ballistic missiles reach us here?
They would if they could,
but they
you
can't.
don't let them get there.
What is this? Why are you not? Are you in support of killing of American citizens by ICE? Please tell me why you keep supporting it. Please answer, please. No, I'm not. But I'm not in support of the IRGC killing its own citizens either. Would you be in support of China nuking the American heartland? And as long as they said, oh, we're doing this because Trump is killing their own citizens, would you be in support of that? Would you be in support of China nuking your parents? And there is not really an adequate comparison here because China is the power and influence gap, or the technological gap between China and America is not as vast as the technological and influence gap between Iran and the United States of America and Israel. That's why the only comparison I could potentially make is like a truly alien force that is like technologically superior, that's like totally removed from the from this planet, comes in and starts attacking America, not even China. Yes, Tim Pool is actually defending me against naysayers. Stop making me defend Hassan. He's explaining, as I have for 14 years, that commercial drone technology has created an insane level of warfare. Saying you can buy these things is not telling people to buy them. And I've said the exact same thing Hassan has said here and to the U.S. government. The world has the world is frozen. The pigs are flying. It's the rarest of Tim Pool W's. The broken clock is showing what time it actually is. Why is he saying that? Because Canary Mission has looked at what Ethan Klein was using as a clip and has decided this is a good opportunity to attack one of the most committed anti-Zionists in American media and terror jacket him. Another Israeli agent, Eyal Yacobi, among many other right-wing accounts on the timeline, are posting this to much virality. The clip itself, ironically enough, doesn't actually suggest what the description is saying. Eyal Yacobi, Israel's worst Hosberist, says, breaking, Hassan Piker tells his audience to commit terrorist attacks. Just make fucking drones. You can purchase them online marketplaces. China literally sells explosive ordnance delivery mechanisms that you can put on a DJI drone. Now let's look at the actual clip. Again, that's a Shahed drone. Like, that's crazy. Bro, you really actually don't need like I was thinking about this with like the Afghanistan, the Taliban, Pakistan fight that was taking place. And I was really thinking about this. You really don't need suicide bombing anymore, you know, because like the Taliban guy was like, oh, you have nuclear arms, but we have like suicide bombers. Like, we'll just blow up your country with suicide bombers. And it's like, you really don't need that anymore in drone warfare, right? You don't need that at all. Just make fucking drones. You can purchase them from, you can purchase them in the online marketplace. Like, China literally sells like explosive ordnance delivery mechanisms that you can put to a DJI drone that you can purchase. Like, it's pretty funny that they don't even try to clip it out of context. Okay. They just put the context in it, and people that watch the video can understand exactly what I'm saying. But because people are so fucking stupid, half of this stuff just relies on people not watching the video. I know, at virtually no significant cost in comparison to like, sophisticated equipment that you need to put together. Should I sue this councilwoman? Hassan Piker is telling his followers to make suicide drones. Also, Hassan Piker said that America deserved 9/11 and has hosted Houthi terrorists on his stream. I know I usually have a policy of not doing this, but I think we should, maybe we should hit the fucking defamation suit. Anyway, here's a couple pictures of our mayor and a current city councilman hanging out with him recently. I'm thinking about it. No, don't tweet, just sue. No, I'm gonna. There are literally more people watching the stream now than voted for her. It won't hurt to talk to some lawyers. No, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm going against my my previous policy of not suing these fucking animals, because like, it's pretty obvious what's going on. You can see from the video there. So I guess like you kind of at that point you're doing that for the love of the game, right? Like you're doing suicide bombing just for the love of the game because like you want to keep it old school. Is that what it is? Why is bro saying that? I'm just saying it's like insane that, I mean, this is functionally what you could get away with if you facilitated like a somewhat difficult to pull off suicide bombing strike, right? And instead you're just using a Shahed drone that's like what, $10,000? They watermarked the video as well. I think it's worth suing a person in office doing defamation compared to random Twitter posters for sure. Yeah, no, that's why I was Congressman Randy Fine wants to deport you over this. Yeah, this is what I mean. That's why I was saying like litigiousness is annoying as you're rightly pointed out, but as elected public officials, you have to draw a line, I think. Yeah, no, I'm going to that's why I'm drawing a line. If it wasn't an elected official, I wouldn't give a shit. Who gives a fuck what some like random dickhead on Twitter says? Yeah, suing a content creator for being a bitch is very different than suing a flagrantly racist councilwoman in New York City. I love that Randy Fine keeps posting that image because it looks like it says deport Randy Fine. I agree. Please sue this fucker too. Oh yeah, it was originally boosted by Ethan Klein. Enjoy Discovery and all your evils being legally revealed, Hassan. Okay. I don't know what these guys think like a defamation lawsuit is going to reveal. Do they legitimately think that I'm in contact with like the Taliban or like the Iranian government or something? Because if that was the case, that wouldn't come out in a fucking legal suit. The FBI would be knocking on my fucking door far before this came to, defamation territory. Wait, when I finish my documentary about you? What documentary? Someone in Iran probably getting bombed because they watch you? Okay, stepdad. Yeah, I saw this. Over on the H3 subreddit, diehard fans have been registering to discuss with Ethan and Hila Klein's enthusiastic support for Trump and Netanyahu's civilian slaughter campaign in Iran. As always, critical posts are being deleted. Just FYI, they will get AOL chat logs from 2004. They go back in that shit. They get all your contacts. Yeah, except I don't have anything. This would only be pertinent if there was actually some kind of sincere connection that... Guys, are you fucking stupid? It's defamation for that case. Some of you guys are sincerely stupid. Like you think you're being helpful, or you think you're like hypersensitive or whatever. No, in the discovery they will point out you said everything you're trying to say you didn't say because you wanted it interpreted in a different way. Chowder lawyers are like, so if I land on Park Place, does it mean I get all the penalty money? Anyway, the other thing was this basically this cult situation. Good luck, everyone. All peace and love. This is the last post I'll make here. It's by far the most difficult one I've made. I've fought for Ethan in so many subs. I defended Hila nonstop since October 7th. I've lost my fiance, friends, and my own mental health defending the clients of this podcast for years now. But watching Ethan cheer on what's been happening in Iran in his IG stories has been eye-opening. For the first time, I can see what the snarkers have been saying. Ethan doesn't care about innocent people's lives. He doesn't care about the slaughter that has and will continue to happen. As long as he can have a dunk on Hassan, he's going to do it. I remember Hila posting praise for Israeli fighter pilots after the strikes in Iran months ago, and it left a bitter taste, but I just tried to move past it. But watching him cheer on the onset of a massive war in the Middle East that has been the straw that broke the camel's back. Canceled my membership, unsubscribed, and I'm done with it all now. This pod has destroyed my mental health, and I'm finally having some introspection and realizing that it's not worth it. There hasn't been goofs and gaffs since October 7, and I was kidding myself into thinking that they would return. My favorite crew members were Olivia and Cam that left long ago, and I'm beginning to think it was because of Ethan. There's some other posts that have all been deleted. So good luck, everyone. I know for a fact there are so many amazing people here, but ask yourself if you're okay with Ethan posting celebratory videos while dozens of schoolgirls are dead from those actions. If you are, carry on enjoying the show. I can't anymore, so thanks for everyone here who have ever reached out to help me in my previous posts. I've met some wonderful and amazing people in this community. All the best to you all. It sucks. I love this pod so much. Spent thousands on Teddy Fresh. Shows become unrecognizable. I can't sit with a straight face and say peace and love while Ethan is celebrating attacks the end of the lives of dozens of schoolgirls just so we can dunk on us on. It's all gone to shit. So this is it for me, guys. For those wondering why I would make this post and not just leave, understand that I've sunk so much effort and my life into this pod. I recognize now it was a mistake and I could have saved myself so much money, time, and maybe even my relationships that have been destroyed over an internet show. Watching Ethan call everyone who's critical of him a snarker just reminds me of Trump blaming Biden and Obama for everything. It's that level of delusion and an unwillingness to ever admit he was wrong. The whole thing has become so sad and boring to watch, and I don't have it in me to care anymore. Now I'm gonna say, look, we have a saying in Turkey, zararın neresinden dönersen kârdır, okay, which translates loosely to no matter where you turn away from a loss is profit, okay? So even if it took this much, 2.5 years, great. As long as you identify what caused you to remain in this cult, whether it be sunk costs, whether it be, whatever it might be, right? It's good that you are beginning to recognize that you were duped. Better late than never, okay? That's it. Also, if there's ever a situation where you're stuck between defending me and your marriage, you should probably stick with your fiance. Let's keep it $150. Okay? Like, there's a difference considering what my worldview looks like. Because if you're having like active conflict with your friends over my perspective, that's still a little crazy. But more often than not, you might be up against a person who has been duped by a pedophile or duped by a sex criminal, duped by an Israel defender. So there is a little bit of validity to wanting not to maintain a relationship with a person like that. But there's limits to that. You know what I mean? If you value your friendship, then it's understandable that you don't talk to them about politics, Depends on what the context is, to be honest. Yeah. Mine just thinks you're an idiot, lol. I mean, yeah, who cares? Don't talk about this issue with them. Your relationships in the real world are significantly more important, in my opinion. If you're gonna if you want to change their minds about like actual politics and actual policy, that's different. I do, however, believe that you should probably, stick with your real world friendships. My husband calls you my internet boyfriend. Anyway. As I said, Piker Broadcasting Service, tomorrow's news today. The CIA is working to arm Kurdish forces with the aim of fomenting a popular uprising in Iran. Multiple people familiar with the plan told CNN. This is literally like word for word what I have been saying for the last couple of days. Like verbatim. Not even on some paraphrase shit. The Trump administration has been in active discussions with Iranian opposition groups and Kurdish leaders in Iraq about providing them with military support. This means they're going to send in special forces alongside Kurdish militias. Trump spoke today with the president of the Democratic Party of Iranian Kurdistan, Mustafa Hijri, according to a senior Iranian Kurdish official. KDPI was one of the groups targeted by the IRGC. Iranian Kurdish opposition forces are expected to take part in a ground operation in western Iran in the coming days, the senior Iranian Kurdish official told Clarissa Ward. I told you. There is no popular mobilization that they can push on the ground. So they're going to try to foment sectarian conflict, ethnic conflict. They're going to try and utilize the Iraqi Kurdish forces, some of which will be on board, some of which will not be on board, for the record. That might be why they were cagey about ruling boots on the ground. This kind of operation would likely involve special forces going into Kurdistan. Yes. And then obviously, Turkey will get involved. Turkey's Fidan calls Iraqi KRG President Barzani after reports emerged that Trump may seek a Kurdish alliance to topple the regime in Iran. Incredible stuff. From Al Jazeera, in a statement, the IRGC said the sites belong to groups that accuse of planning to infiltrate Iran and carry out operations inside the country. Ugh. It's disgusting, dude. What we are doing is fucking disgusting. Let the record show that I'm willing and ready. I understand. Love you. What? Fell for it again award. The U.S. left the Kurds that die in Syria like 2 weeks ago. How can any Kurdish group trust them? I mean, the people in here who are sympathetic will fucking turn around and be like, whoa, what other options do they have? I don't know. If you're Kurdish in Iraq, why the fuck would you entertain this? You already have an autonomous region. Don't say fucking desperation. This is bullshit. Yeah, also, the Kurdish militias did play a major role in the last round of protests. There were videos of them literally doing like assassination missions in their cars and shit. It's the American CIA's most valuable tool in the region. Here we fucking go. During the previous coup attempt, Turkey helped IRGC in killing PJAK. If, let's say, Kurds manage to topple the IRGC and the regime, what do you think happens next? It's not going to fucking happen. It's not going to happen. There's going to be a shit ton of fucking violence. Ground forces are going to get mobilized. America is going to keep playing those videos over and over again. They're going to have aerial support from America and Israel. Ground forces will be presented as popular mobilization of real Iranians, even though they're not even fucking Iranians. Half of them are going to be embedded with special forces, like American troops, embedded amongst the Kurdish militias coming in from Iraq. There's going to be a shit ton of mobilization, fighting on the ground. America doesn't want to deploy their own troops directly. They're too pussy to do so. So they're just going to fucking force the Kurds to go in, or not even force the Kurds, urge the Kurds to go in. And then Turkey's going to come in and bomb everyone and create another protective zone in their western border. I mean, in their eastern border, sorry, in the Iranian northwestern border. It's literally Syria. It's Syria. How is that good for the Iranian Kurds? There's a significant, in both cases, the Kurds have no choice. It's like getting stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's a significant Kurdish population in Iran. Stop playing it. Okay, dude. Yes, there's real mobilization happening amongst the Iranian Kurds. This is their opportunity. They had no other options. It'll go the way of Rojava if the Kurds are even lucky. Great. At the end of the day, you're looking at the Kurds getting bombed by Turkey, okay? I know they don't want to fight the regime. That's why I said it's going to be the Iraqi militias. Do they know what fires they are unleashing? If the Kurds agree to this, it will have major consequences. The Turks will almost certainly intervene, at first with airstrikes and then with ground forces. They might even get a direct conflict with Israel, who they now see as power bent on regional hegemony. The Iranian army will be deployed in the Kurdish region to counter these proxies. The ground war is unlikely to remain confined to the region, with Shia militias from Iraq joining the fight. It may spread much further than people anticipate. Kuwait is a short drive away. Even if the proxies backed by U.S.-Israeli air power manage to push back the Iranian ground forces and survive Turkish pressure, that will not destabilize the regime in Tehran. It will create a breakaway province under Israeli influence. The Iranians will come back later to reclaim their territory, setting the stage for persistent conflict. That is the most sober assessment, and that is precisely what Israel is looking for. Israel wants to do a carve-out region for the Kurds that is semi-autonomous, so that they can basically use it like a fucking fleshlight. And even if it does not work, okay, it doesn't matter, because it still destabilizes the region further. It still destabilizes Iran further. And the goal here is to keep the Iranian government occupied with whatever they can, because they can't get the Pahlavis to fucking, storm the streets and, I don't know, forcibly take over the government somehow. Why is it leaking, though, that they're working with the CIA? What do you mean? Well, one, because this stuff is not even as sophisticated as it used to be. They don't even try that hard. Because there's also no democratic process as well. I'm just telling you ahead of time exactly what's going to happen. And then when it happens, you're still going to see a shit ton of people in my chat being like, oh, Turkish guy, classic. You hate the fucking Kurds. Oh, classic Turkish guy doesn't want Kurdish autonomy. What's next? And then a couple of years after the fact, when, the dust is settled and Turkey has created a prefecture that is like also semi-autonomous as like a border region in between the Iranian border, inside of Iranian boundaries, slammed to the fucking ass cheeks of the Turkish state. Everyone will go, how could this have happened? Oh my God, look, America betrayed the Kurds again. That's crazy. Iran doesn't need to fire a single missile at a U.S. soldier. It just needs to destroy a water factory. The GCC has no natural fresh water. 60% comes from... Okay, dude. How do we stop it? There is no way to stop it. Dude, you've been completely dismissive of every single person who's directly affected by this in the region. Like, their feelings are complicated. You're being an asshole, acting like they're stupid for not being as reflexively anti-American as you. Me. My feelings. It's a complex matter. My feelings. Why don't you care about my feelings when talking about the grand design of American empire and all of the tens of thousands killed in the process and the tens of millions displaced in the process? Why don't you care about my feelings? I don't know. Why don't you care about what America is already doing and will continue to do as I'm describing it? At this point, if you're more mad about the tone I'm taking, a stern tone I'm taking, rather than the imminent collapse of a country with 93 million people, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Lock in. Yeah, it's a complex matter. What America's doing is wrong, but it doesn't change how it affects them. Yeah, it's going to change how it affects them when America blows them up.
Liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal, liberal, happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la la la la la, la la la la la, la la la la la la.
So what? Does the Middle East just completely collapse now and plunge into another decades-long streak of violence? What's going to happen now? Yes, if America and Israel get their wishes across, there's only two options out of this. If Iran punishes Israel hard enough and American assets hard enough that Donald Trump has to back away and keep the government intact, and I know that a lot of people are not fond of the IRGC, and therefore they're going to get mad when I say this, that is the least bad option out of all of the horrifyingly bad options. Okay? That is the only stable option here. Every other option is collapse of the Iranian state, tens of millions displaced, maybe hundreds of thousands killed in the process. This massive country falls into ethnic conflict, totally geared up by Israel and America. And they're literally saying it. They're not hiding it. They're like, we are going to utilize the Kurdish militias as a base for a popular mobilization because we don't have the actual popular mobilization. And the reverberations and the impact of these decisions will be felt all across the globe, specifically in Europe as well. Another influx of refugees to Europe. And the Iranians living in diaspora will very quickly realize that no one actually sees them as Aryans and instead totally sees them as a cancerous scourge upon the Western civilization as they demand that they get deported. There's also the nuclear option in this process as well. In the war of attrition, if Israel feels like they've completely lost, their batteries have been depleted, and they're completely fucking failing to defend the Israeli state, there's also that nuclear deterrence. Because at the end of the day, there's an escalation ladder, right? And Israel is a nuclear armed nation state, and so is the United States of America. The only thing that has kept the nuclear escalation at bay is that there are other nuclear armed nations. Let's say the worst option takes place. It's either Donald Trump or Israel deploys a tactical nuke in Iran to put an end to everything else. The next day, I think Russia would nuke Lviv and just, completely fucking slowly but surely piece up the Eastern Bloc under the Russian Federation. We are living in a very different world at that point. Why Lviv? I don't know. I just like saying Lviv because Kiev is too, Kiev is too important, I think. In the past, this kind of nuclear posture was stopped because the USSR would threaten to use them. Okay? That's the other thing. She and her Nazi son who runs the account of the worst Paladinos. They bring shame to my family name. Look at this freak. Palladino's son lands himself in controversy. In the past, the USSR would threaten nukes if America did certain things. Nowadays, I feel like all of the nuclear armed states are way more focused on their own personal ambitions. So who fucking knows? I'm not saying that's likely to happen, by the way. I'm not saying that nukes will be launched. I'm just simply stating that that is the worst possible option. Okay? I wasn't saying that that's likely to happen. I'm just saying that if you're asking me what the worst option is, that's the worst option. Signs that the policy will be ethnic fragmentation and civil war. Israel will love this. The region, the global economy, American interest, the people of Iran, and that many countries dealing in the new refugee flows will not. Yes. It's so crazy that they're just openly stating what their desire is. They're not hiding it. They're just straight up saying it. We've been told by Kurdish sources that the American and Israeli forces have been asked to provide air cover when any such ground operation begins. Our sources do not know if that request has been approved. Weapons have been smuggled into western Iran since last year to arm thousands of Kurdish volunteers. They are expected to begin ground operations within days. This comes as Trump spoke with Kurdish leaders in Iraq on Sunday to discuss what might come next. Yes, since last year, weapons have been smuggled into western Iran that arm thousands of Kurdish volunteers. They're expected to begin a ground operation within days, according to ITV News. The very fact that we're talking about a chain of command that would possibly stop with a general mutiny before a nuke is launched is insane. It's totally Cold War era posturing with no nuclear power that's like seemingly threatening mutual assured destruction. Yeah, it sounds like they're just going to brute force a premature uprising and just run with it as far as it goes. I've been saying this for the past couple of days, and now those plans are coming to the forefront. If they had a true popular base that could mobilize in the direction of Reza Pahlavi, they wouldn't do this. But because they don't have that, they're just winging it. Still, any U.S. and Israeli support for a Kurdish group, Kurdish ground force tasked with helping to dislodge the Iranian regime would need to be extensive, the people familiar with the matter said. They will send American special forces alongside the Kurdish militias, by the way. The people familiar with the matter said the U.S. intelligence estimates have consistently indicated that the Iranian Kurds don't currently have the influence or resources to bolster a successful uprising against the government, said one of the people. This is code for a lot of the Iranian Kurds don't want to fucking do this, for the record. There are some, clearly, because they did like targeted assassinations during the protests that were taking place. If you were paying close attention to what was going on inside of Iran, there's that famous video where there's like a police chief that's in his car, and then two guys, one with a hand cam, one with a fucking AK-47, roll up to the car and start spraying it. And in the car, obviously, they like end up assassinating the police chief in the region. That is, those are some of the guys that are invested in being used as a destabilizing force inside of Iran. Anyway, and Iranian Kurdish parties are looking for political assurances from the Trump administration before committing to join any resistance effort, according to a source familiar with the matter. Bomb Turkey, deport Hassan. Bomb Turkey, deport Hassan. Bomb Turkey, deport Hassan. The Amer-Israeli Fats have only one speed. They're just like, we got to bomb something and we got to deport someone, Yeah, bomb a NATO country. Oh, also, yes, Turkey's pro-Kurdish Dem Party criticized the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, saying it opposed external designs on the country. There's also that. So not all of the Kurdish forces are in line with this, especially so close to what America did with Rojava. But then again, they need some hands, and they got it, right? Yes, I know Jon Stewart doesn't get it. I know, because at the end of the day, Jon Stewart is an American. Scoop, a suspected Iranian drone attack hit the CIA station in Saudi Arabia in what would amount to a significant symbolic victory for the Islamic Republic. I covered this already. The U.S. and Saudi governments confirmed that 2 drones hit the U.S. Embassy's complex in Riyadh on Monday, but did not disclose that America's spy hub was hit in the attack. An internal State Department alert obtained by the Post said the attack collapsed part of the embassy's roof and contaminated the inside with smoke. The notice said the embassy sustained structural damage and personnel continued to shelter in place. While the attack amounts to a minor setback for the spy agency's presence in Saudi Arabia, it may find significance to an embattled regime that has long viewed the CIA as the ultimate foe, given Washington's covert support for the 1953 military coup that ousted Iran's elected prime minister. CIA station in Saudi capital hit in drone attack with Ellen Nakashima, NASEC reporter for the Post. I obviously was a child when the machinations of 2003 were set in motion, but I did a lot of reading at the time, right? About, things that unfolded. I was paying attention, but I was like 12, 13, 14, living in Turkey. But I don't understand like how overt it is. Like I don't think, and I'm sure there's like older people in here, but I don't think it was this like transparent when they, in the build up to 2003.
Calling on President Trump today. Join Israel to attack Hezbollah. Avenge the Marines. America never forgets. Those 220 Marines and 18 sailors' families, we want to go after the infrastructure that killed your loved ones. Their IRGC assets in Beirut as I speak. President Trump, come up with a new operation called Simplify. Fly with Israel and go after Hezbollah, who has American blood on its hands. Not only take the mothership of Iran down, also take the proxy of Hezbollah, settle the score. Even the account.
Is there a fucking Israel-backed war that this man will not get on board with? Like, his appetite, his bloodlust is unlimited, it seems. It's crazy. Why don't you go die for Israel, man? What the fuck is this shit? It's mind-boggling. What argument should I give someone who invokes the way women are treated in Iran and the Middle East to support their Islamophobic sentiment? Please, I need to know. Ask them if blowing up women is somehow their salvation, is leading to their salvation. It's the same shit, man. You should be well equipped by now. They did the same thing with Hamas. They were like, Hamas is anti-LGBT, Hamas is anti-women. Considering that the targets are still, of Muslim origin, and the victims are also of Muslim origin, of Muslim background, it's the same fucking propaganda that they're deploying. It's the same talking points, and the counters are still the same. Ask them how you're killing women feministly. I always just say, imagine you have a neighbor who's a bit of a dick and bigoted. Would you go over to his house and shoot him dead for that? Yeah. Is he talking about the 1983 bombings? Yes, he is. Because that's how little they have. Like, that's how little they have in terms of building propaganda against Iran, that they're literally going back to 1983, the bombing of the barracks. I want justice, man. I want to shed this government of the unlimited pro-Israel brain rot that it has. I want justice. It's crazy. They're not even doing a good enough job. The people don't want this. I don't know what else to say other than this sucks. It's just like, I think people are aware of it.
What will the Iranian government do? What will the Ayatollahs do? Well, they have one play and one play only. One play. And that is, they are counting on the Cuck coalition. They are counting on the lying left in the United States and the horseshoe right to undermine the United States and Israel right here. That is the entire game. That's the entire game. Try to
send Ben Shapiro to the front lines once again. Send Ben Shapiro to the front lines. Send Ben Shapiro to the front lines, dude.
Draw domestic support for the operation. Now, again, that's nothing new. That's not just a thing that's happening right now and it's unique and this is some sort of crazy claim. Our military enemies always, invariably count on their youth.
Bro, you're literally Jewish. You love Israel so much. You can go live there. You can join the IDF. I don't understand. Like, what is happening? It's not like there are only benefits. Okay? There are only benefits. Go join the IDF. There are so many amenities that the state offers for you to do Aliyah. Do Aliyah, Ben. What are we doing? I don't get it.
Useful allies and useful idiots to push their agenda. The Germans, in the lead up to World War II, counted on the American Bund, and they celebrated as the Lindbergh Right gained credibility in the United States. They deployed Lord Haw Haw against the Brits. The Japanese activated Tokyo Rose to undermine American combat morale during World War II. The Viet Cong, who lost on the battlefield, counted on the American legacy media to convince Americans to abandon our victories in Vietnam. The KGB, the NKVD before that, they routinely utilized idiots in the United States to spread their propaganda, going all the way back.
Yeah. Every American that's against this action is actually a foreign actor, but not Ben, who very clearly has openly stated his desires of being Israel first. Ben is not a foreign actor. That's what's so funny about this. Like, he literally is putting the interests of a foreign state and their ambitions over the interests of American citizens, while simultaneously having the audacity to make it seem like anyone else that goes, I don't want to go fucking fight for Israel. I don't want my tax dollars going to fucking Israel's expansionist goals. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, you must be a foreign actor. You must love the IRGC. You must be a KGB asset. It's so insane. At least in other conflicts, it was like directly American imperialism. So you could make a better argument. Oh, you must be a Soviet agent or whatever. In this circumstance, the foreign actor is you. What are you talking about?
Back to the New York Times in the early part of the 1930s with Walter Duranty. Even Baghdad Bob tried to tell the American public everything was fine in Iraq while Saddam Hussein was falling. Bizarre confluence of the lying left, Democrats who protest that we're not winning, that we can't possibly win, there's no way we can win, and the horseshoe right.
Not just a foreign actor, an idiot. I mean, an idiotic foreign actor, but 100%.
Conspiracy theorists, morons, isolationists, anti-American devotees of Bernie Sanders' foreign policy. That's the stuff the Ayatollahs are counting on.
Yeah, this is the same as like 2003. If you were anti-Iraq war, they called you a terrorist. Except the difference is back then, the overwhelming majority of Americans were in support of this. They were hopped up on like the 9/11, like the residual anger that they felt towards 9/11. They were on a vengeance quest. You know what I mean? But now The overwhelming majorities are not on the side of going to war for Israel. So, as a matter of fact, they're still trying to do the same propaganda, but this time it's very clear who the fucking foreign actor is. It's very clear who's placing the interests of a foreign state in the against the interests of domestic needs. That's what's so funny about it.
What
to claim not wanting to die for Israel is it's hilarious with this very verse. Is to claim not wanting to die for Israel is foreign state propaganda.
Are the Iranian what will the
It's so over for these dudes, but it doesn't matter. The real problem here is democracy. There is no real democratic process. You see what I mean? Like, the American foreign policy does not operate in this democratic manner.
We have a Secretary of War that has crusader tattoos. He says fuck around and find out, and they're bombing people. And yeah, it's going to happen, guys. Sorry to say. Until they're all gone? Absolutely. I think that a lot of people... I think that the peacetime that we've experienced for such a long time has really kind of made people soft to the
Dude never leaves his house. He is literally talking about those who are significantly less fortunate than him going out and dying for Israel. Okay? He is trying to package this as like, oh, we were just a soft nation. Now we're a hard nation. Okay, you go to the fucking front lines then. Draft Asmongold. Send Asmongold to the front lines. What the fuck do you mean we're a soft nation? You would perish if you didn't get your fucking Dr. Pepper and chicken nuggets one day. And you're over here talking about we're a soft nation. We're going to be hard again.
Of just mass killing people. It works amazingly well. Trust me. If you look at the history books, you will see that mass killing people works really, really fucking well. Every single time it's worked. So every page, every chapter, every story is based off of that every single time. And again, this is not an alternative that you can have peace to. This is an alternative that you can have a perpetual ongoing war that costs the lives of thousands of people, or you can for once put a stop to it, or at least try to put a stop to it and improve things. That's it.
Dude, it's getting increasingly harder, in my opinion, to do this kind of like Israel first propaganda, but from an American first perspective. He's trying. He's still trying his best.
You can't say you can't say the truth like that, bro. Yeah, you can't say that, guys. That's it. And that's not going to crash out over this one. No, I'm telling you, it didn't work for Hitler. My grandpa wiped out 500 Nazis. Well, yeah, because the entire world like turned against them and he totally fucked up. Like, that's the reason why. And Hitler also did take over a lot of Europe. Like, what are you talking about?
Wait,
Hitler
what?
was massively powerful, and it took the entire world turning against him to stop that, and then him going to fucking Russia and then killing his army in the fucking Russian winter. Like, what are we talking about?
Is there any way to read this other than pro-Hitler? I'm a little bit confused.
Send Demas argument. If you kill your enemy's moral spawn, Naruto brains need to be banned. Yeah, I know. But you'll see what happens. You will.
He's on the side of modern day Hitler, which is Israel, while simultaneously also on the side of old Hitler, Adolf Hitler. Very cool. Pro-Hitler, Nazi gold, and Twitch has yet to take action. At least he's consistent about his love of Hitler. Yeah, he hasn't left his house in years. What a weak indoors man, proper incel. I know, but there are a lot of people in his audience. Well, the non-bots, basically. There are a lot of Euroids in his audience who also never leave their homes and think that when America is force projecting like this, that somehow makes them powerful as well. Oh, also, this is really funny. Israeli TV whines about Secretary of State Marco Rubio giving the game away by confirming the war in Iran is for Israel.
Meanwhile, Marco Rubio, and possibly the most damaging comment for Israel yesterday, said that the Israelis were planning an attack, and the Americans felt that if they didn't preemptively strike Iran, that the Americans would be hit as a result of Israel's strike on Iran, which puts Israel in a really tough spot right now, and Israel supporters.
Oh, dude, fuck, man. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I? Guys, I know we're giving everything to the beautiful nation state of Israel, but have you considered the beautiful nation state of Israel's feelings? Shit, man. I can't believe we put Israel in a tight spot again. while simultaneously doing everything that Israel wants all the time, unconditionally.
Who's here at home, essentially being used as fodder by Israel critics to say that Jerusalem is controlling Washington's foreign policy. So a real messaging issue right now. Meanwhile,
real messaging issue. Chris Murphy, this is as serious as it gets. Oh shit, what are they leaking?
Serious as it gets. This is war and peace. They told us in that room that they're going to be more American, that they are not in the short run going to be able to stop these drones that are going to continue to fly into the Middle East. We have to have a debate in the United States Senate on an authorization of military force. It will likely fail. And we shouldn't be voting to proceed to other pieces of legislation until we get a debate on this deeply unpopular, immoral, and illegal war with Iran. Senate.
Oof. Senator Richard Blumenthal, after the briefing on Iran, said, I just want to say I'm more fearful than ever that this briefing, that we may be putting boots on the ground. We are putting boots on the ground. It's going to be first special forces, though.
I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground and that troops from the United States may be necessary to accomplish objectives that the administration seems to have. But
this guy is also super pro-Israel, by the way.
I also am no more clear on what the priorities are going to be of the administration going forward, whether it is destroying the nuclear capacity of Iran, or simply the missiles, or regime change, or stopping terrorist activities. And I think the administration owes it to the American people to have briefings not just for members of Congress, but for the American public. Nothing here should have been classified. I just want to say,
Ruben Gallego is super pro-Israel and has been weirdly anti this war. Yeah, because he's reading the writing on the wall, man. What is this? Oh my God, stop. Let's not agree with everything you say, but most of it, I just want to say thank you for covering this so much. It's like the only way to get real information, as it's poorly covered in Sweden. Don't worry, brother. It's poorly covered in America too. Okay. It's not just poorly covered in Sweden. It's poorly covered in America too. An INS Israel poll found 81% of Israeli support the strikes on Iran, 96% of those who voted for the current government, and 63% believe they should continue until the Iranian regime is overthrown. If you want to understand where the popular support is, well, you have it. It's in fucking Israel. We are there is no popular support for this in America, but there is, however, popular support for this in Israel. Also, I can't even quote retweet this because Lahav Harkov, senior political correspondent for Jewish Insider in Israel, has blocked me. Anyway, every day that goes by, I am more and more angry at Joe Biden for not fucking putting an end to this. It is unbearable.
Compound of the group that chooses the new supreme leader. I'm being told that I've got a guest standing by for me. Michael Knights is head of research with Horizon Engage. He specializes in the military and security affairs of Iraq, Iran, and the Gulf states. I'm going to get you, because that is our latest, very latest news into CNN, and just get you to respond to what you've just heard me report there.
It's really nice to hear your London accent, Becky. So thank you very much for staying at your post during this. Hitting of the Assembly of Experts building without actually killing large numbers of those officials, if that's what's happened, and it seems to be the case, indicates that the Israelis probably did what they call a roof knock on the location before they struck it, which means they were trying to disrupt the process of electing a new speaker or appointing a new supreme leader, and warning those involved to stay dispersed, but without trying to actually kill a large number of the most senior clerics in Iran at the same time.
Michael, that's fascinating. How much longer can Tehran realistically sustain this pace of attacks without depleting key capabilities or risk a far more punishing response? And let's remind ourselves, caveat, Donald Trump told my colleague CNN's Jake Tapper yesterday that we are yet to see the big wave, as he described it.
I think both sides have still got some escalation options in reserve. The Iranians have not at this point hit upstream energy in the Gulf, desalination, leadership, and they've stayed away from some other civilian targets. Right now, the US has not gone for providing very strong support to Iranian opposition elements within the country, and they still have some options in terms of further escalation against regime security targets. So, right now we're at the point where the Iranians basically can survive. The Iranian regime can survive at this point. It can probably hang on for a couple of more weeks. The question is whether anybody's going to try a lot harder to give it a push over the edge. The Israelis want the regime to fall. The US, within the next week or two, might decide that just disarming the regime is good enough.
I'm in the Gulf region, so I do want to keep this front and centre in our reporting because it's important. We have seen this.
B-2 bombings on Iran ongoing. 2 officials say B-2 stealth bombers have been targeting command and control nodes of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, as well as weapons depots and an assembly facility for Iran's rocket program. Operations are ongoing now. Why the fuck didn't they hit that from the start? I don't know if they know exactly where these places are. I'll be honest. This is the only way that they can effectively cripple the Iranian missile launchers, for the record. It's very expensive. It's not a guarantee that it reaches. It's not a guarantee that it reaches at all. And I will say that they probably should have done this from the start if they actually wanted to successfully stop the bombing or stop the Iranian missile program. And the reason why they didn't do it is because I don't think they know where it is. That's why they were trying out different options. And this is more so just a posture. At most, the only thing. So here's what U.S. targeting does. Okay. And the reason why it's like very difficult for them to stop and hinder the Iranian missile strike operations. They can close off the entrances. Okay. That's all they can do, because the Iranian missile silos, the Iranian missile production facilities, and the Iranian missile launchers are all deep underground. They're literally under a network of massive tunnels that are embedded on the side of fucking mountains. America knows this. Don't say shush. America obviously knows this. What are you, fucking crazy? Of course they know all of this shit. It is inside of mountains. It's underneath mountains. So the only thing they can do is locate the entrance points and try to collapse the entrance points, aside from directly targeting the technicals and the single-use launchers that they have. So that's what they've been doing. They keep peppering people. They do double strikes, like double tap strikes on the launchers, so they can kill if they catch one while it's launching. All they can do is blow up the launcher and blow up the people that are in the launcher as they're escaping, with the hopes that there aren't more soldiers in the IRGC that can go out with a new launcher and launch missiles all again. Not only is Iran a massive country, but Iran is also a very mountainous country. It's a very mountainous region. So imagine if it was instead of the Taliban or Al Qaeda in the mountainside, using small arms to take pot shots. It's basically like missile launchers instead on the side of those fucking mountains. So the B-2 stealth bombers, I think B-2, it's back now. Yeah, it went all the way down and it's back again. But for some reason, hello? Can you see me? Can you hear me? I'm back. I don't know what's going on with my internet today. It's pretty fucking crazy, but it just keeps getting nuked over and over again. It's very consistent though, because once it goes out, it comes back like it never went away. I don't know. The Mossad is out for your ass? I don't think so. I don't think it's that. But I'm back. Anyway, what I was talking about initially is if they utilized B-2 bombers in the first sortie, which I think they did, 4 of them to be exact, they flew in and they flew back. That means that they weren't able to successfully diminish Iran's launching capabilities, considering that Iran, since the first day, has been pummeling, absolutely fucking nuking the Gulf states. And not only has it been pummeling the Gulf states, but Iran has also been successfully pummeling Tel Aviv, which means that there is very limited success as far as the B-2 bombing campaigns. They might try again, this time with additional information, because it's been a couple days. They know exactly where the launchers are. But at most, the like the entirety of the Iranian missile production and missile launching systems are designed around this. Just as the Iranian government already had a contingency plan in motion for a decapitation strike, they obviously also have a contingency plan in motion, or not a contingency plan, but like they've hardened their defenses specifically for this, so that they can continue digging themselves out of these bombing campaigns, and then going back and continuously bombing their enemies over and over again. Okay, sorry, I'm maintaining eye contact and also flipping to this camera because at this time of the day there's too much light. Are you gonna watch Chunk Yogurt with Glenn Greenwald on stream tonight? Probably not. Okay. Iran has launched the third ballistic missile salvo towards Israel in the last hour. This was in 2:13, like 30 minutes ago. Targeting Haifa and Eilat. IRGC says they've struck 10 oil tankers in Hormuz since the start of the war. Economist says Gulf countries are using more interceptors daily than the U.S. produces annually. Holy shit. Hezbollah carried 13 operations today, including targeting 5 different Merkavas in a matter of 6 hours. Their drones reached Haifa and they bombed Tel Aviv, Haifa, and the occupied Golan with rockets. Iranian drones targeted the Baghdad airport. The greatest the greatest opportunity here for Israel is that it's just not closer to fucking Yemen, because if it was, oh my God, they'd be also getting in on the fun. They are, from what I understand, they are also trying to join the bombing campaign. American destroyer hit by Qatar 380 and Taliyeh missiles. In a statement, number 19, a True Promise 4 operation has stated, the naval missile operation of the IRGC against a strategic U.S. target at a depth of over 600 kilometers in the Indian Ocean was carried out with a powerful strike. In a series of actions, a prominent American destroyer refueling from an American tanker ship 650 kilometers off the coast of Iran in the Indian Ocean was hit by a Qatar 380. According to intelligence reports, following a massive fire on the deck of the two ships, the sky of the ocean became dark and smoky. Oh, and if you're wondering, I guess, I mean, this is too long about Hezbollah's ambitions or motivations for joining this iteration of the war. Qadir, not Qadar. Oh, my bad. First, the context from November 2024 to March 2026, Lebanon lived through what I would call a ceasefire warfare, a new U.S.-backed model of managed war, as Israel called it, a dynamic truce, which it used as cover for continued aerial strikes, assassinations, occupations of 5 strategic points, over 15,000 violations, 400 plus killed, kidnappings, and blocked reconstruction. In short, Israel used the ceasefire to achieve what it failed to do during the actual 2-month war. The goal was not just to weaken the Hezbollah militarily, but to erase the conditions that produce resistance, while a weak and servile Lebanese government that neither recognized nor defended South Lebanon looked on and tried to delegitimize and constrain Hezbollah's resistance activity. All of this is true. It is worth establishing from the outset that Hezbollah's decision to participate in the war was not primarily about supporting Iran strategically, nor even about ideological solidarity after Khamenei's assassination. Iran has been, oh my God, this guy keeps asking about America diverging from Israel since yesterday, literally nonstop. Literally nonstop. And I have already answered this person's question, by the way. Like, not only have I answered this person's question, but I've also answered the exact same question that's been asked 1,000,000 times over. Okay? America doesn't mind that Israel is a violent fucking entity in the region. America doesn't mind Israel advancing its Greater Israel project. Okay? It doesn't. However, at times, Israel steps out of the confines of what America's strategic interests might be in the region. Sometimes Israel even blows up an American naval asset, for example, like USS Liberty. But because Israel is important to the United States of America's needs in the region, at least especially the time during USS Liberty and still to the at this point in time as well, America lets Israel do whatever the fuck it wants. Nowadays, Israel has become much more ambitious with its goals overall. Okay? And what America could do with Iran is very different than what Israel wants out of Iran. Okay? If America wanted to chip away at the regional power that Iran has, well, it's already basically destroyed its fucking proxies. It's a much more weakened state for Iran right now as a regional power. Main problem for Israel is the Iranian ballistic missiles program. Main problem for America is Iran being a regional power. They could just get assurances from Iran and allow ease of sanctions on Iran and have and normalize relationships with Iran. Israel doesn't want that. Okay? Israel does not want that. This is where the interests diverge. For America's perspective, it's much easier to just simply negotiate with Iran, engage in diplomacy, and, you know, allow Iran to exist in the region, as they have done so in the past, like with the JCPOA. The reason why Donald Trump is against that is not because he has like some special smoke for Iran or whatever. That's the reason why they can't even come up with like a good enough reason to why we're blowing up Iran right now. That's why they have to go back to 1983 and say, well, Iran helps Hezbollah and Hezbollah blew up our barracks in 1983. There's no good reason. There's no real revenge here. Okay, that's why they lie and say that like Iran actually is the inventor of roadside bombs or whatever. It's all bullshit. You understand? Is that helpful? America could deal with Iran in a much different way, but it won't because Israel doesn't want it to. And this is the most Israel compromised administration that we've ever experienced. This is approximately the 54th time that I've described this, by the way, in great detail. Just pointing out real weird shit. I'm a big consumer of your content via clips of you. But since the attack started, I need like 4 to 5 refresh before getting recent content, crazy stuff. Not sure if shadow banned or algo tweaking. No, TikTok is absolutely fucking limiting the reach of anyone that's talking about this shit for sure. 100%, myself included. TikTok is totally fucked if that's what you're asking. They are throttling the living shit out of anyone that speaks out against the Amer-Israeli years of lead. Ellison talk. Iran's state-run Tasnim news agency claiming that a U.S. F-15 fighter jet has been shot down by the country's air defense. No confirmation yet. Urgent. A source familiar with Tasnim. Another American F-15 was shot down. Whoa. This would call into question the previous F-15s falling to friendly fire. If Iran was capable of taking out another F-15, we will find out soon enough if that's the case, by the way, because the other ones fell on Kuwaiti soil. Remember, the 3 F-15s that fell, they turned around and said, oh, it's actually the Kuwaiti air defenses, our air defenses in Kuwait that actually took these out in a friendly fire incident. If a 4th one also fell, and especially if it fell not on Kuwaiti soil, but like somewhere where it is recoverable, or if there's like footage of the operation, this will show us whether or not the previous 3 F-15s fell in a friendly fire incident, or if Iranians actually blew it up, which is huge. They're like $80 million a pop, but also up until this last quote unquote friendly fire incident over Kuwait, F-15s had an unbeatable record. I think they have no downings during combat, right? The F-15s up until this it had an untouched record, 110 million. Nice. Seems unlikely since the F-15s have been in service for like a long time. Those only count for air to air. That's just cope. Bro, the F-15 was shot down near Abadan. IRGC has airport nearby, 70 kilometers from Kuwait. F-15 has 0 losses in aerial combat. So they have been downed. So ground to air hits have happened on F-15s before. Yes, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announced that they struck a Navy U.S. destroyer more than 600 kilometers off the Iranian coast in the Indian Ocean, okay, with a Qadar 380, or Qadir, however you say it. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say it. Statement claimed the vessel was hit while refueling from a U.S. tanker, triggering a massive fire on both ships. Taking out THAAD battery systems too, estimated at 1 billion. Something over 1 billion lost here. Breaking, Iran struck both UAE THAAD missile defense radar sites. The UAE operates 2 THAAD batteries, each equipped with 1 ANTPY-2 radar detected locations. In recent years, the radars were typically parked just outside their hangars during peacetime. Site 1, prior satellite imagery shows radar components positioned outside the hangar in their usual location. Post-strike imagery shows debris in the same spot, suggesting the ANTPY-2 was likely destroyed. Site 2, low-resolution imagery shows at least 2 direct hits, one on the radar hangar and another one on the support hangar. However, older 2025 imagery indicates that the radar was sometimes parked several meters away on the left side of the large hangar, making the exact loss status unclear. Assessment. Both sites were likely hit. Site 2 clearly sustained damage, while Site 1's radar loss is likely but not fully confirmed. Meanwhile, it's been really interesting watching the UAE and all the Gulf states do propaganda about how fucking awesome it is to live there and how protected they are. There was a... Have you guys seen those posts from like influencers living in the Gulf states? There was a Twitter thread with them. Can someone link it to me if you have it? Footage showing damage in Bnei Barak, east of Tel Aviv. Breaking: fragmentation munition impact reported in Bnei Barak. Fires reported in central Israel. Israeli and Iranian Telegram channel shared footage showing damage in Bnei Barak, east of Tel Aviv, after what Iranian RGC affiliated media described as an Iranian fragmentation munition impact in the city. Separate videos circulated online show fires burning in what was reported as central Israel following the impact. It was not immediately clear whether the fires or the reporter strike refer to the same site. New CIA evacuating post within Iranian missile strike. Oh no. CIA evacuating post. Dude, what the fuck? CIA evacuating post within Iranian missile range after drone strike hits Riyadh station. A suspected Iranian drone strike hit the CIA station inside the U.S. Embassy compound in Riyadh. According to people familiar with the incident, the Washington Post reports. Yeah, we covered this already. Oh, this is what I was looking for. Thank you. Look. My favorite is, by the way, they all are doing the same thing. So these have to be paid promotion, right? But my favorite is the ones where they do it with the UAE. And they always play the same video on loop, which is really funny. I don't know why they just show MBS fixing his arms. But the Dubai one's the best. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for the Dubai one? This is gonna fucking blow your mind. Scared? I live in a country built on security, stability, and strong leadership. Wait, it's coming. My favorite video is coming. Oh wait, maybe this one doesn't have it. Also, the song that they're using is Stromae, about how his father abandoned him or something, right? Isn't that what it is? Those who moved to Dubai for tax shelter are searching for bomb shelters tonight. They say we're searching for bomb shelters. The truth. I'm watching a city that feels safer than most, even on a bad day. Working abroad isn't about escaping taxes or our country. It's about choosing the stage where our talent shines the brightest. This is ChatGPT. My passport is Indian. My heart is Indian. But my growth is global. Using a crisis to roast people isn't clever. It's just a reflection of your own character. You want to see the shelters we're hiding in? Here they are. His father was killed in genocide. Not abandoned. Okay, more.
Dubai is literally the only place in the world where if there is like bombs and drones flying over, you still feel safe. It's so crazy. Like I moved there 3 months ago, and obviously we've all seen what's going on here. But I moved here three months ago officially, and so many people around me are texting me like, "Hey, are you safe? Is everything okay? Don't you want to go back home? Don't you want to move?" I can't go back like to the Netherlands or Europe right now anyway because the airport is closed. But I literally didn't think about it for a second. Obviously, it's quite scary, and I've never experienced something like this before. But for some reason, like in Dubai, you just know shit is sorted. You know things are organized. There have been like 200 drones and I think like around 200 missiles been intercepted, and there have been a couple of small things happening as a result from that. But
yeah, no, dog, that's bullshit. Also, look, I know the Qataris are going to get mad at me for saying this because they've also state has also been doing the same thing as the rest of the GCC, but they have been claiming insanity. Okay, every state in the Gulf has claimed that they have intercepted like nuclear ballistic missiles, like they're like, oh yeah, we've actually taken out multiple Iranian aircraft, 1,000 drones. Like the numbers are insane. Okay, and it's funny because you see the videos You see the fucking videos, and it's like, well, okay, I don't think they're intercepting any of the missiles at all.
Other than that, like, we're all safe. You know, life goes on. Everything is going great here. I just stay inside for today, maybe tomorrow as well. But I think it's been handled really perfect by the government and the army.
For asking if everyone in Dubai is okay, see for yourself. Oh, this is my favorite one. This is my favorite one. No, I know, because I know who's protecting us. It's coming. Where's the phone flip? God damn it. Where's the phone flip? Iran is dropping bombs on UAE. Aren't you scared? Why is this the coolest? Dude, I don't know why. I watched so many videos of this one fucking phone flip. It's amazing. I don't know why they chose to use that video, but it's fucking hilarious. The aura farming phone flip. And there's so many more. There are so many of them. Of course, the UAE is in full domestic narrative control mode right now. UAE authorities warn sharing or reposting unverified content online can lead to legal action. For those of you who don't know, in Dubai, you can't literally say anything bad about the UAE or Israel. For those of you who don't know, you genuinely cannot even shit talk Israel in Dubai. Like, you can get in trouble for that. Just true freedom, absolute freedom. Like, it's the worst. Okay, anyway, but you got to see this more. All the videos I've shared here were posted in the last 24 hours, so it's very clearly a manufactured trend. Most videos I've come across are UAE focused. It's literally all of the videos are the same. No, because I know who protects us. Them, aren't you scared about the current situation in Dubai? Scared of what? They're the ones in control here. Look at that phone flip. He's aura farming. It's just, the phone flip is the best. It's the peak. Like, look at the way he fucking flipped that phone, dude. Where did they find this video? Where did they find this video? Why is this video the one that they think is the best one? Yeah, you live in Dubai, aren't you scared? Scared of what when they rule here? You're not ready for this phone flip? Oh, this one is the best one, of course. I'm obsessed with this video, the perfect encapsulation of everything evil about Dubai. I'm so thankful this exact person posted this exact video as a Dubai propaganda right now. Ian Miles wrong, ladies and gentlemen. He wanted to let you know, contrary to everyone's elation, he is doing fine in Dubai. Let's take a look. Oh, your anti-Zionist mob banned me yesterday for hurting IDF's feelings. God forbid you hurt baby killer's feelings. Okay, well, now I'm banning you, okay? I don't want to hear any disrespect against my moderation team, you motherfuckers. You understand me? Dial it the fuck back. Ian, it's 3 a.m. in Dubai Club right now. In a Dubai Club right now, and the place is alive. You can't beat this city. He's so chopped. It's crazy. He's unbelievably he might be the most chopped man in the world. The loudest panic about Dubai is coming from people who live in countries that can't even manage basic infrastructure. 600 plus missiles and drones intercepted. No collapse, no chaos, no drama. When you're used to corruption, you assume disaster is normal. We're blessed to live in a place where that's just the norm. Now, here's the thing. Okay? Here's the thing. I don't think normal civilians should have to live in fear that they're going to get fucking drone striked. Okay? Even if they're living in, slave labor colony Dubai. That is the safe haven for international sex traffickers, gun runners, pedophiles of all different sorts. Of course, God forbid you smoke a joint, though. You will get killed. Okay. Well, not killed, but you will go to prison for a very long time. It's hard for me to defend Dubai. I mean, I probably would defend Saudi Arabia before I could defend Dubai. I'm going to be honest. I just have so much personal smoke for Dubai. It is literally Arab Israel. It is literally Muslim Israel. It is so fucking unbearable. With one flip of his phone, who took out 34 Shahed drones. I love that this is the video that they chose. I don't know why they chose this video, but It's so based. It's so beast mode. He went beast mode on that fucking phone flip. Wait, what? Trump, in the midst of everything else, is doing a Zoran pose? Oh my God, he knows his approvals are bad. He knows his approvals are bad. I was thinking about this the other day. Zoran Mamdani, genuinely, I mean, look, I talk to a lot of politicians and shit. I think Zoran Mamdani might be the only person in the country that is texting someone like myself and also Donald Trump sometimes at the same time. I don't think there's another person that contains multitudes like Zoran Mamdani. It's ridiculous. But it is funny. It is funny that he's hitting the Zoran post. He's hitting the Zoran post when his approvals are dog shit underwater. Who does he text back first? Oh, Donald Trump, 100%. Donald Trump, absolutely. Meanwhile, a Korean streamer in Dubai reacting to a missile strike showing a non-influencer reaction. Is that real? I don't know if this is real or not. This is probably fake. Let me hit you with a turbo flashbang of a tweet. Saw this on Reddit, and I swear it's like the Chinese, Singaporean influencers live in another world entirely. The twin terrorist states of Israel and the U.S. are bombing schools without consequence. And your first thought is, how can I make this a joke about running? Iran this, Israel that. I ran 5 kilometers, and the pain is real. Oh my Lord. As he should, to be honest. No offense, Law. Trump has the chance to ruin the city. Yeah, no, I'm not fucking putting him past them. That's why I said, of course. Zoran has come a long way, embracing, of course, the Declaration of Independence while at the Oval Office. Big progress. I like that the implication here is that Zoran Mamdani was not a fan of the Declaration of Independence until Donald Trump made him a fan. Zoran Mamdani, famously anti-Declaration of Independence, wanted to declare dependence until I came in. Until I did it, Donald J. Trump made him declare independence and like it. Zoran Mamdani, big time monarchist, folks, believe it. He loved the monarchy. Told me personally, I love the monarch. I love the monarchy. Why is there a curtain? Do they sometimes close it and say, not today? It's probably light pollution and light damage chatter. But I love the idea. Not today. Oh, it's sun damage, dude. It's a fucking historic relic. If it's even the real one. They play peekaboo with it. Trump likes to close it sometimes and be like, this one's for me. Not today, my friend. Oh, it's awesome. Like turning your Jesus pictures around. Yeah, I don't want Jesus to see this. Not in front of the... Yeah, when Benjamin Netanyahu was giving him back shots, he was like, I don't want the Declaration of Independence to see this one. Close it off. Shutter the Declaration of Independence. We are no longer independent. We are very dependent on this beautiful day. Is this real? What is this? Oh, God. So much of this is bullshit, dude. I hate the fucking AI videos. And then every time it's like, Grok, is this real? And Grok is like, yes, it's very real. It's the most real video that has ever existed. Trump is throwing shade on Pahlavi. I saw this. Yeah, I was going to cover this. The most rudderless, anchorless man in America. Reporter, do you think Israel boxed the U.S. into war with Iran? Oh, let's see what Schmuck Schumer had to say about that one.
Do you think Israel, forced the U.S.'s hand here, boxed the U.S. in on this?
Look, no one wants a nuclear war. No one wants a nuclear...
Wait. No one... whoa. I'm sorry, what? Wait, run that back, Chuck? No one was talking about nuclear war.
No one wants a nuclear Israel, but we certainly don't want an endless war, plain and simple.
Bruh.
What did I say? Oh, no. Got it. Let me say that again. No one wants an endless war, but we certainly don't want a nuclear Iran. That's for sure.
Bro, his donor's about to crucify him. I mean, who doesn't think Israel has nukes at this point? Like, come on. What is this? This one is definitely real. Crazy footage of an Iranian missile cutting through Israeli air defenses, easily bypassing interceptors and striking a target directly. Keep in mind that these waves are only small and intended to drain the air defenses. What comes later will likely be much more powerful. Oof. I don't know if that one is AI. That might be real, but I don't. I will say, your lawyers work quick. New City Council Ethics Committee voted to charge council member Vicky Palladino for disorderly behavior for repeatedly tweeting Islamophobic remarks. My lawyers send their regards. Oh, someone needs to do a side by side with the first tweet, second tweet. That's literally what the fuck that just happened. Making my haters my waiters at the table of success. Quickest pack watch of all time, dude. What the fuck? R.I.P. Bozo. R.I.P. fucking Bozo, dude. What the fuck? Hold on. I gotta play it. I gotta play it. I gotta play it. I gotta play it. I gotta play it. I'm laughing to the bang. Oh fuck. CP. I clicked on a CP reel. Fuck, why won't it play it again? Oh. Here it is. I'm laughing to the bang. Is your lawyer Lena Khan? Yeah, that's my lawyer. Let's keep you in a good mood. The second global One Piece character popularity vote has started. Have you cast your vote? No, I don't vote. I'm anti-electoralism. You already know. Brother, you have audio only listeners? Okay, I'm obviously joking. Audio only listeners. It was Chris Paul. They've been rabid on the timeline. I know. They've been real mad about fucking Zoran Mamdani existing and being a beacon of light in an otherwise very dark world. Where is it? Did Austinox post something about it? Someone was saying in the chat, it's going to be Tony Chopper at number 1. Fuck you, Hassan, you hater. Okay, calm down. It's objectively, it should be Kuma. Juicer rationalized war with Iran.
Chat, when you are a world superpower and you're a world leader, there has to be a degree of intervention that you have to have, because who the fuck else is going to do what? Bruh. That is my take. There, at least to some degree, to some issues in the world, superpowers owe it to the world. Because, in my opinion, that to become a superpower, you have to fuck a lot of people over. And fair enough, whatever. I guess that's the way of the world, right? Then you have to help people that need the help with the power that you've gained from fucking people over. It's at the very least, man.
Dramatically, tremendously happy this has happened. I know that, obviously I've talked about it for a long time, about how big of a problem.
It's so funny that XQC still tries to do any sort of political commentary when his legion of 14-year-old fans will actively dunk on him and win. Every time he opens his mouth about politics, his entire audience is literally like, isn't that terrorism? War defender, loving war. His legion of like 14-year-old fans will just actively cook his ass every time.
Iran. Then why do you think the fucking U.S. has a bunch of fucking military bases in a bunch of other places? Why do you think yeah, there's a lot of self-interest, right? But also at the same time, they can't just have to. They're a superpower. Otherwise, if they weren't holding it down, then other people would invade everybody.
He's saying might is right, but using all the Papagon language. He's stretching the Quebecois accent to its limits while basically saying might is right, might is right, might is right. That's it. America gets to do it because it has it. Someone's got to do it. Oh, hell nah. He's losing the apolitical motherfuckers. You can never lose the apolitical motherfuckers. Have to?
And do a bunch of bullshit then. Of course they have to.
L take. So you're okay with China invading America to remove Trump?
Another El Hassan.
Well, I know that you guys are geopolitics.
Another El Hassan is on so many politicians to either debate them or promote them. Bro, your biggest debate flex is your divorce in H3. You hate Hassan. Shocker.
You guys are geopolitics. My geopolitics are dog shit. I actually don't even know that much. I know for a fact that
so Hassan is a right-hard superhuman.
If USA was fucking nowhere doing fucking nothing, how many wars do you think would fucking sprout out of fucking nowhere? People would invade and do the wildest shit. Of course. And yes, that's self-fulfilling. It's self-serving in a certain way. But it also helps though. Like how could you not understand this?
Sometimes you say Twitch streamer watching a previously mentioned Twitch streamer fan page clipping a Twitch streamer. Sometimes it's nice for you guys to get a peek behind the curtain and understand that like the overwhelming majority of people that you encounter on the internet are unironically, sincerely getting their fucking notes from guys like this. Lucky for us, even his audience is like, dude, shut the fuck up. But I need you to understand, if you're wondering like how you have encountered a take so unimaginably stupid, right? You're like, how did someone arrive at this conclusion on the internet, right? 90% of content creators that offer any fucking opinions on shit like this are basically, they're operating with this level of knowledge. You're like MAGA cuck lib, all of the wrong takes. You're dumb, but why do we care? Never seen China building military bases around the globe like the US. It's so funny because like I suspect that at this point he has probably purged his community of all like the fucking normal brained like liberals and stuff like that. And even like the apolitical audience that he has remains, or like even the somewhat right-wing adjacent audience that he has is like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Between XQ and Asmongold, these streamers represent the absolute worst society has to offer. The Trump administration has put next to no effort into manufacturing consent for what is blatantly disastrous and horribly unpopular war, yet these two streamers support it just because. Thanks to you, I know 3 things about this guy. Eats toenails, is wrong, Quebecois. It doesn't have to be this way, by the way. It literally does not have to be this way. It straight up does not have to be this way. There's a better way out there. There's a better world out there where XQC didn't become this fucking demon. But, of course, you know, he took the kickback initially and everything else fell by the wayside. If Asmongold isn't banned for this Nazi screed, I'm not spending money on Twitch ever again. It's absurd that a platform would allow this kind of rhetoric to go unchecked. I mean, I don't think there's going to be enough fucking mobilization behind this kind of stuff. Twitch is terrified. No, how are you going to play Hassan, who platforms terrorists? I'm not subscribed to Hassan and haven't been for a long time, lol. He's not going to get banned. Let's be real. And he gets mad when people point out his collab with Trump while he defends Trump in Israel. Yeah, he does get mad about the Trump thing. I've seen that when people keep going, shut the fuck up. Last time you delivered a political take, you know, actively helped Trump win the election in America. And he's like, oh, I'm Canadian. Bitch, that makes it worse. That literally makes it worse because at least you can like escape to Canada, which ironically enough, Trump is such a demonic entity that like this actually harms regular Canadian existence as well for a multitude of reasons. Number one, when America sneezes, Canada catches a cold. Obviously, it's unfortunately in our ass cheeks. So clearly, we are making decisions that will impact Canadian lives as well. But Trump is also unique in the sense that he's literally talked about annexing Canada. It's crazy. Yeah, this was the one. He said, XQC claps back after constant backlash for supporting Donald Trump during the 2024 election. You caught me, he says.
Mr. Jet, all you guys saying that I wanted this? I wanted none of this. All you guys saying I wanted this? I wanted none of this.
Nah, man. Now we're going to war with Iran? Nah, man, I didn't vote for none of this.
You caught me. You caught me. I went to the booth and I voted Trump. Of course, I did. Dude, I had to. Of course, with my American citizenship. Of course, classic. Of course, I did. Of course, I can't even fucking vote. I'm Canadian, you fucking moron. But I could have just went to LA because I can vote when I voted ID. I voted 12 times.
Oh my God. I didn't even realize he then also follows along with a right-wing conspiracy about illegals voting. Where do you get these talking points from? This dude used to be a libtard, man. Not only does this not make any logical sense, it's worse that you're Canadian and you helped Trump get elected, okay? Like, that doesn't take away from the impact. It makes it worse. But then he also packaged this fucking content with he packaged his commentary with a right-wing conspiracy that illegals are voting.
In the fucking LA County. I don't give a shit. Fuck it. I voted 130 times. I don't care. I voted 54,000 times.
Dick riding across the border. Yeah, this isn't the flex he thinks it is. The fact that he couldn't vote makes it much weirder that he was publicly dick riding the guy for almost 2 years to his 70K CCV as a Canadian. Okay, he didn't have 70K CCV. Confirmed imagery shows Iran hit the $1 billion radar. Yeah, I know. I covered it earlier. Oh, my Lord. What these guys are doing is fucking crazy. How are the Americans reacting to the 6 killed soldiers? Some are mad, but they haven't really. There hasn't been like a serious opposition that's mounted thus far. There's not like a lot of. There's not a lot of protests or anything like that. There's some here and there, but overall, when it comes to like just expendable soldiers, Americans have Americans have grown used to soldiers dying. I mean, think about the global war on terror. Like 6 is not going to cut it. I think it will take a far larger or like some kind of symbolic casualty that would cause Americans to really kick it into high gear and start protesting. Because the reality is, he defended you against a fake socialist charge because of your Dolce & Gabbana chair. Oh, I saw this. Yeah, this was funny. Yeah. Performative socialist Hassan Abi has decided to spend his millions of dollars on Dolce & Gabbana gaming chairs rather than helping Palestinian refugees. And then he said, I would dogpile on the shitpost low-key, but DNG have been tapped in for years, and they keep close relations with some streamers. I'd say with almost absolute certainty they sent him that chair along with the headset 2 years ago. Source, I got it myself. You got debunked. You got fucking debunked! Bruh. Yeah, you did. You just got debunked, bitch. Get fucked. I think he's doing this to gain some kind of legitimacy, though. He's like, oh, I call balls and strikes. Street saying XU got debunked by Jizz. You and XU used to be so cool. What happened? I think I'm not going to get into it. This stuff is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it, sweetie. Oh, also, senior Iranian clerics are close to formally anointing Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, killed in a U.S.-supported Israeli attack, as the next leader of Iran. He is the favorite candidate of the IRGC, a powerful arm of the military. Stutter Man at it again. Did you see this? Stutter Man.
Its constitutional role and actually vote to declare war, the way it did with Iraq and Afghanistan.
The last war we've actually declared was World War II.
No, Iraq and Afghanistan, the AUMF.
Afghanistan. Okay, all right, Afghanistan. Okay, so for me right now, what is it now? The War Powers Resolution, 60 days, and we're 100 hours into this. Now, what's at this point? Yeah, and also, I want to say on this, it's like, we can't keep our government open. We've shut it down.
Yeah. Fucking sucks so bad. Oh, why isn't this guy in a home? Because honestly, he's the perfect American politician, just like an empty vessel. Oh, these are the four U.S. soldiers killed in Kuwait identified. Dude, one of the craziest things that happened that kind of went under the radar is that when these guys died, my favorite politician / ambassador, Mike Huckabee, came out and said, may their memory be a blessing. Isn't that, I thought it was a little strange. That's not, you don't say that for that's not a Christian thing, right? Christians say rest in peace. It's a Jewish expression. I thought that was wild. Yeah, you say that when Jewish people die. I don't know. You say, may God rest your soul, right? Isn't that what you normally say? But Mike Huckabee hit the Jewish practice instead of the normal Christian practice. Are you doing an interview with Zach Polanski? Brother, I think there is a lot going on in the world that my attention is shifted elsewhere. According to the complaint first reported by Larson, the commander said, oh, by the way, that's my fucking goat. Jonathan Larson, my former coworker, Jonathan Larson, did some investigative reporting in the news. According to a complaint first reported by Larson, the commander said President Donald Trump has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth. This is about the military general that got a fuck ton of complaints because he was just out here talking about this is Armageddon, this is the end of the world, we're doing Megiddo, all this stuff. All right, let's move on from this. I haven't even watched the first video yet.
With those flashes of fire overnight, explosions rocked Beirut. The war expanding this morning to another front with tanks and troops, Israel announcing the deployment of ground forces into southern Lebanon. The U.S.-Israeli war with Iran is now entering its 4th day after that surprise strike Saturday on Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, which also killed dozens of senior Iranian officials. Israel releasing this video of its destruction of what it said was a regime headquarters complex over the weekend, also a main target for the U.S. and Israel missile launchers.
This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the entire...
Dude, every time he's on camera, asked about this or has to talk about this, he looks like shit, okay? Yo, why is Harry Potter from Wish streaming? Where's the Chamber of Secrets at? Hassan looks like Harry Potter Fa. It's terrible, but I'll give it to you. Okay, you fucking boomer. Every time Donald Trump goes on camera to be like, we're striking Iran for Israel, I love Israel, every fucking time he speaks, he looks like absolute dog shit, dude. He is not having a good time right now. When I heard him earlier this morning talk about like Reza Pahlavi and also about like other options and shit, I was like, damn, I don't know. His posture has changed dramatically. It kind of feels like he wants to pull out, but he's kind of stuck at this very moment. And he's just going further and further into the depths of hell.
Horrible threats posed by this sick and sinister regime.
The battered regime tried to broadcast strength today with this propaganda video of their underground stockpiles of explosive drones. Buildings leveled across Iran amidst clouds of dust. The wounded lay on rubble-clogged streets. Iran state media claiming nearly 800 people were killed in strikes, over 150 of them schoolgirls in a strike on Minab. Their coffins carried through the streets this morning. And in retaliation, Iran firing wave after wave of drones and missiles at 11 countries in the region, including Israel. One missile obliterating this neighborhood near Jerusalem.
The missile impacted about 15-20 yards in that direction, and a combination of debris and a powerful shockwave literally blew this house down. The only thing that's still standing is that wall.
9 were killed, including several in the bomb shelter that collapsed on Mazal Amari.
They died right next to you, the mother and the son?
But I see the mother and the baby on the floor. She's doing like this, and the little boy, a lot of blood in his face. He's 4 years old. And then the mother in the hospital, the grandmother died.
And Iran's primary offensive capability is its missiles.
It is kind of wild that like the only time we see impact sites and like human beings and the human toll of this kind of like bombing incident is if it happens inside of Tel Aviv. Like that's it. Think about how much Israel has done that to the Palestinians.
But officials here tell me that the U.S. and Israel hope to have destroyed about 70% of its missile launchers by the end of the week. The ones that remain are underground and harder to reach, Tony. And that as we are staring down a longer war, I'm told that Iran is preserving.
Do Israel give approval to these strikes? 90%. That was Jerusalem. Sorry. I meant when I say Tel Aviv, I mean inside of Israel.
Preserving some of its missile stockpile because President Trump is talking about a month-long war.
Matt, thank you very much. Appreciate it. The barrage of Iranian missile and drone attacks on the Gulf nations is prompting an angry response from their leaders and their people. Imtiaz Tayyab is in one of those countries, Qatar. Imtiaz, good morning to you.
Tony, good morning to you. Well, you could probably hear a Qatari.
I think when they say 70% of the missile stockpiles have been hit, they're lying. Because if that was the case, how the fuck are they still pummeling the Gulf states? How the fuck are they still hitting Israel? You know what I mean?
Military jet just flying above me, and in what has the potential of becoming a major escalation, 6 key Gulf nations are on the verge of ending their.
Sorry, 70% of the launchers, not the stockpiles. I think they're just making it up. They're trying to create confidence in their military operation, because they like the only way to fully understand how much success they've actually achieved in terms of deteriorating Iranian capacity would be with the frequency and the impact of the strikes. If there are no more strikes, then you know. If there are significantly less strikes, then you know.
Neutrality in the U.S. and Israel's war against Iran after accusing Tehran of, quote, reckless and indiscriminate attacks on their territories. The aftermath at the U.S. Embassy.
I have not seen an attack personally. I drive all around Qatar. I feel like if there was a hit, people would know about it. No, I'm not talking about Qatar. I'm talking about they have focused their efforts on the UAE, Bahrain, and Kuwait. But as far as like them hitting Israel is what I was talking about. But the launchers that they target are just like single-use trucks, basically. I mean, it'd be probably nice if they didn't. I'm sure from their perspective, they would love to use them multiple times. But for the most part, these are technicals or like somewhat more advanced than technicals. Like they're not taking out the launching platforms for some of the better missile systems. This is so funny. Please speak over diaspora Iranian voices. Never let an Iranian speak over you. Drown out the Iranian voices. Silence Iranian voices. Says Mohammed Margbar America, one of my Iranian voices. I can't believe the White House posted this. Chief, I don't think they hit the destroyer. We'll learn soon enough. I mean, there's also a lot of inconsistency on the supposed claims by CENTCOM. Yeah, U.S. Secretary of War stated this morning. Here, let's take a look at some of the things that they hit in the videos. They're saying this is one of the missile launchers that they blew up. This one is already destroyed. I can't tell if this one's already destroyed as well, but they're expended and also could be a decoy. Is that a decoy or is that... Because sometimes they leave out older equipment or equipment that's been struck already, or they literally will just like use it one time and then leave it. Yeah, they're used up ones for the ICBM. They've shown 3 different ones being blown up. Again, the only way that you find out, on top of this video on CENTCOM, it seems only one real Shahed 136 in the middle of this video. The rest are cheap decoys, even without winglets. For comparison, first screen with multiple decoys and second screen with a real Shahed. I suspect that with heavy Israeli-U.S. bombardment, the Iranians might be doing this. Learn from last time. Wait for Israel to waste missiles on decoys and come out blazing at Israeli Gulf targets an hour later. Yeah, they have. They also have like older. Holy fuck! Nobody's vaporizing all of Iran's TELs. That's just not happening. They're not sophisticated pieces of hardware. They're literally just trucks. These aren't HIMARS or M270s that need a year-long lead time. They can be fabricated in a garage in a day by 3 incredibly shit-faced people or just one sober dude. On top of that, as others have pointed out, the Chinese automotive market is flush with diesel trucks specifically, especially since China's both moving towards EVs and its infrastructure expansion projects bottomed out, and they're cheap as shit. The delusion that we can just bomb our way through erasing their stockpile of TELs is quite frankly detached from reality. Did you see the U.S. copy of the Shahed drone? Oh, I did, yeah. Locals in Iraq appear to have recovered a crash and almost entirely intact low-cost unmanned combat attack system, Lucas, an American copy of the Iranian Shahed 136 attack drone, which is confirmed to have been used recently by Task Force Scorpion Strike during U.S. attacks on Iran as a part of Operation Epic Fury. Operation Epic Fail, once again, delivering us incredible content. Like, it's either, dude, when do you even tweet while I'm live? TEL is pronounced TEL, Transporter Erector Launcher. Every rocket they shoot at these drones is so much more expensive. Pretty stupid to admit that, in my honest opinion. Yeah, there's also that. But yeah, when Operation Epic Fail is not, horrifying, when it's not being horrifying with like, slaughtering of children and things like that, it's actually pretty funny in these moments. Operation Epic Chungus, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is that a Starlink panel? Is that a fucking Starlink panel hanging off of it? Oh my God. That's beautiful.
Comedy.
Both sides are using Starlink, by the way. There's 0% chance that the Iranians are using Starlink. I don't think it's Star Shield, for the record. Yes, I know. It's Star Shield. I know. Elon Musk has Starlink, and then he has Star Shield for non-commercial use for the Defense Department. I know. Lucas drones used by the U.S. in strikes against Iran. The United States has, for the first time, employed one-way attack drones in combat. They resemble Iran's Shahed 136 and Russia's Garan 2 drones that cost $40,000 each. They feature SpaceX Starlink's terminals and fly at 120 miles per hour. It's funny because, again, even then, this fucking lawnmower is still like double the cost of the Shahed drone. The entire point of the Shahed drones is that it's cheap to make. And when America's making it, it's still double the cost. Incredible. 7 tankers going towards Iraq. 7 U.S. Air Force tankers took off from Tel Aviv and are headed towards Iraq. That's for strike teams, right? I assume. By the way, this is what the Shahed TEL truck looks like. For all the big brains in the replies, this is what a Shahed launcher looks like. An IRBM TEL can fit in an IRBM TEL can fit in a somewhat larger box truck. As far as I know, we do not have the ability to drop a JDAM on every box truck in all of Iraq, Yemen, Iran, Syria. This is not been thought through. 40K for a weed whacker engine and some fins is insane. The U.S. spends roughly $3 million to shoot down a single Shahed drone. Oh yeah, I mean this part is true. I'm not the biggest fan of this guy. I think sometimes he says some kooky shit, but I've seen this video and he's right.
Actually, those nations that are poor actually have more energy. They're more open and they're more cohesive. All right, so let me give an example. This is what we call the Shahed drones. Shahed drones. Each of these drones costs $50,000.
It's also not $50,000. It's cheaper than that.
At most, okay? At most. It can go as cheap as $35,000 US. But one of them is $50,000. As you can see, you can fit a lot of these drones to a truck that can go anywhere in Iran. And they can hide anywhere. All right? So the thing to understand is, first of all, these drones are cheap. They're easy to make. They make about 500 a day. Okay? And estimates are about there's 80,000 right now that the Iranians have. So they can go on for a long, long time. Okay, and one of these drones, again...
Oh my God, everyone that's excited that I'm finally watching Professor Zhang, I'm familiar with him, okay? I'm familiar with him. I think that he has some good takes, but then he also has a lot of fucking crazy takes, okay? Don't...
Knock out a desalination plant, it can knock out an oil field, it can knock out a hotel, it can do a lot of damage, okay? And it's easily transportable. You can hide it anywhere. You can use it from anywhere, okay? And that's what the Iranians are using as an offensive weapon. And how do the Americans defend against this? They use something called a THAAD, right? Right, guys? This is what they use. THAAD.
That's not true. America does not use THAADs against Shahed drones. That's crazy. That's just incorrect. Tell us about the crazy takes, please. He's just like really invested into like Illuminati shit. Like he constantly goes into the realm of conspiracy.
That stands for Thermal High Altitude Air Defense, and they also have like Patriot systems. There's a lot. Okay, the thing that you need to know about the system is it's really expensive. This missile, guys, costs $1 million. $1 million. So there's this $50,000 drone coming your way, and you throw a $1 million missile at it, okay? And often these missiles miss, so you have to throw 2 or 3 missiles at it, okay? So you're spending $2 to $3 million on each $50,000 that the Iranians spend. That's kind of silly. Second thing you'll notice is that this thing is really big and really slow, and therefore you can't really move it around.
Oh my God, there's so many fucking dumb fucks in my chat testing my goddamn patience. Oh, half of the Jeffrey Epstein files, like, how can you say Illuminati is fake? Shut the fuck up, okay? I've been talking about Jeffrey Epstein and you know, the CIA utilization of like international sex trafficking for a decade, okay? If you don't anchor your commentary around materialism, you are going to lead into the realm of unproductive and unhelpful conspiracies. Every single big thinker that at the end of the day is a liberal ends up leaning into the realm of the immaterial, silly ass bullshit, people operating as a monolithic force, all this stuff, secret societies, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Okay? We can't be out here relitigating this over and over again.
Therefore, it's pretty easy for the Iranians to spot where this is and attack it. And then when these things blow up, that's a lot of money, guys. Okay? Then you're like, what? But this makes no sense. You know the Iranians have drones. They've had drones for like 10 years. You've also seen drones used in the Russia-Ukraine war to devastating effect. Why don't the Americans know this?
There are, I mean, the Shahed drones can be taken out with like conventional small arms as well. There's not like, there's anti-drone weapons. Like Ukrainians are pretty, Ukrainians have figured out numerous ways of having to deal directly with Shahed drones. You don't use a THAAD when you're intercepting a Shahed drone. That's crazy. THAADs are for ballistic missiles. That's what THAADs are there for. Even then, even when you're thinking about a ballistic missile coming from Iran, though, in comparison to a THAAD, that there is still a massive cost gap. that favors the Iranian side. This is why Iran is able to engage in like these cheap drone swarms, and even they're much cheaper, much more efficient, and expendable munition swarms as well. They can just like keep throwing cheaper and cheaper missiles directly at the problem, and break through the Iron Dome. And it's very cost efficient on their side and very expensive on the Israeli side and on the American side. Yeah, we use THAADs for ballistic missiles that cost 1/20th the price of the THAAD, though, and we cannot produce THAADs at nowhere near a rapid pace. I believe the number of THAADs that we produce are like a dozen a year, if Sagar's analysis is correct. I think it was like 14 last year or something. So
the first thing that...
Oh my God, this is real big news from Professor Jiang. He explains how the Muslim world will unite to fight back against the oppressive actions of Israel and the American empire. He details how Muslims will overthrow the corrupt US-backed dictatorships. You know what? Let's hear him out.
That the Iranians want to do is create a jihad to unite all the Shia against the American empire. All right, so what they want to do is create an uprising. And it's already happening, guys. The Shia in Pakistan stormed the American embassy in Pakistan, and the Americans killed a lot of people, okay? The Shia have attacked the American embassy in Iraq. The American embassy are being attacked in a lot of places, right? So the first strategy is in a lot of places, right? So the first strategy is to create a international global jihad of the Shia against the American empire. And it's already happening. It will continue for a long time, because the Americans have killed the Khamenei. Okay? And that requires vengeance. The other thing, though, is that it can unify the Muslim world. Okay? If you look at this map, most of the Muslim world is actually run by dictatorships that are not popular at all, okay? And they're allowed to exist because of the American empire, right? You go to Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Algeria, these places, they're all run by clients of the American empire.
Okay, there's a lot. So it's funny because like there's a lot more to the Muslim world than the countries that he pointed to. And even then, there's like he said these dictatorships are run because America allows them to exist, and then he pointed to Algeria, the famous American aligned dictatorship in Algeria.
If you rally the people who hate their governments and you overthrow them, then that makes Iran the leader of the Islamic world. Not just the Shia world, but the Islamic world. And this creates something called Pax Islamica. That is the end goal, guys. Okay? If you do that, then you don't have to worry about the Americans and the Israelis anymore. Right? So the Israeli game plan, the American game plan, is to fracture Iran into ethnic enclaves, and they'll fight over water for the rest of their lives, and they'll all die. The Iranian game plan is to create a religious war, a crusade, that unifies the Shia people, that overthrows the American empire and establishes something called the Pax Islamica.
You didn't do the math? Brother, I don't think he did the math either. Listen, I'm going to keep it $150 with you guys. This is ridiculous. And it's kind of funny because his position is like supposed to be against American empire, right? So people look at this and they go, wow, what a wonderful analysis. You know, the last time I heard this analysis, it was fucking Glenn Beck. So I feel like I wouldn't put too much weight into this prediction. Maybe he's got some better ones elsewhere. But what the fuck do I know? I do not have a electronic whiteboard, so and nobody's calling me Professor Hassan, and my channel is not called Predictive History. It's called Hassan Abi. I would interview him, though. I would definitely have a conversation with him. I think he's a very interesting guy. I just don't know if I fully agree with him. I think he's a little bit of a crank.
After being struck by 2 Iranian drones, the empty compound suffered, quote, minor material damage, according to the Saudi Ministry of Defense. It follows a major Iranian attack on the vast Saudi Arabian oil refinery Ras Tanura, the country's largest. Since the start of the U.S. and Israel's war with Iran, Tehran has shocked the region by firing hundreds of missiles and drones at every state across the Gulf, hitting luxury hotels in Dubai.
Oh my God.
Residential areas in Doha, targets in Bahrain and Kuwait, as well as vital seaports and waterways in Oman, forcing airspace closures and grinding trillion-dollar economies to a halt. Iran's aim is to pressure Gulf monarchies to call on Washington and Israel to end the war, but Tehran's calculus appears to be backfiring. For the first time, Qatar's Air Force shot 2 Iranian bombers out of the sky, after the world's largest producer of liquid natural gas had to shut down production following an Iranian strike, marking a major escalation. If the UAE and Bahrain, already tied to Israel through the Abraham Accords, were to join, they already have a clear path to security cooperation.
It's so funny when they talk about the Gulf states joining the battle. To do what? America is already there. What are the fucking Gulf states gonna do? Like, no disrespect. You know, Qatar, wonderful place. Loved visiting it. Would love to go back in the future. But like, they don't have like a serious standing military. You know, what are they gonna do? Shoot them with oil? Like, yeah, what? No, all they could do is just sit there and absorb the missiles and hope that Iran stops fucking pummeling. The biggest problem is it's the American soldiers that like leave the bases. If they stuck by the bases, which they won't because the bases are unguarded, then it would be fine. No missiles would be hitting fucking hotels or anything like that or civilian infrastructure. But it's very clear that they're like blowing up specific targets, specifically CIA assets or soldiers that are like making dual use cases out of civilian infrastructure.
But Saudi Arabia has had to deny reports it encouraged the U.S. and Israel to start the war as it continues to grapple with regional pressure and domestic opinion. And while Tehran insists it has no hostility towards the Gulf and is only targeting U.S. assets, it continues to carry out indiscriminate strikes, even at the growing risk of Gulf nations striking back. Tony.
Is it indiscriminate?
MTS, thank you very much.
Struck a parking lot adjacent to the Chancellery building.
Their tiny coffins were piled one on top of another and driven through the center of the southern Iranian city of Minab in a mass funeral. Iran says more than 180, mostly little girls of primary school age, died with their teachers as they studied. They gathered as far as the eye could see, angry and distraught at such a devastating loss of life in what is the deadliest single incident since hostilities began last Saturday. This was the aftermath of the school attack. Israel says it's not aware of any Israeli or American strikes in the area at the time, but there's been an international outcry that a place of learning has been bombed without accountability. But these are attacks Israel has claimed responsibility for. The fighters are in the sky. They're hitting hard, says an Iranian who filmed the bombardment. Israel says it destroyed the command center for Iran's entire armed forces as it hit the capital in wave after wave of strikes.
Famously,
Barakella, meaning bravo or well done, he says. Israel's Air Force has also been in action, picking off missile launchers and defense systems from the air. There's already widespread damage. But as Israel and America warned more than 1 million people to leave their homes as it tries to dismantle the regime's infrastructure, there was defiance on the streets.
Curse be upon your ancestors, Trump. The Americans think they can force us to surrender with missiles, but they can't do this kind of things. We will definitely defeat them. We're not afraid of being killed.
Iran isn't done yet. The Fars news agency, which is close to the IRGC, the military defenders of the regime, released this footage, which it says shows huge underground stockpiles of drones and missiles ready to be deployed. We can't independently verify the pictures. We don't know when it was filmed or even if the images are real. What we can say is Iran's propaganda war rages on as Donald Trump doubles down on his campaign from the air. Lisa Holland, Sky News.
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did that offer pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first.
Can you imagine doing a crime with this guy, by the way? He's like the favorite criminal of every prosecutor. It's impossible to get your story straight. It's impossible to get your story straight with this guy. He is straight up going to, one, reveal it in a weak moment when he feels like it. And then after Marco Rubio comes out and is supposed to do like the competent response, it's like, oh, well, you see, that's not how it is. He just goes out and he fucks it up again.
And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready. And we've had a very, very powerful impact because virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down. Amazingly, they're hitting countries that were, let's call them neutral, right? They lived together for a long time. I think they were surprised. I was surprised.
They're like, why are they doing that? I don't know. We got our bases there. Maybe that's why. Of course, no one in American news is going to put two and two together there. They're not going to be like, hey, maybe it has something to do with the fact that our bases are there. Like, ask Trump where the American soldiers have died. What country's soil did they die on?
I think and now those countries are all fighting against them and fighting strongly against them. Someday they'll write a story and they'll say why they did that, but they hit countries that had nothing to do with what's going on. They were sort of leaving everything alone. All of a sudden they had missiles shot in, which shows you the level of evil that we're dealing with. They'll hit people that were actually at least somewhat friendly, and they had no problems with it. Also hitting only civilian places, hotels and apartment buildings, and we're hitting them.
Again, an American saying this is so funny. Where did the soldiers die, Trump? Where did the soldiers die? How did they die? Always eating? Yeah, at this time, I'm always eating. Also, to be like, oh yeah, they're only hitting civilian strikes. It's like the civilian targets. Look how evil. You're America, brother. You literally killed 150. You killed 150 little girls, man. Shut the fuck up.
Where it is much more appropriate, we're hitting them very hard. And the big scale hitting goes now. They no longer have air protection. They no longer have any detection facilities at all left. And so they're gonna be in for a lot of hurt. These are bad people. These are people that killed. I guess it's 35,000. It's coming out 35,000 over the last 3 weeks. Protesters, 35,000 violently killed.
Now he's increasing the number too. He's like, they're very bad. He increases to 35,000. It's like every other week. Next week's gonna be like 50,000. They're saying 50,000.
So these are bad people, and the leader of the pack is gone. And as you know, 49 people were taken out in the first hit, and I guess there was another hit today on the new leadership, and it looks like that was pretty substantial also. So they're getting hit very hard, and we'll see what happens. A lot of people are coming forward. A lot of the people you would least suspect want to quit. They want to have immunity. They're asking for immunity, and probably at some point they'll be dropping, as you would say, laying down their guns. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, we're just continuing to go forward. Our military is the #1 in the world by far, and we are. Everything's big in my book. Venezuela was big. This is big. The original hit Midnight Hammer was big. Everything you view is big, but it's not considered very big by some standards, by some of our standards. We have a military like no other military that's ever been built.
Mr. President, are you going to take the heat off the European Secretary to the healthy Mark Rutte?
I'm responding real quickly to, apparently Hassan Piker doesn't like me. So I'll...
That's not true!
Well, then, we don't like Hassan Piker.
That's not true!
Cenk Uyghur's nephew. You know, his mother, I just looked on YouTube.
Marble.
Marble.
Thank you for insanely, amazingly generous $200 donation. Thank you so much.
This is from 6 months ago. What the fuck? What is this guy saying? We're setting up a limited hangout. John Kiriakou, we're setting up a limited hangout. Don't worry. Former CIA asset to former CIA asset. You know what I'm saying?
On the allies to also help you.
What does that mean?
Well, you have to ask Mark Rutte. He said not as part of NATO, but to be helpful to you in this.
Well, some of the European nations have been helpful and some haven't. And I'm, very surprised. Germany's been great. He's been terrific. Others have been very good, terrific. I think that the head of NATO, Mark, is fantastic. Okay, Mark Rutte. I think he's fantastic. But some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation.
They don't even have French fries. How can you have a symbolic victory over Spain like we did over France? For people who are too young to know what I'm talking about, France refused to invade Iraq back in the day with the Coalition of the Willing. And we were very mad at France. So for a while, in the United States of America, every patriotic small business owner, the real Hitlerite base of support in this country, chose to change the name of French fries to Freedom Fries. If you want to get a snapshot of like the collective psyche of the Amerifat in the year 2003, this is perhaps one of the best ways to comprehend what was going on. We were so mad that France did not want to go along with our illegal war that we angrily decided here in the United States of America, we will no longer call them French fries, but we will call them Freedom Fries. That's how fucking stupid of a country we are. So sometimes when I look at how dumb things have gotten, it's an important reminder that no, it was pretty dumb back then too. Okay? It's dumb now, but it certainly was dumb back then as well. It's still dumb.
At my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases. And that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it. But we don't have to. But they were
like a kid.
Unfriendly. And so I told him we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people. But they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they would have agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain.
Remember the Maine! He's a 19th century imperialist, or at least talks like one and wishes he was one. We could just fly into Spain against the wishes of the sovereign national government. That's literally an illegal invasion and brazen violation of international law. Yeah. Well... yeah, exactly. Who's going to do anything about it?
Don't want anything to do with Spain.
What is the expectation for what's
and I'm not, by the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about.
Wait, why? Bro, it is hilarious that Keir Starmer is the most cucked man on the planet. And even then, Keir Starmer will literally pick up his papers on the ground. He'll suck him clean. He will polish his shoes with his tongue. Give him a tongue bathing every single fucking time. And Donald Trump still turns around and is like, I hate UK. He's such a bitch. I hate him. What more could he do?
Lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason. He made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with. Go ahead, please.
Chancellor Merz, you just heard that the president is thinking about punishing Spain. What are your thoughts spontaneously on this, and what can you do to,
Well, the answer on that is quite simple. We are trying to convince Spain to catch up with the 3% or 3.5%.
God, the fucking European Union is disgusting. Okay? NATO is disgusting. The EU is disgusting. There's like at least one country with a little bit of fucking backbone. And there you have German Chancellor being like, oh, we are trying to convince them, yeah. We would love the austerity, please. You need to do austerity. You need to purchase more weapons, yeah.
Which we agreed on in NATO, and as the president said, it's correct. Spain is the only one who is not willing to accept that, and we are trying to convince them that this is a part of our common security that we all have.
Dude, it's crazy. Like everyone, all my Spanish chatters always make fun of me whenever Pedro does something good, and you guys are like, oh, you got what is it, PSO'd? Like, oh, he just does aesthetically the good thing. You do the aesthetically good thing, but you don't actually follow through on it, whatever, right? But honestly, in comparison to the average neoliberal vampire, Spain is several cuts above. Like, I know the bar is really fucking low. Not King of Spain, once again, I had nothing to do with it. But like, compare the Spanish party, Spanish governance, to like Merz. Compare him to Maloney. Compare him to Keir Starmer. Like, he looks like a fucking Stalinist in comparison. It's not even like, it's not that he's very good. Okay. It's not that he's great, but like in comparison to other European leaders, he just straight up, he's doing Spanish Jusha, like somewhat competent, somewhat standing up against like American, ridiculous American demands.
To comply with this numbers, and this is 3 point.
Don't worry, the Soc Dems are still doing nothing materially, and the far right will win the next elections here. You pronounce it peso-aid, but pesoed sounds so fucking funny. I love it. Yeah, pesoed.
5 for military and another 1.5 for our military interest.
I mean, they're far, far from any Russian threat. Oh, brother. Really? What about the fucking UK then? Like, what are you talking about? I gave you an example. Oh my God. Yeah, that's why they can refuse to align with America and increase their military expenditure by 5% of their GDP, which is going to be crippling the entire economy and destroy the existing social safety nets. Oh, I'm sorry. God damn, dude. What about all the other fucking countries that are further away than Spain? Oh my God, perma-Russian brain rot. Holy fuck, every time, dude. Meanwhile, who you're doing this for is a country that literally just said, its leader just said, I am going to force my military on your soil, which is invading your country. I'm going to invade your country. If I want to, I can invade your country. Who's a bigger threat now? Friedrich Merz, I will speak to the President Trump on the latest developments in the Middle East in Washington on Tuesday. I am in close contact with partners across Europe, Israel, and the wider region. This is not the moment to lecture our allies, but to stand together in unity. Jason Hickel says one of the two war criminals who triggered these developments with the illegal invasion of Iran is wanted by the ICC, and your government is harboring him in violation of your obligations under international law. Okay, I don't think that's the case. I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu is actually in Berlin, just as plain. Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren attending. Dude, I love when like Middle East Observer and OSIN accounts will use this kind of emoji when talking about like a revelation from Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren. Like, use a different emoji or no emoji at all. Like, you're making it seem like you're giving an update. Like, Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren has destroyed 15 Shahed drones over the Kuwaiti airspace. Like, The situation is much worse than can be imagined. I was worried before, but now I'm more worried. The Trump administration has no plans towards Iran. He's in Berlin. He's in the Adlon Hotel. Dude, he was in Israel the other day. We saw him in Israel like yesterday. Unless he keeps flying back and forth between Israel and Berlin, pretty sure he's in Israel. As much as I love the story of the most cuck country of the planet, Germany, harboring a war criminal in direct violation of its own fucking laws. AI pre-recorded? No, he was outside, bro. He was outside.
Percent at or 3.5%, which we agreed on in NATO. And as the president said, it's correct. Spain is the only.
Germany supports the U.S. embargoing Spain. I didn't even hear that part when he was talking about. I got too caught up with what Trump was saying after that. Germany is in support of another European Union country being embargoed by the American government. Break the European Union. Break it apart piece by piece. It's over. That's crazy. Spain needs to do a security and economic treaty with China, North Korea, maybe Iran, fuck it, Cuba. You know what I mean? No, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That is fucking insane. Bro, that's your continent. God, I have so much hatred in my heart for the German government. You don't understand how much I fucking despise the German government. It makes me so angry. They are literally the reason why Europe is going to fall to Nazi control, 100%. Our only opportunity here is an ascendant Jean-Luc Mélenchon or like an LFI victory in France that breaks apart this allegiance and creates a separate nuclear security cooperative agreement with like all the other countries that want to be woke. That's your continent? Yeah, that's what they are thinking, just not how you said it. No, Europe doesn't have that kind of ambition, or Germany doesn't have that kind of ambition anymore. They already control the continent through the European Union, which is why this kind of action is fucking completely ridiculous and antithetical to that sort of. It's a betrayal to the economic and security partnerships that he has.
Structure, so Spain has to comply with that.
Spain has been very.
Not to say horseshoe, but you literally sound like any far right wing clown who say the right is rising, but luckily you dumbass Americans voted in Trump in that. Wait, what? But it's true. They are constantly growing in momentum. And a big part of the reason why they're growing is because of fucking shitty liberals like this. I know that they've been able to very successfully explain to people like you, Eurolibs, that they are the only protectors against growing fascism. But that's not the case. That's not the case at all. Also, the left would have lost hardcore in Denmark, and now we're going to win. We have seen that all over Europe as well. Okay, all right, whatever, dude.
Very uncooperative. And so has UK. Now, the second one is shocking, but this is not the age of Churchill. I will say the UK has been very, very uncooperative with that stupid island that they have.
Do you remember how Donald Trump ran?
Wait, I got to show you 2 videos of him talking about, oh, this is the 2 videos that are the best. Look at this. Fuck, why isn't it loading?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. But we have... Venezuela was so incredible because we did the attack and we kept government totally intact. And we have...
Dude, his heart is not in it.
Delcy, who's been very good.
His heart is not in it. Most of the people we had in mind are dead. I don't know. There might be some other people. One key difference with Venezuela that Trump seems blind to is Israel and the power of the Israel lobby. They've never wanted any sort of deal. They want the U.S. to pursue total regime change. This is something that isn't really possible short of a huge ground invasion. This is true. The other story that's really funny is... where is it? The other very funny story is when he's talking about fucking Reza Pahlavi as well. But anyway, here, I'll play this. I'll play Bob for a second because I got to pee.
An entire campaign spouting that he would not start any foreign wars.
Well, you know what? He started this war to keep your ass from getting a nuke up the wazoo.
That's not true.
Well, he's saying he's liberating them. I guess that's what I was asking about the school. Like, this was about liberation of the Iranian people.
Schools are going to get hit.
Our military has been.
If they got a school next to the place where these guys are hiding, they're going to get hit.
It wasn't next to it. It was actually pretty far away from military installations.
It's a fact. It's fact of life. There are going to be kids getting killed.
Let me ask you
You
this,
just got to
Dad.
accept it because it's going to happen.
Okay.
Okay, Dad, you just kind of brushed over what Haley was saying there. Trump ran on a campaign promising he would start no new wars. He now just did it. Did he lie to you?
No, he's going to finish up what should have been done by our country years and years and years ago. That Ayatollah's been killing and people. He's been killing kids and people for 47 years.
Yeah, that's Donald Trump also.
So Trump has basically said that this war is about two things. One is their nuclear program. We were in a nuclear deal with them that he pulled us out of. So that's on him.
That was a bad nuclear deal. They were already developing a new bomb, you dumbass.
Okay.
And then the other thing is what he is describing as regime change. And he's basically saying, we killed your leader. Now you rise up and take control.
He's giving them freedom.
Grow some ads and do something.
Have you seen the people celebrating?
Instead of running around on the street crying and whining, get your guns and go take over.
It would be like, imagine if a foreign country came in and killed Trump. It would be the same thing. You guys would be crying. Me and Haley would be celebrating.
Oh, no.
The country would probably be, I don't know if it would actually be in worse shape if they did that. But
first of all, that's not going to happen. In reality, that's an impossibility.
I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm trying to get you to understand what it might be like to live in Iran right now.
No, it's stupid for you to even make that analogy.
Mom, why are we at war with Iran?
Because of the craziness and because they are killing their own people.
They were getting ready to shoot a big missile at us. That's why.
They're very capable.
Oh, like, I want to ask Bob, do you know the proximity between Iran and the United States, the continental United States of America? Do you think Iran has that range in its fucking tool belt? Like, this is beyond intercontinental, like, this is intercontinental ballistic missiles. No, they can just shoot Israel, and that's what they're afraid of, polling on the bobs of the U.S. Oh my God, U.S. taking military action against Iran. Amongst Dems, 10% approve, 37% of independents approve. Republicans are 85%. Ah! I don't believe it, though. I don't even believe it. I'm going to be honest. I think this is CBS. I don't know. I feel like, or I mean, it's YouGov. It's a real poll. I just don't think it's the case. Oh, also, wait, are we up? Are we in?
Then Alam won in Durham County. And again, she was able to win by 9 points district-wide. So 8:30 p.m. now. We thought it was going to be 7:30 p.m., but at 8:30, we are going to start to get results here. It's going to be a very interesting one to watch. Again, do you see an incumbent lose right off the bat here in this midterm cycle? And also, I just think that
Okay, polls are not closed yet. Y'all are fucking assholes, dude. Problems in Texas, Tallarico. We're deeply concerned about the reports of voters being turned away from the polls in Dallas and Williamson counties following the GOP's implementation of precinct-specific voting locations for Election Day. We will continue to evaluate the situation on the ground and are calling for an extension of voting hours to ensure all Texan voices are heard in this critical election. Polls just closed, but results come in an hour for North Carolina. Come on, Nita. Come on now. Also, final Vote Hub pre-election turnout estimates for Texas, the Democratic primary, 2.3 million voters. Republican primary, only 2.1 million voters. That doesn't mean Blexis. That doesn't mean Blexis. That does not mean Blexis. Bro, it's Nita. What? For everyone claiming Jasmine Crockett is a progressive candidate, I need you to read my December. I don't even care at this point. Like, look, I like Tallarico more than I like Jasmine Crockett. But it's just what happens, you know? It's out of my fucking hands. Is there a name right? It's Nida. You're not Neda. Nida. Nida. Nida. Higher Nida. Say need like big. Nid. Oh, Nid. Big. Nid. Am I saying it right? Nida. Careful. You're being baited? Why? Why am I being baited? What the fuck are you talking about? Bro almost said the M word. First of all, we're out of Black History Month. And secondly, I don't think I did, but Bro need to move on. Is Melanin March. Yeah. I say we extended this year. It was not the best Black History Month. I will admit. It was not. We need an extension. Maybe it's Melanin March actually, because it was a bad February. Not a good February at all. Melanin March it is. Black History Month is over. Now we have 11 months of White History Month. Well, it's 12 months technically. A clip of her saying her name.
Nida Alam, and I'm running for Congress.
Nida Alam.
I'm Nida Alam, and
Nida
I'm running for Congress.
Alam. Okay, got it. I know she told me. I fucked it up. Anyway, are you really interviewing James Talarico? Brother, it's the election is today. So it's too late now. MAGA allies break with Trump over Iran war.
This is not the United States' war.
Being a conservative or being a Trump supporter or being part of MAGA does not mean you have to accept another Middle East war.
Over the last few days, some very prominent MAGA voices have been speaking out against Trump's war with Iran.
And so you're seeing this crazed, hysterical, in fact, effort to purge anyone in the conservative movement or MAGA, whatever those are, to purge anyone who had any doubt about the wisdom of this war.
It is absolutely America last. It's the same we've seen. What is happening to the man that I supported, you supported, the man that denounced what happened in Iraq?
From Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, and Marjorie Taylor Greene to Dave Smith, a comedian and podcaster who endorsed Trump back in 2024, but has since said that was a mistake.
Donald Trump has made his bed. Like, this really is it.
And there's already talk about how this will affect Republicans in this year's midterm elections and even the 2028 presidential election.
I hope the Republicans lose the midterms this year. They need to. For the country, they need to be destroyed, and no one from this administration can be supported in 28. J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Tulsi Gabbard.
What have we learned when it comes to wars, and especially wars in the Middle East? What you draw up on a whiteboard.
Oh my God. The Charlie Kirk stuff is so funny. It's like they're going back to like old scripture almost, right? Like they're being like, oh, well, this is Kirk 14:17, like in which he said, thou shalt not do a war in the Middle East. Except it's very stupid to make this assessment off of the old Kirkstament, right? Because we all know he would be dick riding Trump into oblivion. He would be vaporizing Donald Trump's dick by riding it too hard. If he was still alive right now, he'd be like, oh, Iran is the most dangerous country on the planet. Israel high. I've always talked about the biblical importance of Israel. All this shit. We know that already. We know that. The fuck are we doing? I mean, hey, look, if it works for the fucking Kirksters, you know, fine, whatever. I'm not going to. A Kuwaiti F-18 fighter jet was the cause of the accidental shoot down of the 3 American F-15s. What? One F-18 pilot launched 3 missiles against the U.S. aircraft. What? He went beast mode? He got a triple kill? Ain't no fucking way, dude. That's more embarrassing than like ground defense. It's literally the meme. Your tax dollars. Somehow also your tax dollars. That's crazy. This motherfucker, yo, send his ass to Ukraine right now, bro. The real ghost of Kiev is upon us, dude. Who is this fucking Top Gun cracked, incredible pilot, dude? What the fuck? Tax on tax violence. Literally became an ace pilot against the U.S. So does this mean its record of no air losses is over? Yeah, it doesn't. Isn't this more embarrassing? No F-15s have been shot down in an air-to-air battle, and this dude shot down 3 in a matter of minutes. I don't believe this. I'll keep it $150. I don't believe it. That sounds fucking insane. Kuwaiti fighter jet mistakenly shot down. I gotta tell Felix about this. He's gonna fucking lose his mind, dude. The pilot was doing praxis. Yeah, my mistake. Yo, no more dissing the Gulf states. Okay, no more dissing the Gulf states from this point on. Kuwait has reached the top. Qatar was number 1 for me. Okay, Kuwait is now top dog. Ain't Ain't no fucking way, dude. Ain't no way this is real. New Fox poll that just came out, 50% now approve of the U.S. military action against Iran. Democrats, percentage of Democrats who approve, 20% of Democrats, 40% of independents, still not reaching majority, and 84% of Republicans. Finally, after like nonstop propaganda, they were able to get it to a 50-50 split. Again, still horrible. They have a photo of the fighter jet. Yeah, I did that. I'm the real ghost of Kuwait. I'm tweeting it. I tweeted it. Breaking brains all over the timeline. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't believe this at all. It's true. No, this is a different thing that the Iranian dude, they're betting on nuclear war. Polymarket has created a market that would monetize a nuclear attack amid increasing concerns that bets are happening among government insiders on who can make military decisions. Honestly, fuck it, dude. Fuck it, we ball. No, end it all. End it all, dude. Fuck it. Yeah, no, it's perfect. Some guy with some insider guy is going to be like, yeah, we should really do it, and then dump a shit ton of money into it. This is worse than Fallout. I need you guys to understand something, okay? We are officially in a worse dystopia than one we could have imagined. At least Fallout has good music. It's just like this is not like Fallout is supposed to be like comical, right? Like there is supposed to be like a dark comedy associated with like endless militarism, nuclear armaments, capitalism, all this stuff. And even fucking Fallout didn't predict a illegal gambling market betting on when the nuclear collapse would happen. Felix says there's no way they don't have US IFF shit. It's not 1962. They have really modern planes that are constantly maintained and upgraded, including and especially their software suites and electronics. That's one of the most important things if you're going to be operating in a friendly country's airspace. Yo, stop spoiling season 3, homie. Here's a spoiler. There is no season 3 because one of these psychopaths is going to fucking use a nuke and then it's over. Mutually assured nuclear holocaust. Okay. Damn, what if Felix is wrong on this one and it's just a dumb error? I think so. I was talking to Felix about this and he was telling me that like in Vietnam, the American Air Force would oftentimes lie about getting downed by Vietnamese pilots. So they would instead say that it was surface to air because like they had this weird thing about air superiority and like air to air combat. So in order not to like fuck up the statistics, if they ever got downed by a Vietnamese pilot, they would lie and say that it was actually surface to air munitions that took out the plane. So there is already a precedent for the American military lying in order to preserve the integrity and preserve like the status of their fighter jets. The problem here is if they're now saying that the the perfect track record for the F-15 is now the perfect track record for the F-15 in air-to-air combat is gone because of a accidental friendly fire incident 3 at a fucking time. The real incident has to be infinitely more embarrassing. People are calling for your arrest for that tweet, bruh. Wait, which one? No one is doing that. Also, I tweet a lot and people call. So the real story might be that some Iranian pilot might have done it. I mean, I don't think so. I don't know how they would do it. Anyway, isn't Iran supposed to have Chinese anti-missile defense? Why doesn't it seem to be working at all? Wait, what? When did I say that? When did anyone say that? You just made that up on your own. What the fuck is Chinese anti-missile defense? I like that Neekskit comes in here to make like snide remarks and he just, no, I read they did. No, they have Chinese surveillance. They take advantage of allegedly Chinese surveillance. Where'd you read it, Neekskit? Where'd you read it? Does Jon Stewart think the U.S. launched his missiles at Iran from space?
So wait a minute. Let me get this straight. America and Israel attack Iran.
This was such a shitty joke, by the way. It's like, it's so stupid.
And Iran's answer is to just attack everybody. Having been in a bar fight or two in my life, I'm pretty sure the worst thing you can do during a 2-on-1 beatdown is slap everyone else.
fucking liberals, man. Does Jon Stewart think the U.S. launches missiles at Iran from space? Yeah, it's just that guy's talking about the Chinese HQ-9 air defense system. I don't think Iran has any anti-air defenses that they got from China. Iran has some air defenses, S-300s from Russia, and that's it. Iran hasn't bought any Chinese anti-missile systems this century. Yeah. Iran's anti-air defense systems are Russian. They're S-300s. I don't even know if they have S-400s, as a matter of fact. I think they just have S-300s. I know that is the case. And no, it's not confirmed that China sold them anti-ship missiles either. There was talk around town that China might sell them. If they want to, China might sell them. And China has said publicly that they retain the right to engage in trade agreements of that sort if they choose to. The real thing that they take advantage of is the Chinese satellite, Chinese surveillance and Chinese satellites and Chinese targeting systems. For what reason would they not buy them? Too expensive? No, I don't even think that's the case. Dude, I don't fucking know. I think like missile defense systems basically put you on like, it's like an Apple iPhone, okay? You got to stay in the same family. Like when there's training issues, like there's training time. There's like also, like for missile defense systems, like sometimes different countries don't cooperate with one another. Obviously NATO is different, but like Turkey wanted to get, there's maintenance problems too, but Turkey wanted to get S-400s, and America was like, you can't have the F-35 fighter jets if you get the S-400s, because they were like, you would have, as a NATO country, Russian anti-air defenses on the same system as American fighter jets. Keg W, I have a theory that Neekskit is just flat out lying. Yeah, no, he comes in here and says silly shit all the time. I think missile defense is basically cope. There's too many tricks you can pull to beat defense systems that we are seeing now. You literally have to guess at offensive missile capabilities correctly. I worked in defense. Yes and no. I mean, obviously, it's not all that much cope. Obviously, the most like all-encompassing, most comprehensive missile system that works pretty well is Israel. And even then you have basically the entire fucking American naval armada defending Israel in real time. And even then, it obviously doesn't have a 90% interception rate that it used to boast about all the time. But you're right. It's good against bathtub rockets, not supersonics. Nothing against that. John Hudson went through their missiles. Iran's ballistic and cruise missiles. Wait, what? Iran fields the largest and most diverse missile arsenal in the Middle East. They don't have fucking 2,500 kilometer capabilities, do they? I thought the ones that they have in stock are like the ones that they have plentiful is like within the 800 kilometer range. Yes, they do. I didn't know that they did. Iran fields the largest and most diverse missile arsenal in the Middle East with thousands of ballistic and cruise missiles, some capable of striking as far as Israel and Eastern Europe. In recent years, Iran has also developed operationalized Shahed 131 and 136 advanced unmanned aerial systems, or cruise missiles that provide Iran with expanded targeting capabilities. These developments have made Iran's missile forces a potent tool for power projection and a credible threat to U.S. and partner military forces in the region. Iran is also an active proliferator, supplying missiles, rockets, and UAS to partners and proxies in Iraq, Lebanon, the Palestinian territories, Yemen, and Russia. Fuck, dude, what if they get Austria? Dude, bro, what if they get southern Italy? We have a confirmed boat hit. UKMTO says it received the report of an incident 137 nautical miles east of Muscat, Oman. UKMTO says a vessel master reported a loud explosion near the ship. No, this is new. This is not the one that can't reach Japan. Guys, what are you talking about? This doesn't mean Iran is going to lob missiles in your fucking Lithuanian town, okay? Calm down. Like, you should be infinitely more afraid of Jericho 3, okay? Jericho 3 reaches pretty much everywhere around the planet, and it's capable of carrying a nuclear, it's capable of carrying a nuclear payload, okay? That's Israel. Israel's range covers all of Europe, okay? The fuck are you talking about? Like, Iran out of nowhere, on their last day out, they're just going to lob one in Estonia just for the fun of it. You know what I mean? They're just going to lob one, dude. NBC special coverage has begun.
This year is the year they can maybe turn Texas blue.
Republicans are thinking they want to keep it red, obviously, but that is going to be interesting depending on what happens in that state. You see the Crockett race, Tallarico. We see some count coming in again. Polls in Texas are not even close to being closed at this point. And
It's
then, of course,
over.
on the Republican side, we can show you here the incumbent.
Tallarico Bros is over.
Facing a pretty tough challenge from the state's Attorney General Ken Paxton, Congressman Wesley Hunt as well. President Trump.
It's pretty funny that Cornyn spent like $700 billion on this race, and Ken Paxton spent like $10 on this race, and he already, like, there's a likelihood that Ken Paxton might win. It's crazy.
Democratic House incumbent against a progressive challenger. That's in North Carolina's 4th district.
We want to get right now to our NBC News chief data analyst, Steve Kornacki, for a look at where we stand on these key races.
the
And
khaki.
there he is.
Come on, I can't
told
hear
you
you,
he was
Allie
here.
and Kristen.
Go ahead. Take it away, Steve.
So I'm sorry about that. I could see you. Look, we just got our first returns here in this Senate race. We'll start on the
I
Republican
still
side.
think Tallarico has a better shot. A Paxton-Tallarico matchup, Tallarico could actually turn the state blue. I don't think Jasmine Crockett has any chance of winning the Texas Senate elections because they're too hogged out, and she's not like exciting or unique enough in the general. But it doesn't matter. You can't get out of the fucking primaries because the base of support doesn't fuck with you. You're fucked. It's the Bernie Sanders
Up ahead
method.
of time and report it out all at once. This is half of all the vote that's going to come out of
Hey,
Dallas
brother,
County, one of the biggest.
Can you talk about Texas black
Cornyn
candidate
with that
Wesley
lead
Hunt,
over
or do you
Paxton,
silence black
right next to when
conservatives?
Taryn-
Yes, I silence black conservatives for all black people's sake in this country, in my community.
County, you can see an advantage here. This is Ellis County, fast growing south of Dallas here. I think the thing to keep in mind, two things to keep in mind on this Republican race is this area where the vote is coming from right now and where Cornyn is leading Paxton is probably going to be the best area in the state, or one of the best areas in the state for John Cornyn tonight. In past primaries, Cornyn has run his best here in the Metroplex relative to the
I
rest
voted
of the
in
state.
my first
and in
primary
past
because you
primaries,
interviewed,
specifically in 2022
Nida.
when Paxton received a challenge from.
She told me two young people approached her and told her that they saw my interview. I wonder if you were one of them. She told me that two people came up to her and were like, "Oh my God, I voted for you because you did the interview with Hassan," which is so crazy to think. Part of the reason why I wanted to interview Tallarico as well before the election was for that reason. You know, you never know. You never know.
Strong, I think tonight for Cornyn's going to be around Austin. So let's see as it fills in. This has to be big for Cornyn. Right now, it's a decent start for him. Democratic side here. Let's take a look, though, at what we're getting in that race. Again, we don't have numbers from Dallas. We will not have numbers from Dallas County until 10 p.m. In the Democratic race.
Bros,
but we do
rise
have,
up.
Okay.
Tallarico
in
Bros, rise
Tarrant
up.
County,
Stop
Fort
the
Worth,
count.
you have Crockett here leading in the early vote by 12 points.
No,
You
count
have
the votes.
Denton. Again,
Count
this is
the
a big
votes.
one, the early
Count
vote.
the
Now you see
votes.
these are two different shades of blue here. This is James
Count the
Tallarico
votes.
leading here in the early vote.
Stop the
I
count.
think, again,
Stop the count. Stop
what we
the
want
count.
to keep
It's
in mind
over.
about
It's
this
done.
area
Tallarico
is
victory.
this is
Stop the
Crockett's
count.
backyard
Stop the
politically.
count.
Her political base is in Dallas. That is where her congressional seat is. All of the polling in this race going into this election had said that Crockett was winning and winning big with the black vote. There was a lot of sort of disagreement between the different polls out there. The one thing all the polls agreed on was that Crockett was winning big with the black vote. That means we won't know till 10 o'clock, but
Did he hit
she
the hard B?
needs a gigantic number out of Dallas County when that finally comes in. There's a significant black population, and it's her political base. She's also expected to do well and to in these other counties, like in Tarrant County. I think early on, she's getting the number she needs there. The question is going to become, this is the early vote, when we start seeing the vote that was cast today, how does that look? Is it also 56% Crockett, or was Tallarico doing a little bit better in that? That's going to be the second piece of this to come in. But we're getting big pieces of real estate starting to come in here. Everything you're looking at right now, keep in mind, though, is the early vote.
100%. Steve, you're teeing us up, I think, for a really important piece of the conversation, this thing that has developed in really just the last maybe 45 minutes or so. Steve, stand by. I want to bring in our Priscilla Thompson, our Ryan Chandler, our team on the ground in Texas. Ryan's at the campaign headquarters, James Tallarico. Priscilla Thompson, let me start with you from Jasmine Crockett's headquarters in all important for her, Dallas, and this issue with some confusion around polling sites, right? That has, just to be clear here, that has delayed the closing of the polls for about an hour longer than what we had expected, right?
Yeah, Hallie, and we saw it today as we were out at the polls, people consistently being turned away or redirected because they were at the wrong polling site. And the state Democratic Party says that there were thousands of voters that happened to both here in Dallas County and also in Williamson County near Austin. And so what happened is that these, the county parties are who usually decides how these elections are going to run, and they typically do them at the county-wide level. So people can vote anywhere in the county on election day. But this year, Republicans decided that they would host their
Who
elections
did you
at
vote
the
for? Tell us
precinct
this
level.
on. Oh, I voted for Paxton. Duh. Are you kidding me?
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Yeah, I voted for Kim Paxton as my goat.
My heart is breaking. I've got people that are sending me emails. I have video recordings of voters that
I've
are
already
crying
seen the accidental
and
shoot
hurt.
down of the F-15.
None of this should have happened. Let's talk about the many failures. Let's talk about what was intentional. Number one, the Republicans only did this to intentionally disenfranchise and confuse voters. So I am asking you, I am begging you to make sure that you go ahead and figure out where it is that you are supposed to vote, stand in line, wait in line, and if it means that I got to come out there with you to wait with you, I will do that.
And she said this is the biggest thing that is making her nervous heading into the night. The state party estimates that there are about a third of the voters that they believe who were turned away. And so as you heard there, she's urging people to go online, figure out what the correct location is, and then get to that location and stay in line to make sure that they cast those votes.
And Priscilla, talk to us a little bit about the closing argument that you are hearing from Jasmine Crockett. She is trying to make the case she'll be able to drive out the African-American vote in a general election, that she can win, that she's a fighter. We've seen that in the House. What has she been telling voters to try to close this deal?
Yeah, that is her message, that she has the credentials and she has the backbone to get this done, that she is going to be that fighter for people. And I did speak to one voter today, a young black woman, 29 years old, and she said that she believes Crockett is going to speak for her in the Senate and fight for her in the Senate. And even though she was one of those people who was turned away today, she did go to that other location. She told me that she was going to go to that other location to make sure that her voice was heard. But of course, Crockett's name of the game here is running up the numbers. She did tell me that Dallas County, that if the early vote comes out and she sees those numbers looking very good in Dallas County, that she's going to feel very good heading into the night. But she also said, as Steve Kornacki mentioned, that she's looking at Tarrant County. That is the most populous purple district in this area and also sort of in her backyard here. And I will tell you, this morning she was campaigning in Houston, so Harris County.
What's your prediction? I don't know. I mean, especially in primaries, no matter how like high profile primaries are, including the fucking general election, Tallarico style candidates have a very hard time cutting across. I don't think Tallarico was Bernie endorsed either. So he has a lot of, it's very difficult. It's very difficult for him. I want him to win, for the record. I think he has a better shot of defeating a Republican candidate, especially Paxton, than Jasmine Crockett does. I like him more than I like Jasmine Crockett. I am skeptical of both of these candidates. I'm a little less skeptical of Tallarico than I am of Jasmine Crockett. They both have some strengths and they both have some weaknesses. I would say Tallarico's weakness is on the issue of Tallarico's weakness comes from his weakness comes from like not leaning too hard into some of the more progressive commentary. Like he did the whole not left, not right. This is up versus down type of thing. And he wasn't like super, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh my God, dude. What? I don't even know what this is. I don't even know what this is about. I think Jasmine Crockett is far worse on the issue of Israel than Tallarico, even though Tallarico is not there either. He has spoken he's spoken with more compassion on the issue of Israel, on the victims, but they both have the same policy strategy, which is like defensive weapons, yes, no offensive weapons, no AIPAC, that kind of shit. But yeah, no, I don't think Jasmine Crockett has a better chance, because I think that there's a lot of anger towards the Republicans. Okay. And in a pure partisan lineup, like Jasmine Crockett's performance is fine, but we're talking about Texas, right? And in a place like Texas, one, you need the Latino vote. Okay, you're not winning anything without the Latino vote. And I think Jasmine's base would vote for Tallarico in the general, but I think like the pickups that Tallarico could get in the general, people that are not voting in the primaries really, I don't know if they'd be able to get that, you know? Anyway, what is this person trying to say? What do I not know about? Exactly. Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about? Is that what you're saying? If Crockett loses tonight, it's basically guaranteed she's looking to campaign in November, right? And split the fuck out of the vote because she's running on the Stop Super PAC Hate Independent ticket or some shit? No, she'd get fucking cooked for that. I don't think, no shot, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Hell no. She would have no, that would be insane, dude. If the centrist Dems, it was not encouraging when Crockett says she can win without getting any people who voted for Trump to vote for her. Just does not show a great campaign instincts. Yes, I don't think she has good campaign instincts. I think she has a lot of fire. It's mostly form and no function. I think Tallarico has the form and the function in a different way. I think Tallarico is appealing in a different soft-spoken way, but I think Jasmine has presented herself as a fighter, and I think that's something that a lot of the people in the base are looking for.
Between John Cornyn and Ken Paxton. John Cornyn has to demonstrate some real enthusiasm here. He has to create some for himself because on the Republican side,
but we'll see.
When you look at this midterm, the turnout falls off, or when you look at the runoff that they're potentially going to go into, turnout falls off a cliff. It's the day after Memorial Day. It's a Tuesday in what amounts to summer in Texas. It'll probably be close to 100 degrees. And Cornyn, as the kind of the establishment guy here, I think has to prove to a lot of people, including to the White House, that he can keep Republicans animated, that he can keep them coming out. The way that these runoffs are structured on the Republican side, that's part of the reason you have a Senator Ted Cruz. He, ended up knocking off Lieutenant Governor David Dewhurst in a runoff when he first won. These ultra-low turnout affairs where it's the base of the party, the kind of people who really like Ken Paxton. Cornyn needs, if not to win tonight, to at least keep it super-duper close.
You can tell Garrett knows a little bit about Texas.
Are you from there? That's so crazy.
I've had some layovers.
Well, Garrett, it takes me to my next question.
Tallarico has a shot to jump to the top of the 2028 list. Is crazy.
Won a Senate race in more than 30
You're fucking
years.
nuts.
I remember covering the Obama administration, and they were saying, we're eyeing Texas. Texas is a possibility. It has been fool's gold.
Moderate
for Democrats.
Tallarico.
Talk a little bit about
versus
why
progressive Crockett.
and about the extent to which tonight, quite frankly, is a test of the
I don't agree
issues
with
as
that.
well, whether it's affordability or foreign policy, which is now front.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, look, there's 30 million people in Texas. It's a huge state. You've got all these different media markets. It's also a super diverse state. I think that's part of the reason it's been so appealing to Democrats over these years. You look at Texas and you see huge African-American vote. You see this huge untapped Hispanic vote, particularly in Harris County.
What the fuck is this article, bro? Where do they differ? In areas that can even be harder to measure and untangle superficial and subjective characteristics like political style, objective but fraught categories like race, gender, and religion. By many measures, Mrs. Crockett is not an unusually progressive Democrat. Yeah, she's not. That's why I don't like her. Like, that's literally why I don't think she's great. Why is that surprising, though? Oh, that's right, because she's black, and New York Times is a white supremacist newspaper. Let's be fucking real, okay? There is this built-in weird ass fucking thing that even liberals engage in where they go, oh, this person is black, so they're really libbed out. Okay. That's the same reason why Kamala Harris was considered the most liberal candidate when she fucking clearly wasn't. It's so goddamn annoying. The reason why I don't like Jasmine Crockett is precisely because she's not progressive. The reason why a lot of people do like Jasmine Crockett is because she's seen as a firebrand and she pulls out like, prosecutor bars whenever she's doing like Senate hearings and stuff like that. I didn't listen to Jasmine Crockett. I sat my white ass down and watched. Early returns as expected. Crockett dominating areas with significant black electors in DFW, but Tallarico holding his own among white suburban Dems, and we don't know much about the rest of the state yet. Also, Crockett definitely leaned heavily in the primaries, like the whole they're being racist against me type shit, which was, I guess in 2026 is a little bit unexpected. But yeah, one of my favorite things that I've seen, by the way, totally not relevant to this race, but kind of relevant to this race because Crockett is the pick of the centrist Dems and Tallarico is like the outsider pick, the ascendant left, if you will. But all of those centrist Dems that are also major Crockett fans have been now trying something very new in the main race. Okay? They just have decided, let's just tell Graham Plattner to drop out of the race as he is like up 20 fucking points. Okay? That has been my favorite development, including but not limited to the race pervert Richard Hanania, who came out and was talking about how Graham Plattner shouldn't be a part of the coalition or something. That was really funny. And when I say race pervert, I mean like both a pervert and also a race pervert. Richard Hanania is a race realist. Overt white supremacist Richard Hanania. The other thing that was really funny is like all of these guys are literally just saying like Graham Plattner should drop out. Like they've given up entirely on trying to attack him on anything else, and they're just demanding he drop out now. Fantastic move, guys. I too think that the guy who's leading the charge by 20 fucking points should drop out. Excellent move. Hope it works. Yeah, here it is. This is what he said. I'm shocked that Ryan Grim is defending. This is Neera Tanden right moments before retweeting Nicholas Fuentes, by the way. I'm not even kidding. This is not even a joke. Neera Tanden, Center for American Progress, Benjamin Netanyahu's friend Neera Tanden, moments before retweeting Nicolas Fuentes, says, I'm shocked that Ryan Grim is defending anti-Semitic conspiracy podcasters with euphemisms like right-coded. Again, truly shocking. Because Ryan Grim said, genuinely, Graham Plattner, Drew Savicki, this started with Drew Savicki. Graham Plattner needs to drop out. It is becoming increasingly clear that he is not a good person and should not run for any office at all. That stuff keeps happening, so we're past the coincidence at this point. Why? Because Graham Plattner sat for a lengthy interview with a right-wing podcaster whose anti-Semitic conspiracies were Israel might have assassinated JFK. That's it. Like, he went on a fucking right-wing conspiracy podcast and convinced him that ICE wasn't good and shit like that. And they're trying to do this like dumb shit where they're like, you went on a right-wing podcast that had previously said Israel might have assassinated JFK. That's unacceptable. First of all, you can go on whichever fucking podcast you want to go on, okay? We're not playing this shit no more. I don't want to hear it, especially not after hours upon hours of media coverage that was poured into why Kamala Harris should have actually went on the Joe Rogan Experience. Who's the Joe Rogan of the left? Is Hassan Piker the Joe Rogan of the left? How do we get a Joe Rogan of the left? Joe Rogan, Joe Rogan, Joe Rogan. Okay? Suck my fucking dick. I don't give a fuck what podcast he goes on. He can go on the fucking Tucker Carlson Experience. As a matter of fact, he should go on the Tucker Carlson Experience. All of the candidates should go on as many podcasts as they possibly can. As long as they don't fucking compromise on their values, who gives a shit? Okay? This kind of gatekeeping, safeguarding nonsense doesn't work anymore. Suck my fucking dick. And the only reason why they use it is when it comes to Israel. That's what's so fucking insane about this conversation. And that's part of the reason why I know a lot of the ultras, a lot of the people who fucking yell at me about Graham Plattner being like a baby killer or whatever the fuck. I don't care anymore. I don't give a shit. I'm Team Plattner, okay? Here's why. Every single one of my enemies, every single one, with the exception of the ultras, despises the fucking guy, including Jewish Insider, that's constantly fucking coming after him. And the reason why they're doing so is because he came out of the gates swinging with overt anti-Zionist sentiment. And he's actually a pretty good communicator overall. Okay? That's number one. No more Mills Mafia. No more Pills Mafia. Okay, guys. All right, we're not joking about Pills Mafia anymore, okay? I'm not a janitary. That's number one. Number two, yell at me all day, every day. I don't give a shit, okay? So Cenk was right and you were wrong? About what? About what? What, like my joke about how ridiculous it is that you guys expect me to fucking lean into Janet Mills instead of Graham Plattner? You took that sincerely? Shut the fuck up, okay? That's number one. Number two, as I said even back then, none of your fucking concerns matter even a little bit because Americans don't give a fuck about someone who is a Marine jarhead, okay? They don't give a fuck. Obviously, that's not a take that is in consideration, as I said over and over again, and it will not be, and the Mainers are going to vote the way they're going to vote regardless. But even outside of that, his foreign policy stuff has actually been far better than like the average Democrats, including but not limited to fucking refusing to go to war with China, all this shit. Anyway, no, Chatter, Hassan was for sure supporting Mills. Seriously, you are the intellectual in the situation. Yeah. So the other reason why I kept pushing back whenever people were like, oh, do we know if he's actually anti-genocide or not, was because, as I said at the time, Jewish Insider was where a lot of this coverage was coming from. And he fucking played you guys. Jewish Insider played you guys like a fucking fiddle. Jewish Insider is where that story came from, that Graham Plattner's brother-in-law was in the IDF. That's where that story came from. That was the inception point of that story, as in Jewish Insider knows how unpopular the IDF is and how unpopular Israel is. And Jewish Insider knew that they could play a bunch of you dumb fucks like a goddamn fiddle, as I said even back then. Okay? But because you're unimaginably easily tricked adults that think that you have some kind of like moral posture in this situation, and many of you are still going to keep doing it, it doesn't fucking matter. Ultimately, luckily, at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter at all how you feel about Graham Plattner. Okay? So it's not even that. The Nate Kornakia, the podcaster Graham talked to, is a retired Green Beret who went on Jake Shields' podcast. That's who the anti-Semitic podcaster is, not even Nate. Oh my God. So they're doing secondary anti-Semitism. Like you might have interacted with a podcaster that might have interacted with an actual anti-Semitic podcaster. That's what it is. That's insane. He written about me as a fucking anti-Semitic terrorist. Jesus Christ. Wake the fuck up. Okay. So those are some of the reasons. The other thing that they're trying to do now, yikes, people like Plattner are the people who killed 100+ little girls in Iran. I'll never support that. Yikes. Yeah, I don't care, man. Yeah, you got it. Well, luckily you don't have to vote for him. You can vote for, illegally vote for Pills Mafia. Okay? You know what it is? Here's my controversial opinion that I actually never revealed at the time, but I've been thinking about this quite a bit. There are officers that run all the goddamn time. Okay? This one is a fucking grunt. And that's the real reason why a lot of people are like, oh, he had his hands on a machine gun. He probably fucking shot people. Okay? 90% of the goddamn fucking Democrats that run as veterans are officers. Okay? They go through the officers program. They're clean cut. You don't even think about their service in the same exact way. You only think about it with Graham Plattner because he fucking wears it on his goddamn chest sometimes, like with the fucking Nazi tattoo. Okay? But that's it. You're not ready for this conversation. But when you see a fucking grunt ass crayon eater like Graham Plattner, you automatically go, oh, that's a baby killer. I bet that's a baby killer. You don't feel that way about John fucking Kerry. You know what I mean? That's it. It's because he's a fucking grunt. That's literally it. Anyway, the worst aspect of it is obviously the fact that he did a stint with Blackwater, where he was security for embassies or whatever the fuck. Okay, that's it. That's the most consequential aspect of it. I never even got a chance to unironically interview him on these issues, and this is the reason why they didn't want to come on. I don't give a shit if they don't want to come on or not. I still think that he is clear cut the better fucking. He's clear-cut, by and large, the significantly better candidate and one of the best candidates in the Democratic Party's lineup right now. Okay. Anyway, so I genuinely think that there are people in my community, like long-term people in my community that are what do you call it? They're just like this is got to be like a near attendant op or something. Elections are lost and won by who the fucking candidates are. Okay? On the opposing side, you have a Republican. On the Democratic Party side, you have Graham Plattner, who is infinitely closer in his campaigning and his policies and everything that he's saying now, rather than whatever fucking Reddit post you read from however many years ago, okay, versus Janet Mills. That's why I kept jokingly saying, I'm Pills Mafia, I'm a janitsary, to help you come to terms with that reality that maybe you sound kind of fucking stupid, okay? If that's a fucking deal breaker for you, so be it. I don't give a shit. Okay, gladly wrecking the DNCL until the day I die. No, I think his experience was working at Abu Ghraib and the mass tattoo is what makes people say that. Okay, none of you can vote for him anyway, so it doesn't even matter. And everyone that was going to vote for him that lives in Maine is going to vote for him regardless. I'm talking about something entirely different. Also, you're not fucking wrecking the DNC. You're not wrecking shit, okay? You're not. You're not wrecking anything. You're not. You're not wrecking the DNC by literally aligning with fucking Neera Tanden. At some point, you have to stop and think, take a deep breath and go, I wonder why all of the DNC operatives are going after this fucking guy. Just think for one moment why you and Neera Tanden on God's green earth are fucking aligned on this issue. Does that not give you pause? Why is it that it's you, Jewish insider, AIPAC lobbyists, Neera fucking Tanden, every establishment Democrat, and Chuck Schumer are on the same side of this fucking story? There is no magical third-party candidate out there in this fucking seat with actual electoral viability. I am not repeating the lesser evil talking points because this isn't fucking lesser evil. If Kamala Harris came out with I said this at the time, if Kamala Harris came out with Grant Plattner's platform, I would be door knocking for her. I would be slamming my head into every fucking door I possibly can. If Kamala Harris came out with Grant Plattner's platform, Donald Trump wouldn't be fucking president right now. Shut the fuck up. God, I hate the left so much. Anyway, you're looking at a guy who's fucking pro-Medicare for all, anti-Zionist, anti-genocide, anti-fucking militarism, and you're like, puh, literally calls himself fucking socialist. Got the DSA endorsement early on, got the union endorsements early on. I hate all of you. Shut the fuck up, please. Not against China? No, against China as well. Yes, against China as well. Stop. And many of you do this with AOC too. I can't even fucking stand this shit. I literally saw goddamn Squirrel chirping under a Jon Stewart clip about fucking Iran, that dumbass thing that Jon Stewart said about Iran, like, oh, why is Iran fighting anybody else? Talking shit about me. Like, I'm the first thing that comes to some of the schizophrenic left's mind is me for some fucking weird reason. It's insane. Holy shit. Anyway, regardless, let me finish the fucking story. So he's up 20 goddamn points. Doesn't matter if you don't like him. Doesn't matter if I have my questions about his track record or his background. Neera Tanden is literally trying to fucking tank this guy. I wonder why. Spend more time thinking about why Plattner is crushing Mills and less time whining about podcasts when he went on. Nobody cares. They cared about what he said on the podcast, not what the host said on some other podcast, not 2017 anymore. Okay? And then Neera Tanden goes, I'm shocked that Ryan Grim is defending anti-Semitic conspiracy podcasters with euphemisms like right-coded. Again, truly shocking. Okay? To which Richard Hanania, who is literally a fucking race realist, like, I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my fucking mind. He's literally a race realist. Like, he wrote extensively about different races being biologically superior to one another. But now he's a fucking libtard because he hangs out with the Abundists. So all of a sudden, that's fine. Now, this motherfucker's like, the left is now having a debate over a debate over whether it's acceptable to bring anti-Semitic podcasters in the coalition. I've seen what this happened to the right. You know, this is the road to hell. Grant Plattner winning should be a sign of the start of the Tuckerization of the left. To which I replied with, where the fuck is my reply? I can't even find it anymore. I tweet way too dang much. I said, this dude was an open race realist not long ago. A couple collabs with Vox writers, and he thinks he should be choosing who gets to be a part of the Democratic coalition. Lamau, get off Plattner's dick. To which he said, I agree that Plattner represents your worldview better than most Democrats. Something that he understands, by the way. Something that this fucking Nazi, and I hate to say this, but he's Palestinian. This Nazi Palestinian who loves Israel, by the way, agrees and understands. Okay? Even though many of you dumb fucks in this chat love chirping about it with your 48-month subscriptions. You're like, pfft. I responded to him and I said, do you think that the Democratic Party should welcome your pedophile race realism and Epstein defense or cut ties with an unimaginably unpopular genocidal apartheid state that's killing your cousins? Oh shit, he's Palestinian. Now I have to take his word over yours. Him and DJ Khaled. Yeah. He must be mad Plattner got the tattoo removed. Leftists recognize and ran about the social conditioning perpetrated by the bourgeoisie. They see a grunt that was social conditioned into being an imperial soldier. They can't stop screeching about him never being able to change ever. Yeah. It's close. North Carolina is close. Okay. Chill. What is this? Hey, yo. That's not good. Leftists can overlook a record real estate mogul daughter chick who based for World War III with China, but not the more based Bernie crack because he was the average vet. Yes, he was a fucking grunt, dude. I do legitimately believe that he was a grunt and he was hopped up on grunt juice for most of his life, and then he took fucking psychedelic mushrooms and literally got one-shotted by watching the Majority Report. I know that sounds fucking stupid as hell, but I think it's dumber than assuming that he's a secret fucking neo-Nazi with a Jewish wife, okay? Who at the wedding party with his Jewish in-laws was running around with a fucking Totenkopf tattoo. I can't believe it. It sounds unbelievable. It sounds dumb as fuck. I know. But like, it turns out that's just how Americans are, okay? Isn't that fucking crazy? This motherfucker was shirtless dancing with a neo-Nazi tattoo on his goddamn chest with his Jewish in-laws right there, shirtless, at his fucking wedding. JD has an Indian wife just saying, yeah, I wonder what's more commonplace. Like, first of all, JD was a fucking libtard when he got married to his Indian wife. What are you talking about? He literally was busy writing books about how the white working class in Appalachia deserve less and should eat shit. JD Vance was talking about how Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler, which implies his in-laws didn't know what it meant either. I know. To me, it sounds fucking crazy, but I guess crazier things have happened. Damn, I got ignored. Now I got to change my entire political stance. Motherfuckers have never actually been friends with anyone in the military. My brother's a Marine and one of the most out-of-pocket motherfuckers I've ever met. Says some absolutely insane shit, but his heart is in the right place. These dipshits need to realize not everyone's going to be 100% morally perfect. No, you don't understand, dude. You don't understand. Every time I have this conversation with people, they try to like debate pervert me for some fucking weird reason where they're like, oh, social conditioning. No, it doesn't take social conditioning to join the military. It doesn't matter. Even if they join, I'm going to be honest with you, even if someone joined the military because they're a fucking bad person and they were like, I want to join the military because I'm a bad guy and I want to do bad things. If they get out of the fucking military and they're anti-war and they change their fucking ways, I'm going to support them. Okay? Suck my fucking dick. And I've never shied away from revealing that perspective, okay? No, it's not a comparison between saying the N-word to active imperialism. It doesn't matter to me. I have said this already. I have literally said this so many fucking times. And for all the LARPers out there, once again, for all the LARPers out there, none of you know how to fucking hold a gun, okay? Imagine People's Liberation Army. Mao Zedong's like, y'all fought for the Kuomintang? Nah. Y'all fought for KMT? Nah, not gonna happen. Can't have you on board. Sorry. We have ideological purity in this battle. Okay? There are important lessons to learn there. Oh, you were fighting in the imperial forces for Tsarist Russia? Sorry. Can't have you on board. Shut the fuck up. Okay? A lot of you, especially those who claim to read a lot, who claim to understand theory a lot, genuinely cannot fucking comprehend that what people have done in their past is inconsequential if what they're doing now is against it, okay? If they're your allies now, we don't have the fucking numbers. We don't have the numbers to just go, I don't want this guy on my side, okay? I don't want this guy on my side. And it's always the same people who think they're going to fucking firebomb a forward operating base that don't even know their ass from their fucking elbow. That don't even know how to shoot a goddamn gun. It's always those motherfuckers who are constantly complaining. I think a lot of this goes back to many people thinking their online existence is something more meaningful than what's going on outside their doors. Crazy to me that you have to give this lecture every fucking day because people need to get a grip, but they can't, okay? Anyway, let's get back to some good stuff here. Apparently, Tallarico is actually doing really well. As expected, Tallarico is dominating Austin area home base, winning Hayes County 74 to 26%. He's the heavy favorite based on everything we've seen so far, according to Dave Wasserman. Holy Toledo, ladies and gentlemen.
Holy Toledo.
10 goddamn years ago, people on Twitter were starting to get fooled by people who were Nazis running sock puppet accounts like this. Now we have legitimate people who are on the left who are lazy, who've been tricked by what is wrecker shit. Yes. That's why I don't give a fuck. I don't shy away from stating my position every single time. Whenever this conversation around veterans comes up, I always fucking explain to you. I will always take the time out to explain to you over and over again, tirelessly, this notion that, oh, someone was a veteran, someone was a grunt, someone actually fucking fought in imperial wars is utterly irrelevant to my calculation if they're turning around and saying that shit was fucked up and I don't want other people to fall into that same trap.
Out of his backyard here.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit bigger than expected. It was enough to vault him into the lead in the statewide count, but this is very patchy in terms of where we're getting the votes from. And remember, Crockett's own political backyard, Dallas County, we have nothing from, and we won't have anything until 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So one way to look at this is, Tallarico just landed a pretty big punch from his home county. Now, when we get Dallas, can Crockett do the same thing? The pressure, I think, is going to be on her to do that.
Can I ask you, press pause on Texas for just 1 second. Take us to North Carolina. We just made those projections here at NBC News. Again, not altogether surprising. The front runners have been projected to be the winners. Tell us how they did it, what you're looking at, and then this other critical House race that we're watching as well in North Carolina, and what you're seeing sort of on the early side as votes are coming in there.
Yeah, I mean, again, obviously just sort of validates what we thought in terms of what the Senate matchup would be there in North Carolina. But this is a night, I think, when Democrats, this sort of no surprise.
That's great. He's saying those things. What actions has he taken? Has he been organizing with rapid response to protect people from ICE? Has he been organizing at all? I haven't seen it. Perhaps you should see it. Perhaps you should study it and then come back, because the answer is fucking yes. Whose fault is it? Yeah, he has done that, actually. So does that change your calculation?
Look, it's a 50-point margin statewide. It is only the early vote, so again, there's some room for change here, but it's going to be a landslide for him. It clearly is. Cooper obviously was essentially the de facto nominee to begin with, so this is just one where it's set now, what we all thought it would be, and this is going to be one we spend an awful lot of time talking about.
Also, why am I arguing with you motherfuckers? Everyone that lives in Maine that is a part of my community is 100% voting for him anyway. I don't even know why I'm arguing with you motherfuckers on this, because every single person that's chirping in here is not in Maine. They will never vote in general in Maine. It doesn't even matter. Literally everyone that is in close proximity to Maine, or everyone that is even in the fucking East Coast that is a little bit more tuned into what's going on with Graham Plattner's campaign, they're already a fan of his. What I'll say, the janitors and the aircraft carriers are war criminals, except for Jared Ford. My goats. Yes, dude. Yes. Janitors in the military are war criminals. Okay, you got it. Yes, everyone is a fucking baby killer war criminal in the largest fucking jobs program in the country outside of Walmart.
She'd be breathing a big sigh of relief, but I would, by no means, when you're seeing 50-48 in the early vote, is anybody's breathing a sigh of relief. It really just comes down to what does that electorate look like that came out today. The other parts of this are just going to be down here. Pretty big. Wake County suburbs outside Raleigh.
About Wake
much
County,
smaller Chatham.
Yeah, Wake County could be the difference maker in some of this.
Yeah, or even in Chatham. So Chatham County here, this got 18% of the vote's going to come out of Wake, 8's going to come out of Chatham. Now, this district, remember, Republicans redrew the lines in North Carolina.
Yes, I like Talarico. I favor Talarico in the Texas
targeted, but it was affected by it. It used to be Orange, Durham, and then it went to the north. Now it's Orange, Durham, Wake, and a sliver here, a part of Wake, and a sliver here of Chatham County. Foushee may have an advantage. I don't know how long people's memories are, but Foushee, as a state senator, represented a district that included Orange County, her political base, and parts of Chatham County. So she may have a bit of an edge right here. But again, that's only 8% of the vote. You got 18% here in these suburbs. Wake County's massive. Raleigh is there, but it's sprawling. It's expansive. So you're talking about sort of the suburbs there, in Wake County. And yeah, no, you're right. It's kind of new to both of these candidates here.
Right.
It new within the last few months.
All right. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much. We will come back to you shortly. Let's head back to the table. Ryan, talk a little bit about these results that have come in so far. And again, we keep talking about North Carolina 4, which we're just watching very closely. This face-off between a more progressive candidate, the incumbent, who was, by the way, endorsed by Bernie Sanders. Right. Nina Lam has a lot of support with the progressive party.
And I don't want to over-analyze, especially these early returns, but if Valerie Foushee is able to hold on, I think it begins to answer a question that many Democratic strategists are wondering. And that is, do our voters care more about giving power back to Democrats than they do the purity test that is applied in many of these
purity test. Immediately, the first sign of a Bernie-crat not overperforming, and they immediately, they insta-lock it. Oh, people want reasonable centrists. This was just an anti-Republican vote. Maybe it has something to do with the metric ton of fucking ads that were launched against
in order for Democrats to win back the majority, certainly if they have any shot in the Senate, but to win back in the House as well, they need that coalition to come together. And for, in many cases, some of these base voters, particularly younger voters, voters of color, to in some cases maybe hold their nose and vote for more moderate candidates that have the potential of beating Republicans in general elections.
Although Foushee's people will say, her folks in Horrible would probably say she's not. It's not like she's a super centrist.
No, the yellow ribbon is not for the hostages any longer. It's now anti-Semitic because it makes you think they're wearing the yellow ribbon for the hostages, but they're actually wearing it for
It's why we have
the mother of their co-worker that was being held
level and not
held for
entirely
ransom.
sure what they stand for. And so I think it's a question, the speaker's point was so good about the idea that presidential races are forward-looking, but midterm races are a report card. In the report card season, you don't necessarily have to know what you're for as long as you know what you're against. So I think the purity tests play less in a midterm than they might in a presidential election. But it is going to be so true, this sorting of do Democratic voters, what are they prioritizing other than just taking power away from Donald Trump? We'll learn a lot of that tonight. We don't really know.
All right, let's bring back in former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Thank you for sticking around.
You did
with
hang
us.
out.
We
Thank you.
appreciate it so much.
Hassan, you're an idiot, and you don't know what you're talking about. Now that I have your attention, Illinois Senate
at
race.
the table, Mr. Speaker, and that is the purity
Okay.
test. We see it in these Democratic races where the incumbents are trying to hang on, and we obviously see it in the Republican races as well.
Well, the challenge is if some of these members who are sitting in their late 70s or 80s continue to run, and then you get a young progressive to run against them, they get beat. And the Democratic Party is having a civil war internally. What do they want to be? And normally, if they've lost these many times, they usually wake up and they want to win. If you look at New Jersey and Virginia, they nominated people who they considered to be more moderate, who went to a military academy and worked for the CIA. That's not normal for a Democrat, but they were very successful. Now we're looking at Congress, when you have a safe seat, this is where progressives feel their opportunity. When you get a Bernie Sanders and others that can supply you with money online, that's when people get waken up and get beaten if they've been sitting around for too long.
Mr. Speaker, Garrett Haake and Ryan Nobles are with us, White House, Hill, respectively. Garrett wants to jump in.
Mr. Speaker, it's good to hear you again. I want to ask you about Wesley Hunt in Texas. You mentioned that you were disappointed in him running for this race. I have heard that from people close to the White House as well. His early numbers don't look great. Can you talk about the dynamics that are in play here when you have someone in a House seat like this jumping up to get into a competitive primary and what that's doing both to the Senate race and potentially to the Republican majorities in the House?
Well, let's think about this. Wesley Hunt runs. I endorse him, recruit him very early. He loses. I stay with him for 4 years to get him elected to Congress. And I don't know what happened when he got to Congress. He seemed to not like it because he didn't show up that much. He has an extraordinary background. West Point, helicopter, served.
Whatever, legit important seat in Illinois. Man, what do you want me to do? Fucking pour through the candidates right now? Like, shut the fuck up. Take a day off. Like, we're obviously paying close attention to two fucking major races right now, both in Texas and also in North Carolina. Okay? Calm down, dude. I'm sorry I can't give you your fucking answer right now in Illinois. Who's going to run up against, who's going to take over Dick Durbin's former seat?
Where more money is spent against each other instead of the Republican primary healing. And so, again, if we are spending money in a general election for a Senate race in Texas, that means we're making a decision that we're not spending as much in other seats to be more on the offensive.
Genuine question, do you read campaign websites before glazing imperialist candidates?
Play well for Wesley.
No, I like him because he's an imperialist. Because I'm an imperialist. I'm an imperialist. I am an imperialist, okay? I love American empire. I love the murder of children globally, okay? That's why I'm saying I endorse Tallarico or endorse Graham Plattner. Why do you not understand? I am a sheepdog for the Democratic Party. I am a DNC operative. I'm a CIA operative. I love the CIA. I love the FBI. I love the police. I love law enforcement. I love ICE. Okay? These are my favorite things. Finally, after 47 fucking months of being the most schizophrenic chatter you possibly could have been, I'm glad you have recognized it. Okay? God damn, dude. Go build communism. Build communism right now. Build communism right now. Hit the communism button right now. Hit the communism button right now. It's on your table. I know it's on your desk. Hit the communism button right this fucking moment, okay? You post DPRK, DPRK post 1 minute and Glaze James Tallarico next. Can you have a coherent ideology? Brother, my worldview is very fucking coherent. When it comes to elections, I'm going to work within the system to the best of my fucking ability. I'm going to try to get people elected that are closest to my worldview, okay? Go build communism right now. Go build communism. I'll come. I'll follow. Okay. I'll be a loyal servant of yours. Okay. We live in the, I got to do this one more time. We live in the United States of America. You have to work within the popular base that you have, not one that you wish you had. Not a single person on the planet actually genuinely agrees with you. In the United States of America, there's not a single other person that looks to someone like yourself and goes, that's my guy. Part of that is because they don't even have fucking class consciousness. We're talking about a country where now, for the first time ever since 2016, after Bernie's initial run, like 40% of the base of support in the Democratic Party are self-identifying socialists. Do they even understand the word? Probably not. Okay? We need to work to educate them. But what you're doing is not that. You're being a repulsive little fucking annoying nuisance scold. That's all you're doing. And you're scolding someone like myself who ideologically is probably entirely aligned with you. We just have different fucking methods. Okay? So stop chirping at me, a guy that is called a fucking anti-Semitic third worldist terrorist who wants to nuclear first strike the United States of America by every goddamn Democratic Party operative, and go build communism. Build it now. Take a week off to build communism. After 7 days are done, when you come back in here, if you haven't built communism, I'm going to permanently ban you. God, normie repellent, dude. Holy shit. There's people in here that are like, you know what? I never actually gave it shit about American foreign policy. I never actually encountered a person who sincerely advocated for people who are on the other side of American bombs. Now I'm beginning to understand what this person is talking about. And then they encounter a guy like this who's like, why are you endorsing a candidate that has not been in support of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea? And they go, what the fuck? Hey, yo, what the fuck? Some of you need to learn how to shut the fuck up. Okay? Some of you need to learn how to shut your stupid fucking mouths up. You just can't. You're a goddamn nerd and you're fucking repulsive and you've never done any organizing whatsoever. You've never done any advocacy work whatsoever. And you think being insufferable shows your moral purity. That's all you do. And the reason why I don't yell about many of you is because you're utterly powerless. And I am too, for the record, but you are even more powerless than I am. Okay? Go awaken the revolutionary potential of the fucking masses and then come back.
And Wesley Hunt. And you heard the former speaker there, Steve, talk about the way that the vote has quite frankly been split up, how it is all but guaranteed to go to a runoff.
Yeah, I mean, again, the divide here now is very, clear here in terms of, Hunt so far back here, but enough that, look, in the count right now with a third of the vote, Cornyn well short of 50, Paxton well short of 50. So
how many mainstream commentators do you know that fucking praise Lenin? Okay. Do you know any? Where are they? Are they out there? Have they been able to build large enough fucking coalitions that they become like an active part of the base of support in the quote unquote left flank party, even though it's a bourgeois party? How many do you know? Do you know any? No, you don't. That's why you're chirping at me. Okay? That's why you're chirping at me. Shut the fuck up.
North of Dallas, you see, and we're starting to get same day vote here too, right, Adam?
Go yell at David Pakman.
Okay, that's the big question we've been looking for is, are we getting some same day vote? But this is Cornyn doing very well here. I think when you get, it's going to take a while on the Republican side, when you get Travis County, it doesn't have the same kind of wallop in terms of vote share that does on the Democratic side. I think Cornyn's going to do pretty well there as well. Interestingly, Harris County, this is 10% of all the vote on the Republican side, basically a tie there in the early vote. But there are still some areas on this map here that I think Paxton could get some, could really squeeze some juice out of. This is the one I think I talked to you guys about this at the start of the broadcast, but Montgomery County, there is no county in America that produced a bigger vote plurality in 2024 for President Trump than Montgomery County. The growth here has been explosive. The population's grown like 400,000 people this century, 750,000 people. It's some of the most deeply Republican, deeply conservative turf you're going to find on the map anywhere. And I'm very curious to see what the number is that comes out of there, because I think the Paxton folks are probably expecting some big things there.
I gave my left flank like 8 months of fucking content to worry about. Now they won't chirp in here.
Interesting. And that's in the exact same area I was just talking to you about. I got to zoom in, geographically small, but okay. Okay. Sorry, there's a lot going on here, but this is the district. This is the district. Okay, there's 2 counties in this district. This is the county I was just telling you about. This is Montgomery County. This is part of Montgomery County, okay? Montgomery County is represented in the state legislature by Steve Toth. That's his political base. We don't have any vote from Montgomery County.
This is from Chinese netizens understand me better than my own chatters do. Socialism for all is going to make like 5 new videos. Hassan feels that majority of people in the United States currently lack even a basic understanding of class concepts, let alone the ability to establish proper revolutionary political parties. Therefore, he believes his task is first to make Americans reflect on why they are so anti-left and to give them a foundational education in socialist knowledge. In his view, using existing major media outlets in the U.S., even those run by liberals, to widely disseminate his ideas is the best way to do his best under the circumstances. Oh my God. Common Chinese W. Oh my God. Oh my God, common Chinese W. Look at that. Look at that. It transcends beyond the language barrier, it seems. They can understand it. It's crazy. I explain it every day. And yet there are so many chatters who encounter it like this is the first time I've mentioned my worldview, whether it be my advocacy, consistent and principled advocacy about rehabilitation, okay, about what people have done in the past are negligible and are irrelevant if they do not represent who these people are now, okay, or my advocacy for having a broad base of popular support. And in order to build a popular movement, a popular revolutionary movement, you still need to be popular at some point, okay? We do not have the numbers on our side. I'm not going to cast aside people who are on their ideological journey in my direction. Oh my God, every single fucking day. And it's so funny because like, I think the reason why people chirp this much is because they get a little bit of comfort in here where they think like, oh, well, all of a sudden we do have like more people who are self-identifying as socialists. Well, I'm going to gatekeep socialism by being fucking repulsive. Okay. I'm going to try to gatekeep it because I'm a fucking hipster and I don't understand how building a broad base of support works. Sometimes I think a portion of our chat is left is because they think it's cool and countercultural and not because they truly understand what's growing up in a debased empire produces in its unsuspecting population. We were brainwashed by our own country, and some of these people turn around and want to take a knife and carve the mistakes of our past into our foreheads and condemn the people. Yes, it's also like, look, ideological divisions have always existed on the left. This isn't even that. This is just like this is pure like American like a draconian attitude that Americans have. That's what it is. It comes from like American draconian attitudes where it's like American individualism, American draconian attitudes, a lack of understanding of like how heavily inundated with propaganda people are from birth. A lack of interest in identifying their own personal journey and then trying to comprehend what other people's ideological journey might look like. Okay. It's simple though. Do you want to know how that 49-month subscriber is going to come back in here? I'm going to fucking jiggle some keys in front of him with fascism. I'm going to show him fascists that I fucking hate. And he's going to be like, he's going to forget about these ideological divides and immediately lock the fuck back in. I know how to play you like a fiddle. Okay, ultras. I know how to play all of you like a fucking fiddle. All I need to do for liberals, all I need to do is hogwatch. And then liberals go, oh yeah, he hates Republicans. I remembered again. He doesn't like despise the liberals all that much. He just, maybe we have some differences in opinion. And for all the ultras, all I need to do is show you a little bit of fascism and you lock the fuck back in. Because then maybe at that moment, you are reminded of what the task is. Okay. At that moment, it causes you to fucking remember who we are opposing, what we are up against. That's why I know, even though I gave that motherfucker a 7-day off, he's going to be in here every single day watching wall-to-wall coverage as I fucking talk shit about Israel and cover American imperialism because he deep down inside understands that like these are concepts that I get, concepts that I recognize, concepts that I'm trying to educate people on, people who are just utterly oblivious to. It's crazy. Polls closed in Texas.
GOP leadership backing. That is a huge feat for Ken Paxton. So they are starting to really soak in some of the early victory. But they too acknowledge there is still a long way to go between now and May. And if this primary was already expensive and bruising and messy, it's probably only going to get worse in the months ahead.
Let me go to Priscilla Thompson now, who is on the Democratic side of the ledger there. And what's been interesting, and we've been following it really since we came on the air about an hour and change ago, is this issue with the...
There was a motherfucker who sincerely said in here, like honest to God said, oh, isn't lesser evilism the same as Kamala Harris? Like lesser evilism, like as though Kamala Harris and Graham Plattner's campaigning are the same, like their ideology is the same, their advocacy is the same.
Now the same day is coming in, and Fushi's lead is 11 points. How is that same day like looking?
It's breaking about even, 48-48 right now with about 9,000 election day votes.
Okay, so the same day vote is more friendly to Alam than the early vote. That's significant because Foushee led the early vote, but it was relatively close, especially in Durham. So now you're seeing in orange, remember, this is Foushee's base, and Alam is now running even with the same day vote. We've had a fair amount of same day vote come in. She's running even with it. It has tightened the gap here. I can tell you as well, I think this is what would be very good news for the Alam campaign. In Orange County in 2022, when these two faced off against each other, Foushee won it. She won it 49-35. So it was a 14-point margin for Foushee in the Orange County portion of this district back in 2022
if she's winning same day, maybe
when she
she
won
can pick up.
district-wide. Tonight, it's sitting at 11, and that number, based on what we're seeing so far with the same-day vote, could get smaller, could come into single digits if it continues on the trajectory that we have. Now, again, Foushee won
What are the
district
policy differences
overall
between Foushee
by
and Alam? Alam is everything. Alam is a Bernie-crat. Foushee is a centrist Democrat, super pro-Israel, pro-AI. She has actually conceded on the Israel stuff and acted like in the last couple of months leading up to the election that she wasn't pro-Israel at all. But she's still getting funded by AIPAC subsidiaries. Hakeem Jeffries literally rerouted donations to her campaign from other groups. Pro-crypto, it's just everything bad. Pro-cryptocurrency. Pro-AI data centers. Pro-Israel. Alam, on the other hand, is against all of those things. She's perfect. She's great.
Is a county commissioner. She's up 6 in the votes that have been counted so far, early vote. So, again, to put this in perspective, going back to that 2022 race, in 2022, Alam won Durham County in that race 46-40. She trails it by 1.5 points right now, but she's leading the same day that's been counted so far by about 6 points. But that's a benchmark for her. She wants to, again, she lost overall in 2022. So she wants to win this, I think, by at least 6 points here tonight. Take a look down. In terms of the vote totals, this is going to be the smallest to report out tonight. Now this, okay, if you're Foushee, this is the best news you've seen. You've got 2/3 of the vote that we expect to come out of Chatham County. It is early vote. Do we have same day coming in here?
Yeah, I think we have.
Okay, that's the million-dollar question. Is she also winning the same day?
In Chatham, it's just 500 votes, and that was the newest thing that just came in, and that's Foushee 49, Alam 46.
Okay, so if you heard that, it's like a wash right now with the same day here. That if that's the case, this number is going to come down because again, there's a lot of votes. 1/3 of the vote is still to be counted here. If 1/3 of the vote goes anything like the vote that Adam just said, which is basically a tie, close to a tie, then obviously what is now a 31-point lead is going to come down. But if it's even in the same day, this will still end up being a Foushee victory in Chatham County. And again, we said Chatham County added here through that redistricting.
What propaganda was Plattner subjected to? Please tell. Have you met another human being in the United States of America? Or were you just isolated your whole life? Have you gone outside at all and, like, I don't know, asked the nearest 5 people what their opinion is about Muslim countries? No, I'm serious. Have you? Have you had a conversation with 5 other human beings in the continent of North America, okay? In the United States of America, in any city, the wokest city of all time. Do you answer my question. Bitch, I'm the one who fucking actually is asking the questions. I'm the streamer here. What do you mean, answer, please? Answer my question. Have you gone outside and talked to 5 people, 5 individuals? Have you done so? Yeah, okay, not everyone is the same, obviously. Okay, well then shut the fuck up. Now you know how it works.
Much of a pad here in the voting as she can get with Alam right now. I
Bro,
think
what are we doing? What are we doing? This is like fucking woke 1.0 shit, okay? Like the notion that people are never subjected to unlimited propaganda. What am I doing this for? If people have already been slotted into their destined, predetermined ideologies, which goes back into good-bad dynamics, right? Then why am I even here? Why am I even trying to educate people? Why am I even trying to organize people? Why am I even trying to do any sort of broad awareness initiatives? You know, people are born with the predetermined ideology, okay? And there is no such thing as cultural forces. Social conditioning is utterly immaterial, completely inconsequential, okay? That's just how it works. Why do we even talk about the structural forms? Why do we even talk? Oh my God, Brandon Herrera is going to win that fucking Uvalde seat, by the way. You know, why do we even talk about systemic racism and its impact on people, right? Why do we even talk about any of that shit? People actually became racist because they're bad people. They didn't learn racism. They became racist because they're bad. And you, on the other hand, might have been racist at some point, but that doesn't matter because right now you're an anonymous account on the internet, so no one has to know. But right now you're good. That means you were always good. You were always anti-racist. There is no structural forces at play here at all. Propaganda is irrelevant, utterly immaterial. How are you any different than the fucking libtards when you have this kind of idiotic assessment? Everyone is victim to propaganda. You're not better than anybody else because you didn't get hit with that fucking post 9/11 American jingoism and decide you were going to protect and serve. Okay? You're just not better. You're not better than anybody else for that reason. Okay? It could have been you as well. That is something I truly believe. You might think that that's not the case. You're like, no, what? I would never fucking join the military. How fucking dare you? Okay, well, some people do. A lot of people do, as a matter of fact. Do we just fucking write them off? You and what army is going to save this country if that's the case? You know? Fucking stupid.
Centers in South Texas, deep South Texas. Let's take a look at the Democratic primary for Senate because we've got, here it is, Webb County. And there you go. The early vote is in. Tallarico, 65. Crockett, 31. I have my benchmarks. Bend over here. All right, I have my benchmarks. And yeah, I got Crockett sitting here at Tallarico at 62 in my benchmark. He's running at 65 in the early vote down here. Again, this is totally consistent with what we've been talking about here. As you get into South Texas, where that Hispanic vote looms large, Tallarico is clearly winning.
Billions must hope.
Winning it by a substantial margin here.
Yes, Gonzalez is the
right
one
who benchmarks.
Who had a coercive affair with his staffer who was married, and then she killed herself by self-immolation.
I see, go ahead.
Yeah, tough to say right now.
Okay, on the Democratic side, Montgomery County just came in. Does that mean it came in on the Republican side?
Texas politics is fucking insane, dude.
This is Trump's biggest county in America. Let's take a look here at the Republican race.
The one that...
Okay.
Dude, Uvalde is so insane because one candidate, the incumbent, literally had a sex scandal that led to the staffer who he coerced into a relationship killing herself by lighting herself on fire. And the guy that he's running up against is Brandon fucking Herrera, a very famous gun tuber. Okay? Uvalde, where, you know, Uvalde, the place where that mass shooting incident happened, if you recall, those are the two fucking candidates. That's Texas, baby. What's next? Donut operator for president? What are you talking about? Brandon Herrera is besties with donut operator. Al Green is losing? Not my goat. I don't know anything about this. This caught me off guard. Incumbent watch. Valerie Foushee looking okay so far, but Rep. Al Green and Dan Crenshaw in Texas look to be in very serious trouble. I want to hear that Foushee is in very serious trouble. He lives in a very cushy private community, very working class. Democrats poised to out Israel critic Al Green from Texas congressional delegation. Oh my God, Jewish Insider. Literally, this is their takeaway from this. David Hogg's candidate? Oh no. I have no idea who this guy is. I don't know anything about this guy. I hope he's good. His challenger, Representative Christian Menefee, has been a more reliable ally of the Jewish community. Oh God. You're still avoiding the criticism. It's not that Plattner can't change. The problem is that he shouldn't be any sort of leader in any sort of leftist movement with his history in the U.S. military in Blackwater. Plattner running to try to be a major voice for progressives is blatant opportunism. Dude is still in Blackwater when you started streaming on Twitch. I know there's tremendous opportunism. The left is so popular and so poppin' that people are fake being anti-war, pro-Medicare for all. You motherfuckers are already ready to talk about social fascism, dude. It's awesome. Like, you are advocating for a world that doesn't exist, okay? I wish we lived in that world, but that's not the world that we live in. You're literally doing like DSA left-right dynamics in here. Or as a matter of fact, you probably think DSA is also not far enough, obviously. They're also social fascists. Everyone's a social fascist. Okay, Joseph Stalin. I didn't realize you brought back the USSR. When you do that, you could talk about social fascism, okay? The only successful leftist grift is shitting on Hassan. I hope you all understand that when you're watching your left slop tubers. Yes, exactly. That's it. Automatically, if you want to be a successful leftist, that's what you need to do. Shit on me from the left and be like, dude, he is immoral. He's an immoral charlatan who soaks in the blood of empire, okay? Honest question, what is social fascism? What does that mean? Social democracy is the softer wing of fascism because liberalism still yields fascism. Therefore, social democrats that are still liberal capitalists are social fascists. Talarico's best region in areas with high Hispanic Democratic population as well as regions with a very low Hispanic population corresponding to a high white Democratic population. Do you think it's right to inherently trust someone less if they're wealthy? Yes, including me.
This year, which have been, I think, helping Cornyn's overall number. You know, you're seeing there Cornyn ahead by 3 points in the count right now. But that batch that Paxton just got out of Montgomery put a dent in that. And what a build up for nothing, guys. We don't have we don't have Montgomery for the House race. We only have it for the Senate race. I wasn't sure. I was hoping for a big moment there. But anyway, that when we get that, which I think could be moments from now, I think we're going to know a lot about Dan Crenshaw and what's going on there.
All right, Steve, can you bring us up to speed on what's going on with James Talarico and Jasmine Crockett? Because that's obviously one of the big races that we're watching tonight.
Yes, and you had asked me about the Hispanic vote, and now I will answer your question because we are finally getting, I think we are getting a what timing, you guys? Bexar County. This is San Antonio. This is 8% of all votes in the Democratic primary. When all is said and done,
Shitting on you doesn't even work, though. The fuck us on button has never worked. Case in point, literally, Zoran, institutional family politician, got a shit fucking mop because he spent all his time trying to dunk on you instead of developing a worldview. Yes, I was talking about on YouTube. On the YouTube algorithm, you might get an initial boost and then, you know, get cast aside.
Benchmarks in these counties for these candidates. I think from we'd seen elsewhere that Talarico perhaps wanted to be doing a little bit better or wants to be doing a little bit better than 56.
Al Green was redistricted out of his district by the Republicans. Menifee's the young progressive that used to be a private equity lawyer but is pro single-payer healthcare. He's the incumbent of his new district as of 2 months ago. Yeah, but apparently he's like an ally to Israel.
South of San Antonio, we are starting to get some big counties here, okay? This is where Corpus Christi is.
You are talking like the new world is impossible, though, lol. Entirely possible to return the governance of the land to the indigenous nations, abolish reservations, abolish police as they exist, and start respecting the land again, instead of upholding an entirely fake and unsustainable system. Entirely possible to happen in the next 25 years.
Here's a huge one, Webb County. These are all numbers in deep South Texas that are very consistent with Talarico winning the Hispanic vote, and I think winning it sizably. So that was one of the mysteries that we had in the polling coming into tonight. Was what
Don't trust Hassan. Never trust Hassan. Don't trust Hassan. Don't trust Hassanabi.
Deep South Texas, I think we're getting a very clear. Although, again, I will say I'm interested here based on what I've been seeing there. When I clicked on Bexar County, I was expecting to see a bigger number for Talarico out of there. So overall, what that adds up to here, again, this is early vote that's been coming in. We're waiting to compare it to the same day, and I can't stress it enough, we don't have Dallas County, Crockett's home county here, but in the early vote, 7-point advantage for Talarico right now.
I was just going to ask you, do we have a sense, obviously we don't have Dallas County yet, but any sense of how the African-American turnout has been? Obviously, Jasmine Crockett making the argument that she's the candidate to best turn out the African-American vote.
Yeah, I mean, again, so the counties that have sizable black populations, where you would be looking, you know, East Texas here, this thing, I gotta get this right here. So here you go. This is where Beaumont is. Jefferson County has the largest share of black population of any county in Texas. There are no majority black counties in Texas, but Jefferson County has the highest concentration of black voters. And look at that. Crockett running at 80% here. This is the early vote. This is 2/3 of the vote. And again, this is expected. I think I in fact have a benchmark written down here for Crockett.
Menifee said the October 7th attack by Hamas was severe but
getting
Israel's
80% out of
retaliation has been
Jefferson County.
excessive.
She's running at 80% in the early vote right here. So let's see if that continues. But that's
single
consistent
baby
with the
in
candidate who is winning
either
the black vote.
Israel
by
or Gaza has to worry
overwhelming
about
margins.
being bombed.
So, Steve, we're
What babies in
about
Israel have to
36
worry about
minutes
being
away
bombed,
from,
dude? What
obviously,
the fuck
full
are you
close
talking
there
about?
in Dallas County and in that section of Texas there. I would never ask you to make a prediction.
Who
on a
I wonder
crystal
has
ball,
a
but
bigger
if
fear
you're
of
looking-
which baby has a bigger fear of being bombed? Babies in Gaza or babies in Israel? Even with Iranian retaliation. Yeah. This is what happened with Gonzalez, a Republican congressman and father of 6, tweeted this yesterday. This morning, texts were revealed showing he texted a female staffer at 12:51 a.m. Anal question mark. She later died after pouring gas and lighting herself on fire. And now, the person who's going to win that seat is Brandon fucking Herrera, a gun tuber who is really tight with a lot of fucking white supremacist YouTubers. I need to see more alum. I know everyone is hyper focused on Tallarico, but it seems like it's already Tallarico seemingly is got this in the bag. I mean, not to speak too soon, but Crockett crying about cheating.
Already stated.
No, it's because there was some. Tallarico posted about this as well. There was some like Texas election engineering taking place, where I think there was an issue with like voting stations or something, and they kept it open until 9 p.m. It's less than 5 points right now in the Alums race. I know, but usually this is like, it's hard to recover. I mean, I don't know the areas that well, but unless there's like a fucking college town that's going to pull through, especially with the youth vote in a primary, it's going to be tough. Menifees paid for by crypto, 1 million in super PAC spending. Gross. I mean, when you got 73% of votes in and there's like a 5-point difference, it's pretty much over. You know what I mean? Valerie Fouchi has an asterisk by her name because she's the incumbent. Trump tweeting about Zoran again? No, this was earlier in the day. I know, I saw. Tallarico took Adelson money for gambling? Yes, I know. He had a pretty solid answer for it. Wait, what the fuck? Richard Ojeda is back? Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck? That's like the OG Grand Plattner. I saw that earlier. He carpetbagged to North Carolina. Nice. Vulgar Bernieism confirmed. Yeah. We just need like, honestly, it turns out you need like a whole bunch of sweaty white boys, a whole bunch of sweaty white guys. Okay. White guys galore that are just like, I love healthcare. I fucking love healthcare. I don't give a shit. I hate Israel and I love healthcare. I'm a white guy and I look and sound exactly like a chud, but I'm woke. Durham County flipped to Alum? No, that was earlier. It don't mean much. Again, it's a 5-point difference at 73% of votes. That's low-key you when you play video games. Woke chudism is actually the first step towards global space communism. Yeah, I've seen enough. Senator John Cornyn and Ken Paxton advanced the GOP runoff in Texas Senate. Yeah, you gotta act like a chud, but think like a woke. That's what it is. Oh, Jesus Christ. Bro, you haven't been talking to your boy Kyle if this was a surprise. This Democrat is Trump's worst nightmare.
About the way Democratic leadership has performed.
Yeah, see? Act like a chud, think like a woke. I've interviewed him many, many years ago. I've known when he was in West Virginia, I was pulling for him, but it wasn't time for vulgar Bernieism back then.
Formed in this second Trump era.
Of course Kyle loves him. This was our guy. This was our guy in West Virginia. He's the real progressive mind in a MAGA body, dude. Yeah. That's why I say he's the OG Grand Plattner. Army Major served in West Virginia Senate representing 7th District. Ran a brief campaign for president of the United States in 2020. I mean, that doesn't count. Oh God, I shouldn't have brought this up. Everyone's going to yell at me again. They're going to be like, oh dude, you're fucking stupid idiot. You imperialist. You love American empire again. Yeah, he ran in West Virginia's 3rd District, 34% of the Democratic primary, losing to incumbent Nick Rahal, whom Ojeda challenged on the grounds that the incumbent was not doing enough to advance the interests of the district. Pro-labor. Ojeda said, where I come from, when you graduate high school, there's only 3 choices: dig coal, sell dope, or join the army. And I chose the military. He served 25 years in the United States Army, starting as an enlisted soldier before going through officer training and rising to the rank of major. He earned 2 Bronze Stars during his service. He spent time in South Korea, Honduras, Jordan, Haiti, Afghanistan, and Iraq, where he was attached to the 20th Engineer Brigade. He became a junior ROTC instructor.
It's important to note that, like, this is just, I think a lot of us have understood for a long time that there is a class of people that exist above accountability, that exists kind of above even like the concept of the nation state, that there are people out there who have so much wealth and so much power that they live in a totally different world than we do. And what the Epstein files are showing us is just how true that actually is, and also just how depraved that level of power and wealth can make people. And
to the chatters who hate the military, would they prefer America didn't have one? Come on, that's a stupid argument, okay? That's ridiculous. Like what? Oh no, all of our enemies are going to kill us if we don't have a military. Like, that's not what I'm saying. Just work with what you have, okay? Like, what is that? What is that counter? Like, just be realistic, brother. Be realistic. America has a massive military. It's probably the last, like, organization in this country that works, and even then, it doesn't work that well, okay? Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, because a lot of its output is just murdering children overseas. But, like, the reason why I say be realistic is because, let's be real, it's a massive jobs program, okay? It's a massive jobs program, and a lot of people go through this massive jobs program. You got to get those guys on your fucking side, okay? That's it.
It's amazing that it is really kind of bringing in a lot of folks who in other issues don't agree with each other politically. But we are all beginning to realize, right, left, Republican, Democrat, down here in the real world, we actually are just there to be exploited by a small group of people who in some ways are just kind of running the world for their own benefit. And the Epstein files show that in glaring fashion. And I think it's just the realization that we're all starting to wake up to this fact. And it is the only way that we're going to move forward is by, frankly, building the political power to hold all these people accountable and make sure that that kind of wealth just doesn't get to be accrued anymore.
He says too many of the right things for me to assume that this is all cynical, okay? That's it.
Ready for this?
Because these kinds of things are not heard. These kinds of things are not considered popular.
Okay. He will go to Congress and he will bench press every single politician. And when I say bench press,
I was in chat for this. I'm surprised. You're an 83-month subscriber and you're not yelling at me right now about how I dared show you a fucking military veteran even from September 29th, 2018. I've been doing this for so long, dude. I've been doing this for so fucking long. Plattner got the chud microwaved out of his brain by Michael Brooks. God rest his soul. Yeah. No, he walks like a chud, but he thinks like a woke. And that's what's good. Sagis over Nita Allen bros. I'm getting word that every single outstanding vote in Texas Senate race for Ahmed Hassan, the vote counting officials are refusing to report results of the win because they want to suppress him. Link their own tweet award. Look, free fish at the bottom. It's a pattern. If it's being super left, ultra unrealistic to not want socialist policies to bomb kids overseas, and so be it, it's genuinely more understandable and respectable to sell drugs for money than join the USA Army. They never talk about how bad it is that millions are killed, only how it affects Americans and our feelings, our friends, etc. Okay, dude. Is there a popular constituency for this? I can't even get motherfuckers to be anti-Zionist without harboring resentment for Jews. And you're over here, like, the only reason why the actions that are happening in Iran right now are unpopular is because, by and large, Americans understand that Israel pushed us into doing this. And many of those Americans, let's be fucking real, are actually going, Jews made us do this. Okay? You have to understand the dynamic of, like, the average person. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that I wish we lived in a world where, like, the third worldist position was the popular one in the fucking imperial core. It's not, okay? Jesus Christ. This is why I kept repeating even back then, like, you're not, your concerns are not going to be validated at all, especially in an election between fucking Graham Plattner and Janet Pills Mills. Why are you so insistent on defending this fucking Nazi Wehrmacht Marine? Oh, because I love imperialism. I love American empire, and I want to continue it till the day I die. Speaking of an American Navy SEAL getting smoked, Steve Toth defeats Representative Dan Crenshaw in the Texas 2 GOP primary. RIP to Dan Crenshaw. One of my ops is fallen. I need every single person that says, oh, this guy is like a fucking mass murderer of children to go outside and talk to one person, okay? Just one. That's how confident I am that if someone were to hear your worldview, no matter how correct it is, okay, your skepticism, no matter how valid it is, they would kill you with hammers. If you walked up to the first individual, could be like an 87-year-old lady, okay, in a fucking wheelchair, and you said, don't you believe that the American military is a death machine that is simply around to destroy the third world, destroy the global south, and extract imperial super profits? That old lady would bust out a hammer from her fucking old lady purse and beat you to death, okay? You're fucking delusional. Like, you're insane. This is why I say bus driver test, okay? Go up to a bus driver and ask the bus driver what their opinion is on American imperialism. It also happens to be my least popular point that I make routinely. It's very popular in this community because I've been able to hit you over the fucking head over and over again about America's the foreign policy being, not overall good for the world or even people in the imperial core. But like, you're just not, you're when we're talking about elections and shit, like, you're completely fucking delusional. It's not a liberal optics conversation at all. First of all, we're talking about elections. So yes, optics do matter in that situation. And secondly, this is not even an optics conversation. This is you just being delusional and thinking that like your morally correct positions, no matter how sweaty you might fucking come across as, okay, in the real world, your morally correct positions are utterly terrifying or disgusting to the average person, okay? And until you build a reliable base where people have that political education, people have that understanding, that mutual agreement, the respect and dignity offered to those in the third world, you're not ever going to get your points across. So right now, you're arguing with a person who understands where you're coming from, okay, with idiotic expectations. You have idiotic expectations. Kind of fucked up that your point of misinformed people are actually bus drivers. No, it's not misinformed. No, you've also completely misunderstood the bus driver test. I say bus driver not because the bus driver is dumbass. I say bus driver because the bus driver is a normie. Also, there are fucking bus drivers in this community, okay? Calm down. Jesus Christ. The bus driver test is for the normal person who hasn't like thought too deeply about a lot of these things or knows anything about like online drama, okay? Steve Tott is also a demon. Please, this is serious. Brother, what do you mean? Is Texas? It's the Texas GOP primary. Of course it's a fucking demon. It's literally just basic American mindset 101. Not many people seem to get it. Yeah, but I also, why do you treat people like this seriously? Because there's a lot of them in this community and they could be really good advocates. And I hope to God that they're not going outside and like presenting their worldview in this way, because that's fucking embarrassing. Okay? Like, you got to slowly feed this stuff to people. You got to slowly but surely help them come to these conclusions, help them arrive at these conclusions on their fucking own. That's it. But I hope that they just don't really go outside, because I feel like these takes are, it's immoral to be born in America. It's true. I mean, low key, you're not wrong. There's actually so many elitist leftists I'm coming to realize. Fact check status, true. I mean, there are a lot of people who want to like, there are a lot of people who consider it to be like a fanciful ideology that's gatekept. Then there are also some people who like legitimately have a moral position on this. Nita is climbing. Okay, let me guess. She picked up 1 point. Calm down. I hope I'm wrong. Yeah, she picked up half a point and Valerie lost literally 1 point. Fuck. Pulled my mustache. God is punishing me. Every single person in this chat is a leftist because of norming conversations that we had 10 years ago. DSA's biggest growth days were AOC winning and Zoran winning. Let's be real here. People want to see electoral wins. Look at the UK Greens. They are now twice the size of DSA in a country with 20% of the population of the US. Yes. The most successful way to build a fucking movement in this country is by participating in an organization that spends a good deal of time doing political education. DSA happens to be that organization in this country. DSA runs candidates. When DSA runs candidates, more people self-identify as democratic socialists. And then, through that ideological journey, they develop their fucking worldview. Maybe some of them become even more radical. Many of you who are chirping at me right now didn't know what the fuck socialism was 10 years ago when you first encountered my commentary. And now you're over here outflanking me as the king of the woke, okay? And it's fantastic. It's great. I dream of a future where I am put to death by those to my left as a reactionary. That means I will have succeeded, okay? But for the time being, shut your bitch ass up, okay? You're being fucking annoying. And being annoying, unfortunately, is not something that we have the luxury to do, okay? We don't have the time. We don't have the opportunity. We don't have the numbers. So if you're being off-putting when you're doing your advocacy, you might as well lie to people and tell them you're an anarchist, okay? Tell them you're a fucking RevCom or something. Actually, no, most Americans don't understand any of those distinctions. Tell them you're a liberal. Tell them you're a Republican. Does this apply to Israel? Genuinely asking, what do you think? What do you think my position is on giving people the room to learn about Israel? I wonder if I spent every fucking waking moment since October 7, 2023, literally telling chatters in here to have an open mind to people who are just now finding out about Israel. No, I mean, people in Israel, yes, great. Anyone and everyone. What the fuck? What are you talking about? Yes, there are people from Israel that are in my chat. Please stop raising Unk's BP with questions like this. 79% of votes with 47% to 50.7%. I don't know if is there. Gallego's got bad news for the Mills Mafia.
You endorse.
Yeah, Ruben endorsed Grant Plattner. Texas Senate Republican primaries being greatly disrupted by a third place candidate. Dan Crenshaw says, I lost. Okay.
Percent of the vote on the Democratic side. The biggest single thing we're waiting for on this map is Dallas County. How big Dallas County could be, let's estimate 12%. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 12% of all votes that are going to be cast across the 254 counties of Texas are going to come out of Dallas County. And Dallas County is the home of Jasmine Crockett. So an hour or two ago, I've lost track of the time, in Travis County.
If Tallarico wins, I go back to
Tallarico's
church.
County,
That's crazy.
it turns out generally a slightly
I've heard
smaller
Edinger
number of
Menton wanted
votes from
Crockett to
Dallas
win.
County.
Is
I don't
this
know
true?
exactly how that's gonna
No.
look
What?
with
Where
all
the
turnout
fuck did you?
issues they've had in Dallas County today? But typically, these are almost comparable in size in terms of votes in a Democratic primary. Dallas County is bigger than Travis County. Travis County, though,
Bro, you got to
massively
tweet out your
Democratic,
OG band to
massive
Dan
turnout.
Crenshaw
And
now
you
that he
see what
lost.
that
I
did
don't
for
fucking
Tallarico.
care.
He was able
He's
to
so
get 3/4
irrelevant.
of the vote, and he was able to net 71,000 votes.
Nita
there
will not
over
lose.
Crockett.
Fushi
Now,
Instagram
again,
comments make it so
statewide,
obvious.
look
Everybody
at
hates her.
Tallarico's advantage over
What are you
Crockett.
talking
It's
about,
basically
dude?
Travis County. It's Travis County.
There's
in
one
change.
comment
That's the lead that
on her
Tallarico has
Instagram
over
post.
Crockett
She has
statewide.
189
And Crockett has
likes.
the ability
Also,
here out of
Instagram
Dallas
likes
County
is not an
potentially
indication of candidate
to deliver.
performance
I
at
said
all.
this, Tallarico
What
delivered a
the
punch for
fuck are you
Travis. She can
saying?
punch right back with Dallas County. That's the opportunity she has. Less than 10 minutes now when the polls do close in Dallas County. It's her home. She's expected to do well. She's expected to do very well there, and it's a massive source of votes. Harris County.
Bernie's
has the
reaction to
most
finding out
votes,
about Plattner's
15%.
tattoos, how
Dallas
most
County's
people
probably
act
the
to
second
Plattner
most. It's
now.
Probably about 12% of the vote. I've been talking about the benchmarks that I've got for these Democratic candidates in different counties, and I can tell you that the benchmark that I have for Crockett out of Dallas County is 70%. So, that's Tallarico in his home, got 76, netted 71,000, and there, lo and behold, that's his lead. That's just about all of his lead right now. You could trace back to Travis County. Crockett, Dallas County, a little bit bigger than Travis. Benchmark, 70%. I don't know. They've not always lined up with what's happened, but that's the kind of number that Crockett's looking for when Dallas County releases. And it'll be the early vote. It'll be the lion's share of the vote out of Dallas County, but there will still be same-day vote to come. And that is the piece of it that we're trying to figure out. We're starting to see a little bit of it on the Republican side in that Senate race. How different does the same-day vote look than the election day vote?
I voted for Tallarico in Dallas County. I'm God's strongest soldier. You did it for Jesus.
There's a little bit developing right now out of Dallas. So the Texas Supreme Court temporarily blocked the earlier ruling.
He has to defend the tattoo in the general. and I was dumb and no one recognizes it is not very convincing. He has to beat Collins and use a better story. What are you talking about? He should go up on that stage and be like, yeah, I actually was a Nazi, and he would still win. What the fuck are you talking? Dude, this is what I mean. You guys are delusional. You don't know anything, okay? No one fucking gives a shit. You're crazy.
And so they're trying to figure out, I guess, now what to do legally with the ballots that have been cast or the votes that have been cast.
Yeah, there's some fuckery going on in Texas with votes past 7 p.m.
How different does the same day vote?
There's a little bit developing right now out of Dallas. So the Texas Supreme Court temporarily blocked the earlier ruling to keep the polls open till 9. So there's a big question. There's question marks about those ballots there, or those votes that have been cast since the original closing time, and now unclear of how it'll affect reporting or the results.
Say this again.
So the Texas Supreme Court.
You thought people cared about the tattoo more than
earlier
Chad did?
ruling.
Yes, I was shocked at how little people knew about what a totem cough was. Of course, I'm fucking tuned into shit like that.
Legally with the ballots that have been cast or the votes that have been cast in that extended period.
Okay, in this 2 hour. Okay, so do we have? So, and we don't know then if they're going. That means.
Yeah, it just.
That sounds like they're not going to.
It's playing out.
I was shocked because I'm so fucking knowledgeable about shit like that, and yet less than a third in this community, when I've actively talked about like Nazi tattoos and Nazi signals and shit like that, knew what the fuck it actually was. It was shocking.
Jointly, they can.
I feel like a failure in my political education. That chatter who was in Tim Heidegger's podcast, absolutely in the chat. No one knows which Skull and Crossbones, which in USA you are in the 0.1%.
Has been that the two parties run them jointly, and what they've done is they've had these county voting centers that you could go to. You didn't have to worry about finding an exact precinct and going to the exact correct precinct on election day. You went to the county voting center, you voted, and that was it. That worked that way for the Democratic and for the Republican primaries. The Republicans in Dallas County, Texas, said they did not want to do it that way this year. They wanted to go to a precinct-based system. So this applied to what happened for the Republicans. The Republicans have reported out vote from Dallas County tonight, but they essentially set up their own, and the Democrats were left to set up their own. And so this, based on precincts, based on voters having to now go to these individual precincts. And there were reports all throughout the day of voters on the Democratic side who were showing up at where they traditionally gone, being told, well, this is no longer your precinct. You got to find your precinct. All of that confusion. So there was a court ruling to keep the polls open in Dallas County till 10 p.m. Now a higher court has stepped in and invalidated that. And so the question is, these last 2 hours, while voters have been casting votes after 8 p.m., they've cast them. A higher court has stepped in. What's the status of those votes? What are they considered? Do they put them, and what do they do in terms of reporting out the votes from before 8 o'clock? Do they put the ones that were cast since 8 aside and report out what came earlier? Do they put everything aside and wait for so you're probably following, if you're watching this, you're super engaged in this, and you're trying to answer these questions too. You're trying to figure this out. We are too. And Adam, if you want to just read any guidance we get, if you want to just see anything we have from our reporters, please do so. Tell me. Because again, this primary.
Bro, I really think.
I don't want to say it's.
I really think Tallarico could be the first blue senator in Texas. County,
but you can
in
see
a long time.
What I'm describing there. In terms of the singular importance of Dallas County to what's left here. Because I'm just looking,
I really do think that Dallas here, the precinct shit was so fucking annoying. It took long because the workers were having to direct everyone to the proper precincts. At the request of Attorney General Ken Paxton, the Texas Supreme Court has halted Dallas judges' order to extend voting hours. The court has directed the election officials to set aside ballots cast by anyone who was not in line by 7 p.m. It's so crazy that the guy who's running, his voters are crying about anti-white racism. Who? I think that'll win Republican support. Who, Tallarico's voters? Or you mean Ken Paxton's? In Behar, some polls were slammed, some were empty because we didn't know we could go wherever we wanted.
Out of El Paso County, there are some other areas as we fill in the rest of South Texas here. Don't forget, this is where McAllen is, Hidalgo County. This is another big one. You could certainly be a shock right now.
Bear, not Behar, sorry.
There are several areas here where Tallarico, I think, is pretty clearly going to pad that margin. And that margin has inched up a bit here since the last time we checked in. It was sitting there.
Stand by for News Now, yeah.
Okay, we're going to do a News Now hit.
I bet.
Okay, folks, they're resetting on News Now. and they're going to come over here in a second.
I push hard for Beto in Texas. I think people hate. I think Tallarico might be better than Beto, but has the same Beto vibes, but also is different time.
About the guidance we just got to my producer.
Different time, different energy. Do you drink coffee this hour? No, it's 7 p.m. I'm 8 hours in. Apparently, we're bombing cartels in Ecuador.
We're waiting here to go on News Now.
Nice.
Probably in about 90 seconds. So I'll complete the thought.
Here you go.
And we don't have anything from
Toledo,
Texas, too.
The only thing we got recently, we got a little more election day out of Fort Bend County, which affects the Green Menifee race, but small amount of ballots there.
How did the election day, how was that breaking?
So 300 new votes in Fort Bend, 218 for Green, 87 for Menifee.
Okay.
That was the county.
Okay, 78% of votes in, 47% to 50%.
He's going to have to I was just telling you about the Al Green race in Houston 18. We have about a minute. I just wanted to complete the thought here. It is when
looking at a hate post about you right now, an Elden Ring meme even, sad.
Some clear opportunities here for
Let me guess, electric dog.
Add this margin. And
did I get it?
Again, it's just ticked up a little bit. A lot of it is from small, counties just kind of filling in. But it's ticked up since we really started talking about Dallas County a few minutes ago. It was in the 70s.
Don't cry, chatter.
To 82,000. So, again, huge question mark around Dallas County. All the reasons we were just saying. I think this really, when you look at the rest of this map, when we do get numbers out of Dallas County, I had set a benchmark of 70, for Crockett. That might need to be revised up for her. I think she may need something bigger than that to offset what you're seeing.
I would never vote
some of these
for
other places.
Emma says I would never vote for Valerie Foushee after what her dad, Dr. Foushee, did with the pandemic. It's true. You're so right. I didn't even think about that. How can people in North Carolina do this? Papa Me had a pretty funny reference to you in his most recent YouTube video. What was his reference? For someone unaware, other than Crockett being uninspiring, what did Tallarico campaign on to make him a better candidate? Communist takeover? What did Tallarico run on that made him a better candidate? I mean, he was both inspiring and also communicated better on these issues. He was talking about false prophets. What does that even mean? Oh, false prophet. Send me the link. He's mentioned you a few times, not negatively either. I know he's like homies. He's really good friends and co-host, I think, with Noel Miller, who is my homie. I think his... Dave Wasserman calls it for James Tallarico. It's over.
Hey, channel, how you doing? How you doing?
What did he say? Where did he fucking mention me? Oh, this guy is... this is a crazy story. I know this guy. He got arrested, didn't he?
What? I did the man. Believe did after watching the statue cry. How'd she get the out of Drew?
What is where in this 25-minute video does he bring my ass up? He's out on bail now. That means Tallarico can still come on. Yes, he sure can, and we'll make it happen. Early in the video, why don't you guys fucking link it to me or tell me the time code? 1240.
False prophets are an issue even today. Look no further than the bizarre and widely publicized antics of Ebo Noah. Not all prophets stand behind a podium giving speeches all day. Ebo Noah actually gained prominence posting to platforms, but she doesn't have a twin. On more than one occasion, she has shown up to her sermons with a single box of pizza or plate of gnocchi. The f is gnocchi? She stated, and I quote,
"It was a pizza for 4, and 25 of us ate from it. It never got any smaller."
She sounds like an amazing illusionist. Or do you think is she actually blessed, Nick?
I think so.
Maybe.
The Corona thing
The Corona thing, I'm not gonna lie, the COVID thing, it hit.
You guys lied to me. It's not a... What are we doing here, man?
It would destroy Rome and the Catholic Church would be completely taken over by communists.
Oh.
Big lightning, thunder and lightning. Can you imagine that? Communists taking over. Whoa. This is she watched.
That's it. That was it. That was the reference. Y'all fucking... I got excited, dude. I got excited. It's just 2 seconds. It's a 2-second edit with a light mention of me shocking Kaya, zapping her out of existence. I thought he was... I mean, I like it. you know. I played multiple times in the video though, like at least twice. Nice. It's like the SpongeBob meme, dude. It's like me going, look, I'm there. Kernacki on the screen and invading US, invading Iran, and we get this. Okay, bitch. It's been 8 hours and 20 minutes, okay? We can sometimes do other shit. God damn, y'all are a bunch of whole-ass losers. I swear to God. Y'all are fucking crazy, bro. Literally 8 hours and 21 minutes of fucking wall-to-wall. What is this? Tim Pool made a video. Pro-terror grifter. Hassan Piker tells followers just make fucking suicide drones. Explosive ordnance bombing just for the love of the game.
Coalition. It was a university government operation investigating commercial drone expansion.
What is this? Dude, people don't even watch this. People don't even watch the comments. Content. They just go straight. This guy needs to be on a terror watch list. He's unhinged. Tim, Hassan has literally told people to go out and commit acts of violence. They're like mad at Tim for being like, I don't think Hassan literally meant like, I don't think Hassan was explaining to people how to procure weapons of death. Okay? It's so funny. And no one wants to play this game anymore. You know what I mean? No one cares. Everyone's like, no, I want to fucking yell at him. Tim, why are you telling me that another opportunity has presented itself for me to yell at Hassan insincerely and misunderstand the point that he is making? This is fucking bullshit. Yeah, look, it didn't even do numbers. It got 3,000 likes. Disagree. There's a difference between do this and you can do this. Hassan Piker's just make fucking drones, a directive followed by declarative or instructions on how to do it. The difference between Hassan is radical viewers and he supports terrorists. His favorite flag is Hezbollah. He's just a lame Christian. Calm down. Talarigo seems all right. You got a better candidate in Texas? I didn't know you were running in the state of Texas for the Senate. I didn't know you were getting people to come out and vote for you. My mistake, chatter. My mistake. Again, electoralist Hassan is different, okay? You need to remember. You got to work with what you got, okay? Bringing the band back together. Wait, who the fuck is this guy? The Hezbollah flag is fucking ass. I can't believe you said it was your favorite. Green on piss yellow, no color theory at all. That's disgusting that you said that. The Hezbollah flag is actually goated. Are you kidding me? The IRGC flag's pretty good too, but like the Hezbollah flag is actually cool as hell. Followed closely by there's a bunch of different flags that I actually think are very cool. Vexillology nerds are fucking unbearable, okay? You got Mozambique. You got, I mean, come on. That's great. That's a great logo. That's a great image in general. Like fucking fist holding up a weapon. PFLP flag even cooler though. Yes, that's true. PFLP flag is dope as well. Tom Onlydic and Soldier Sanson. Wow, another Amerifat who likes guns on their flag. Yes, famously, the Amerifat mindset is most commonly represented by Hezbollah. These are literally third worldist, anti-colonialist flags that I'm referencing, anti-imperialist flags that I'm referencing, and you're like, wow, you know what this reminds me of? My fat American neighbors who also love shooting guns. That's funny. DFLP flag is also very nice. It's cool. It's all right. PFLP is iconic. Wait, what? Oh, Clarissa is already out, embedded with the woke militias. CNN reports feels completely detached from reality. The premise of the CIA arming Iranian Kurdish groups ignores the fact that these factions like PJAK and KDPI are already well-established militant organizations with their own significant arsenals. This raises a glaring question. If the existing groups are already armed, who is the intended recipient? Kurdish civilians? Furthermore, the leak itself is a massive red flag. An operation of this magnitude would require total OPSEC. The idea that the CIA would hand this story to the press just days before a supposed uprising reeks of a setup. It doesn't look like journalism. It looks like a tactic to put Kurdish sleeper armed units in the crosshairs. By broadcasting these claims, they trigger immediate heavy-handed repressive measures from the regime. This puts the units under immense pressure, forcing them to either move prematurely or get crushed in the crackdown.
Here in Iraqi Kurdistan, who basically
actually low-key not wrong.
Told us that the expectation.
But also, didn't I fucking tell you that they were gonna hit the woke lines about the Kurds? Look. Immediately, they're like, listen, the woke Kurds are coming.
All right. The CIA working to arm Kurdish forces to stage some sort of a major ground operation going inside Iran. They want to spark an uprising. The details are incredible. What are you learning?
That's right, Erin. It's a lot to unpack, honestly. This story continues to develop at a breakneck speed and often in mind-bending ways. We spent some time this evening with a senior Iranian Kurdish politician here in Iraqi Kurdistan who basically told us that the expectation among
the Kurds in Iraq were bombed by the RGC during the Masa Amini protest. They have every right to fight back. Yeah, no, they're doing real girl bossing and fighting back by being armed by the CIA and getting aerial support from the Israeli Air Force. Do you have like a chip in your brain? Are you not watching what's unfolding? Like, you literally, is this bait? Like, what the fuck's going on? Wow, they're engaging in the revolutionary act against the IRGC forces alongside the Israeli Air Force, the most successful baby murder machine the world has ever fucking seen. And the American Air Force, also as successful as murdering children. That's crazy. I don't agree with them being funded by the CIA, but they've been fucked by the RGC. It's so funny that this chatter, a 30-month subscriber, is literally to the right of Clarissa Ward, who isn't even like, who's doing a half-hearted response here about what is very clearly unfolding. They are trying to utilize the Kurds as a mass mobilization initiative to destabilize the fucking country. And you're over here being like, yeah, but hold on, let's hear out the CIA-backed Kurdish militias that are going to get aerial support from the Israeli Air Force.
Kurdish Iranian opposition forces is that they will be going into Western Iran as part of some kind of a ground operation over the course or at some point during the next few days, that they will have support from the U.S. and from Israel, though he would not be drawn as to what exactly that support will look like. He also told us that President Trump himself had called the leader of the KDPI, which is one of these Iranian Kurdish opposition parties, today.
Kornacki's crunching the NIDA numbers right now.
In district-wide, and then Wake County Iran winning the same-day vote that we've seen. But she's not winning it by a massive margin. So the most outstanding vote in this district is in Wake County.
See, we got Dallas County in Texas.
We got Dallas. Oh, jeez.
Oh, come on, Steve.
Same day, early vote. Okay, wow.
Underperforming.
Okay.
Underperforming.
Do we know if this is the 8 to 10 o'clock vote? Do we know the status of that vote?
We don't know that.
Steve heads no. Jasmine had to hit 70% at Dallas. Steve heads no. Jasmine had to hit 70% in Dallas in order to get the decent amount of pickups. It's time to call it. It's not over 70%.
Am I still going?
They've given us the cue. Yeah.
Okay, folks, they're taking. Crockett is speaking right now. I'm just. She's saying, there's going to be nothing in terms of result till tomorrow, but
that's not true.
I want to say this whole legal issue about these. Sorry, I'm stumbling because I think they're going to come back here
on this because Steve, I think the question now, and you heard her lay this out. She says if we don't have the results in Dallas, where she's expected to do fairly well, a stronghold for her, we don't have the votes for tonight.
Yo!
So let me ask you, I don't know if you
know, won!
Will the vote in Dallas make enough of a difference at this point in the race?
We just got the vote from Dallas. Now, we don't know if this is that whole issue of the 2-hour window you're talking about. So I want to say that, before I show you this, but we did get a substantial amount of vote in Dallas. This is the early vote. So I don't know what's going to happen in Dallas County after this, but this is the early vote. This is the vote cast before Election Day, okay, about 60%, and give or take of what the total will be. Crockett winning this by 22 points here. Now, that is a difference of 43,000 votes over Tallarico. What that does statewide, you can see that Tallarico number back down to 70,000. It had crept there up, over 110,000. In fact, she just gathered some more votes somewhere else, and it ticked down a little. But you see it brought it down to 70,000. But it is still a 70,000 vote advantage statewide for Tallarico, and that early vote out of Dallas is, well over half the total vote. Whatever it ends up being, we think it's well over than half. She was able to net 43,000 plurality with well over half of it, and she still trails statewide by 70,000 votes. So even if the rest of the vote in Dallas County came in and looked just like that, she would still be well short here of that margin that Tallarico has built. I want to say I've been, our audience on streaming tonight, we have been showing benchmarks for these candidates. If the counties have come in,
North Carolina 4th Congressional District primary election results. Alert. Big dumps. Big dumps. We're at 90%.
70%.
We're at 90%.
61%.
Okay, it's over. Tallarico won. Okay, calm down. Alert. Oh shit, I closed it. I closed the tab. Oh my God, big dumps have come in. Big dumps have come in on North Carolina 4th Congressional District primary election results with Nida Alum at 47.7% now, within striking distance of 2,000 votes. If you're in line, stay in line. Massive dumps. I'm dumping. All of Durham is already in. I mean, it's all mostly in. It's 90%. Does this mean runoff? No, I don't think so. I don't know how the runoff works in North Carolina. Under 50 means runoff? No, runoff is any candidate under 30. It's close, but probably not close enough. If she loses by like 100 votes, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I don't know anything about Mary Patterson. So is this Tallarico is a moderate Dem? Oh my God. Fucking put me in a cannonball and just launch me into the sun. Like, there are people who don't know anything about James Tallarico's campaign at all, and automatically, when they found out that he's like viable as a candidate, they instantly were like, oh, so he's a moderate, huh? Must be. like what is the thing that happens to these leftists where they're just like, well, clearly this is a moderate. If Durham keeps coming in strong, Alum could make this close or even win. She's a county commissioner there, and it's a progressive bastion. Whew. She has a shot. How the fuck did the early vote go so hard to Fushi? Id poll chatters are already calling any white man a moderate when he's shit-talking billionaires in public in Texas. To be fair, I watched PBS and they tried to frame Tallarico as a centrist Dem. I wonder why they're doing that. Maybe that helped him. Fly over there and vote 2,000 times. Ay. All right, let's get back.
To drop % of all the votes in the statewide primary. Again, that's like the equivalent of El Paso, basically.
It's only 86% they changed it?
In terms of the votes that are going to come out of here. So I'm just looking at this map.
They found more votes.
They found more votes. Outside
there were
of
some
Dallas
votes
County,
hidden.
Where else is cropping
They found
in
hidden
line
votes. They
to get a
found
big
hidden
batch of
ballots,
votes?
chat. There were hidden ballots. We were wrong. New ballots have been unlocked. Big dumps. Big dumps. Let's fucking shit. Let's fucking shit in the chat. Mules. 50,000 mules. Suitcase upon suitcases of votes. Stuffed ballots. Butterfly ballots. We're doing it all. Republicans are crazy, man. What is this? Incumbent railroad commissioner in a runoff with Beau French, the guy who keeps going viral on here. French talked about using his position to stop the Islamic invasion and endorse. Yeah, dude, it's so funny that like on the liberal side or on the left side, the arguments are like, are you pro AI? Are you anti AI? Is my candidate like invested in cryptocurrency, or is my candidate going to go against it and try to regulate cryptocurrency? Is my candidate pro-genocide, anti-genocide? On the Republican side, you're like, hey, what's up, guys? I'm Mick Rapist, okay? I'm known for legalizing rape. That's my candidacy. That's what I'm running on. I also want to give children rocket-propelled grenade launchers. That's right, RPGs. I think the Second Amendment encompasses RPGs as well. And then the other candidate's like, my opponent's a pussy. I want to be able to have Americans enrich uranium far beyond civilian utilization. And it's like, that's the conversation taking place on the right now. Do we give babies RPGs, or do we give every HVAC business owner enriched nuclear grade, weapons grade enriched uranium for nukes? It's awesome. It's great. They have, obviously, they have the best interests of the country in mind. Like, no matter what happens, you need to understand how fucking psychotic the Republicans are. French talked about using his position to stop the Islamic invasion and endorse deporting 100 million people, including all Native Americans. Okay, let's look at another race, also in the state of Texas, where you have a white supremacist, AK-47 obsessed gun tuber going up against the incumbent who literally had a secret affair through coercion with one of his staffers who was married And the last text message he sent to her was anal, at 12:45 a.m. Shortly thereafter, the staffer literally lit herself on fire and killed herself through self-immolation. That's what the Republican Party is about. That's what they're fucking doing over there, okay? We can not let any of these fucking freaks win power ever again in this goddamn country. I'm not even joking about that, by the way. That thing I just told you about the gun tuber thing, that's real. There's 5 points between the gun tuber. The gun tuber is losing by 5 points right now to the guy who literally had a coercive sex assault case against one of his fucking staffers who was married, who killed herself through self-immolation. And the Republicans still voted for that guy. It's fucking insane. Tony Gonzalez. Sometimes we have to sometimes we have to remind ourselves of like what we're up against. This is why I hate the fucking centrists, okay? This is why I hate the fucking centrists so goddamn much. I hate them so goddamn much because they lose to fascist freaks. They lose to fascist freaks because they cannot let go of the corporate money tap, okay? They can't let go of their corporate benefactors, so they just keep conceding on like right-wing issues to the most monstrous, bloodthirsty psychopaths of all time, and then they just keep losing fucking elections, and the Republicans get worse and worse. Anyway, people ever try to garner the black vote by doing anything other than just, what, being black by heavily associated with being a prominent black person? Like, do they ever recommend policy that aligns, or do they just try to play us like we're dumb by offering no change to our material conditions? There are people who do that. I mean, look, that's, you know, there are definitely people who do that to some success. What is this? We've launched Operation Epic Fury, Iran. Operation Epic Fury, Iran.
Police steady watching me. Every day they clocking me.
This is going to be so close. Yeah. Dude, this is crazy, dude. This is crazy as an ass hair. I'm from Durham and people hate Fushi. Fushi Instagram comments show it. Wrong link before, I'm sorry. Instagram comments don't mean anything, okay? Please stop sending me the 850-year-old incumbent Democrat's Instagram post as if it's any fucking indication of her public approval, especially amongst the older, more conservative black voting base that very clearly went out to vote for her in large numbers, okay? Goddamn. I got it. People don't fuck with her in Durham. I understand your point. Genuinely, why isn't this also just the same lesser evil voting you condemn? Wait, what? With what? What are you talking about? Yes, I'm a lesser evil voter. Yes, I love harm reduction. Shut the fuck up, please. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes, anyone short of the reanimated corpse of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin is technically a lesser evil vote that you're going to cast a ballot for. Okay, if you don't want to do it, you don't have to. Luckily, your opinion is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, especially in the United States of America. Okay, please stop. Jesus Christ, dude. Why is my preferred candidate running in like North Carolina 4 or running for Texas Senate on the Democratic ticket not Joseph Stalin? I don't know, man. Maybe because we live in 2026 in the most devastating, the most reactionary, imperialist nation that has never existed in the history of time. There has never been another country like the United States of America. You understand that? 800 fucking military bases, constant surveillance all the goddamn time, can be anywhere around the planet and dominate them. We literally just bombed Ecuador for no fucking reason today while we're amidst a long-standing campaign against Iran as we're blowing up the entire Middle Eastern region. And you're out here thinking, oh, I don't understand why we can't have a fucking anti-imperialist, socialist, DPRK adjacent candidate in the United States of America for the fucking Texas Senate race. Shut the fuck up. Yes, we bombed Ecuador. We did do that today amidst our bombing campaign in Iran. We bombed Ecuador. Pacing around my room, tears in my eyes, quietly whispering for Grant Plattner, it's harm reduction. He's not woke us on for the next 72 hours. People are so insane in this community. And it's so funny because, like, it's so irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. It's so funny that, like, I cannot stress how fucking marginal your worldview is, unfortunately, okay? I mean, your worldview would probably still be marginal even in a completely fucking woke society because you would have gone even further to the left somehow. But, like, a lot of you, I think, are like 3 memes away from upholding Gonzaloist thought. You know what I mean? Like, you are going to be shining past supporters. You just haven't encountered it, luckily, because you spend too much time in the Discord server and not enough people in the Discord server know about Shining Path. Okay? Thank God, for the record. You literally, I know some of you are so rudderless. Some of you are so rudderless. I'm shocked that you haven't been caught in the crosshairs of a Bob Avakian cultist in one of the fucking demonstrations you attended, where some of the crustiest dudes you've ever fucking seen in your damn life came up to you with a pamphlet and were like, here you go, comrade, join the Revolutionary Communist Party. And you literally read that pamphlet and it one-shotted you, and now you're a part of a fucking cult. Okay? It's crazy. Every couple of months, there's another fucking cultish, completely ridiculous left movement that comes in here and sweeps away some of the fucking cranks. Okay? I remember back in the day, it was Black Hammer. There were hella people who were like, Hassan, what? You're not about this lifestyle. They're doing reparations. Like, that was a cult. Thank God I have a fucking good nose for this kind of thing, because I can see it from a fucking mile away. Some of you would literally be involved in an FBI operation. Like, some of you, unironically, all you need is a Yale graduate typing sweet nothings to you in a Discord server, being like, comrade, it's time for a direct action. Here's the coordinates for fucking Tenorite. And then you're done. You're going to jail. Okay? You have no understanding of the world. You have no fucking concept of how to like organize. You have no interest in doing anything. Of course, you'll never get caught doing anything like that, because that means going outside, obviously. You just want the Yale graduate FBI guy to whisper sweet nothings into your ear because that's your Discord kitten. But once the Discord kitten actually wants you to mobilize and engage in direct action, you're not going to do that. But like, some of you are unfortunately very fucking predisposed to this kind of shit. All you need is a Blackwater agent posting on Reddit. Yes, dude, it's a psyop. Graham Plattner is unironically a fucking CIA operation. The CIA planted him 25 years ago. Okay? 25 fucking years ago, the CIA created this incredible backstory. Like, think for a second. Think. They created Graham Plattner in a laboratory. Okay? Thank God you're woke enough that you figured it out, because they created him in a laboratory where he was like a dumb jarhead Marine guy who was like, oh, I don't know. I fucking started eating psychedelic mushrooms and listening to Michael Brooks, and it literally one-shotted me. It changed my worldview in a crazy manner. Okay? And all of that is actually a backstory. The CIA was tapped in. Okay? Michael Jamal Brooks was the CIA's favorite YouTube policy guy, foreign policy guy. They were like, how do we create this incredible backstory? What's more likely, you think? What's more likely? You think he actually ate a bunch of psychedelic mushrooms and got one-shotted by Michael Brooks and became like a Majority Report supporter and shit like that? And is just like, you know, not the most brilliant guy, but it actually is a fantastic communicator overall? Or do you think it was a fucking Blackwater mercenary, which clearly, by the way, you've never met anyone in private security ever before. I met plenty of those guys that do security for me, not Blackwater, but plenty of those guys that do security for me. Some of them are actually, you know, fairly decent dudes, and most of them are not the most intelligent guys, okay? Not the most well-read guys in general. Do you think that's what the CIA was doing? They were basically planting a guy like Graham Plattner by carefully and meticulously crafting a fucking subreddit profile for him, and then all of that unfolded. How seriously do you take yourself? 25 years ago, there was like 11 socialists. Every single one of them was over the age of 75. Okay? Every single one. Literally. If you went to a fucking DSA meeting 25 fucking years ago, there was like 8 people under the age of 70. Okay? The fuck do you mean? Yep, that's my guy. I have no object permanence, so General Raising Cane could run for office as a socialist and I would believe him. Really? That's your comparison. General Raising Cane is your comparison. The CIA invented Plattner in a lab to make sure we get all Medicare for all. This is the CIA way. No, the idea that like the CIA would be on the ball like 25 fucking years ago, carefully and meticulously crafting this guy in a fucking laboratory so that he would annoy the fuck out of all of the anti-imperialist left, all 12 of them who are like rabid in their anti-imperialism, like the most moral of the forces in American imperialism. Like, you're insane. Like, think clearly about this for a second. I mean, yeah, even 10 years ago, it was all fucking 75-year-olds. Like, literally, pre-Bernie Sanders, the DSA was mostly just old people, okay? CIA knew 25 years in advance that there was going to be a socialist wave in the country eventually, but hopefully they would be able to get away with that by making sure that all the socialists were still social fascists. Because what they're truly afraid of is the 15 people in your Discord server that are actual Stalinists, like true Stalinists, okay? Fuck Khrushchev. We don't do any revisionism around these parts, okay? Like, think a little bit. You were a socialist 10 years ago, though? Yes, because I'm CIA. I am the actual CIA agent. What do you not understand? I'm the CIA agent. I'm sheepdogging all of the revolutionary potential of the masses into a neat little confine. How do you not understand? That's what it is. I'm the one that the CIA literally designed. I shouldn't even be joking about shit like this, honestly, because there are people who are, you know, a little brain broken enough to believe shit like that. Okay, 1 point striking distance. Big dumps coming in. Come on now, pull through. I've been investigating this for years and he comes out and says it. We get it. Move on, bro, please. No, Lamau, I did see someone yelling about you being a Fed who worked for Homeland Security this week. A person who works for Homeland Security was yelling about me being a Fed. A Fed was yelling about me being a Fed. 24 precincts left in Wake County. She's winning E-Day there by 10%. Anita Allen only needs a net 1,500 more there. Only 2 precincts in Durham left. To be honest, that wrecker-ass fake socialist YouTube channel should pay you for that clip. Why does this feel like horse racing? It's a little bit like that. Can you shake me? Got it. There you go. Whoa, dude. No OPSEC from that DHS guy. We need to talk to him. I know. We gotta tell that DHS guy to quiet down. He's gonna leak the game. This is the guy who's going to replace Crockett in the House. He called Israel an apartheid state on October 8th, 2023. Reverend Frederick D. Haynes is a pastor who's running to replace Representative Jasmine Crockett in her Dallas area House seat. Delivered an anti-Israel polemic on the pulpit on October 8th. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Tears in my eyes. He is her pastor. Yo, she was not listening. She was not listening at all to my man. He said the Palestinians who don't have the weaponry of Israel, the Palestinians don't have the financial backing for the United States and Israel has. And so they throw their rocks and shoot their arrows and Israel is able to bomb them and kill them. Oh my God. Oh my God, Jasmine Crockett, I love you. You're a beautiful soul. Thank you, Jasmine Crockett. Oh my God. Oh my God. Clearly your purpose is to move the masses away from my very real and very effective accelerationist anarchist ideals that include not voting and telling my roommates they're making me do the dishes is an unjustifiable hierarchy. Yes. They just upped the expected number of voters again. Hossie, big news, Hossie. We just endorsed Rev Haynes and sent him 2,500 just yesterday. Bro, open up your fucking wallet a little bit. 2,500 from the AFL-CIA? Really? That's all you got? Or did you do it personally? Because if you did it personally, Lib Bizzle, then that's fine. 2,500 gifted subs. Lib Bizzle in the building. Lib Bizzle has radicalized a lot in the last year. We used to duke it out quite a bit. We're going to host his first labor fundraiser in DC post-primary. Nice. Lib Bizzle was my #1 chatter that I yelled at all the time, who actually did get DNC pay stubs before all of this chorus shit. Before all of these like centrist Democrats that would come in here and yell at me, and that's where the show me the pay stubs argument comes from Lib Bizzle, who left the community to go watch S-Fan do RP for many, many years, only to come back. H Bizzle was Neek Skip before Neek Skip? No. H Bizzle is actually very well equipped to hold conversations. Neek Skit is just trying to arrive at like whatever. Neek Skit is basically like a ChatGPT summary of r/neoliberal. H Bizzle actually is I mean he used to work, I don't know if he still does, but for the UAW, so it's not nowhere near in the same category. No tweets from him in over an hour. Please check on your paid Democratic Party influencer bootlickers. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Jose? No way, Jose. He's too busy crying in a corner about the future of the Democratic Party needs to become more centrist now. It's cool how much you know, chat. It's not cool. Apologies to Kamala. I was not familiar with your game. Oh, Hillary. Oh, Hillary, save me. K-Hive on Suicide Watch. Don't worry. They're going to be extra annoying tomorrow, okay? I got to talk to you about the DSA candidate who's primary, Jared Moskowitz. If H. Bizzle wants to help someone, that would be sweet. His name is Oliver Larkin. Yeah, I have him. I have Oliver Larkin coming here, alive and live in the building, I think next week, if I'm not mistaken. Central Committee. Michael from Pennsylvania, not from Beijing, by the way, telling me about Oliver Larkin. You are right, though. H. Bizzle, look into Oliver Larkin, DSA backed. He's trying to primary Jared Moskowitz. It's a good target. He's great. Michael from Taiwan telling me I got to talk to you about the DSA candidate who's primary Jared Moskowitz. Nita lost? Wait, really? He's Cat's #1 op from Taiwan. No, but you're right. Don't you start talking about China right now. You know why? Does this mean anything that there are more people voting for Democrats in general than the Republicans? Oh, you mean because of Cat? Kernacki says Gonzalez is hanging on. We'll send him a questionnaire. He's Michael from LA Chinatown. If Fushi wins, this is why. I expected Chatham to be way closer, or Alum to maybe even win it. So why did Chatham go to Fushi? A lot of what passed for electability framing is what a certain subset of white college voters expressing their own preferences but not wanting to be direct about even having those preferences. This is a stupid take. Chatham is the most conservative county of the 4 in this race. Yes, Hartselle in Missouri as well. I know. I'm working on that too. Don't worry. Man, chatters. I'm aware of all the races, okay? Well, not all of them, but look, we have a limited time window here. We have a limited opportunity here to strike while the iron is hot. Apparently not Ojeda. Yeah, I had no idea he was running. I'll be honest. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people running. My bad. Valentina Gomez crash out, calls her election stolen. I have video evidence that my election has been rigged to benefit 84-year-old Congressman John Carter. If I publish a video, they will send me to prison because it involves the voting machines. I will share evidence only if real Donald Trump, Susie Wiles, Secretary Rubio, and Elon Musk can guarantee immunity. All of your elections are rigged at Laura Loomer. Bro, she got 2,000 votes. I swear to God, they just send this lady everywhere. Stop ignoring Texas is getting wild. Wait, what? Why? Yes, I know. Wisconsin Governor Francesca Hong, right? I know. What's the story behind Ojeda? Ojeda is the OG method. Ojeda is the OG. Think like a woke, act like a chud, walk like a chud, think like a woke. Yeah, see? I've also literally I've interviewed him, I'm pretty sure. Unfortunately, do not think Hartzell has much of a chance. That's a R+22 seat. You never know. I mean, I don't disagree, but I need to chill with my support to you because I'm dating a Haitian third worldist baddie. I'm sorry. I understand. 9 hours in, you a G. I called Mark Rutte Ibn al-Shurmuta today here in Brussels. Am I a part of the resistance now, Hassan? Yes. South Korean markets hit the circuit breaker. I had to rip this from Facebook. The guy replacing Jasmine Crockett said this on October 8th. Yeah, I saw.
About to lose you because I recognize that we've got to be pro-Israel. Yeah, we got to do that or we get in trouble. Well, I'm coming to get in trouble.
Bro, I cannot believe this is Jasmine Crockett's literal fucking preacher, dude. That is crazy.
Real. And I'm going to quote Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter says that Israel is engaging in apartheid with Palestinians. And so the Palestinians who don't have the weaponry of Israel, the Palestinians don't
October 8th, that's a real one, okay? October 8th, that's a real
have
one.
the financial backing from the United States that Israel has. And so they throw their rocks and shoot their arrows, and Israel is able to bomb them and kill them. Watch in the news the disparity between Palestinians being killed and Israelis being killed. It is totally unfair, but this country is going to stand on the side of apartheid because that's its track record. It stood by apartheid in South Africa because it created apartheid in this country.
Jasmine Tallarico has won the Texas Senate Democratic primary, defeating Representative Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett will be replaced in her district by Frederick Haynes, a pastor who called Israel an apartheid state. I got to find this guy, and I got to talk to this guy. This guy is a fucking G. Oh, my Lord. Frederick Haynes? Dr. Frederick D. Haynes. He's hanging out with Roland Martin on Roland Martin Unfiltered, and he's got swag. You should cover New York City, a pretty socialist guy. One, he's Muslim, I think. One thing to consider for North Carolina is the Republican legislature voted in the 2024 lame duck to appointment power board of elections from the governor, a Dem, and reassign it to the auditor, a Republican. The new board then moved to early voting sites from college campuses. Durham had 2, Duke and Durham Technical Community College. D4 also covers UNC Chapel Hill. Found the moment you met H. Bizzle at the DNC. There it is. Oh my God, Chad, look who it is. It's fucking H. Bizzle, dude. Trump is a scab. Vote Harris. 14,000 more votes estimated to be out in North Carolina. What the fuck is going on in North Carolina? Are they just finding new votes? I mean, left is a nebulous thing. For me, the start is anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist. He's neither. He's just a progressive lib. Seems nice, though. Yes, Tallarico, I mean, he speaks like a leftist sometimes. He speaks in terms, he certainly has spoken about class politics without using the language of class, which is part of what I like about his appeal. That was what made me like him. Greg Kazar just called him the future of the Democratic Party. James Tallarico is the future of the Democratic Party. He unites working people of all kinds, take on billionaires who are making life unaffordable. He's going to show Texas Republicans how powerful working people are when we stand together. Meet James Tallarico, the Democrat nominee for U.S. Senate. He thinks God is non-binary. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's awesome. They hit this right after it was right after they hit this. Literally, they waited for Dave Wasserman to call it and timed it like it was like a timed release. I think
God is.
I said, bro is woke 3. Holy.
Both masculine and feminine and everything in between. God is non-binary.
Bro, he's a pastor. He can say it. What do you know better than the fucking pastor? Suck my dick. I was in the chamber when he said this law. People were mad. I mean, who gives a fuck? I don't care. It's God, bro. It's God. Don't even get me started on this. I mean, it's whatever you think it is. You know what I mean? Who cares? God is not non-binary. Neither is he male or female. You just, bro said, I agree with him, but I fucking hate the way he's saying it. What the fuck? And then Boots Brewer says, can we stop funding the Taliban? Remove Thune. You will be primaried. Back up to 90%. Fushi just gained a bit. No. Wait, no, this is close, man. It's 46 to 49.6. I mean, it's just literally 2K. Like, it's under 2K. How do you know which tab is which? I don't. I'm just turning off all the fucking tabs. 11,000 votes left in a favored county. Yeah, Valerie Fushi with 59,561 and Nida Alam at 57,879. Why don't you have the Holy Toledo Kornacki cam on?
You're not entitled to a damn thing in Texas.
The real fight in this country is not left versus right. It's top versus bottom.
A sitting Republican senator facing a Lone Star loyalty test.
I won by 10 points in 2020, and I can do that again and help President Trump.
He talks about how he's pro-Trump. We all know that's false.
And a congressman facing voters embroiled in scandal.
I'm not going to resign. I work every day for the people of Texas.
Plus, key races in North Carolina and Arkansas as both parties set a course for the midterms.
She's got to win the midterm. That means Senate, and it means House.
NBC's midterm primary night special begins right now.
Good evening. This is our special coverage of the official kickoff of the midterm election primaries, only right here on NBC News Now. It has been a night of a lot of drama at the polls across a number of key races as we are setting the stage for the midterms and the fight for control of Congress this November. I'm Hallie Jackson.
And I am Kristen Welker. That's right, Hallie. And the big story of the night so far is the drama unfolding in the marquee Democratic Senate primary in Texas, where confusion over where voters could cast their ballots in Dallas County in the wake of the state's redistricting has sparked a legal battle over a batch of votes that could decide the contest.
This
Hallie.
is what's so super interesting here. Dallas County, right? Stronghold for Jasmine Crockett, who's up against, of course, James Tallarico here. But you can see our call right now, our projection. It is too early to call, with a lot of question marks around timeline of when this vote might come in, what happens to these provisional ballots. We just heard Crockett address her supporters. She told them that because of this, she does not think there's going to be any result tonight.
That's right.
We
in my opinion, will not know the election results overall tonight.
What's
we
left
need
in
to see
wake?
the
That
Dallas
last
County
update from
votes.
Wake. Maybe the best single news that the Fushi campaign has gotten all night. Her lead 1,682. Are we going on?
Yeah, and you'll start to, they want to reset, so we'll go through all the races.
Great, okay. This is the...
oh, God damn it, every time.
Oh, this is like the top of the hour? Okay. Going to news now, folks.
Please subscribe. It's top of the hour.
We're going to have election results tonight.
And looking at the map, the big question is whether those votes in, out of Dallas County can close the gap for Crockett. We will have to wait and see.
So that's the Democratic side, Chris, and let's talk about the Republican side here, and that's Senate primary, a different kind of drama, and it definitely ain't over yet. That's because this one is advancing to a runoff. Incumbent Senator John Cornyn, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, end of May. And we've heard from Senator Cornyn, that's the runoff, right? That's May 26th. We've heard from Senator Cornyn already, setting the stakes for the next 12 weeks. Listen to this.
We now head into a 12-week primary runoff. Elections are about choices, and the choice in the Republican race for the U.S. Senate is crystal clear. I've worked for decades to build the Republican Party, both here in Texas and nationally. I refuse to allow a flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate like Ken Paxton risk everything we've worked so hard to build over these many years.
We do have more certainty in North Carolina, where the general election matchup is set for November, with Michael Whatley projected to win the Republican nomination.
And also, as expected, based on that early look, Roy Cooper taking that one, the projected winner in the Democratic side.
That's right. The other big story of the night, incumbents fighting for their political lives. In Texas's 23rd district, embattled Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez embroiled in scandal tied to sexually explicit text messages to a staffer who tragically died by suicide. Narrow lead there, with about 58.4% of the vote in so far.
Last runoff between those two was just separated by a few hundred votes. Also in Texas, we're looking at this one. This is one that is definitely making some waves here. Steve Toth over Dan Crenshaw with 57% of the vote in. In a race that Toth has worked to define. Crenshaw is not simply MAGA enough for where the Republican Party is.
Yeah, and then on the Democratic
on Dan
side,
Crenshaw.
we've got that member-on-member primary in Texas is 18th due to redistricting, where you have Christian Menefee with 48% of the vote, 69% of the vote is
Someone
in.
said, why is Ken Paxton still in the fucking party? It's scandal after scandal. Brother, the more you sexually harass, the more you do corruption, the better your chances are in the state of Texas on the Republican Party side, okay? I don't think you understand. Ken Paxton is there because of his corruptions. Bro, his own party turned on him at some point, okay? He was so corrupt. The Texas Republicans were like, we can't have this guy.
More Hispanic to more black voters. You can see where this stands with Sylvia Garcia, 56%, Jarvis Johnson, 38%.
And in North Carolina, it's another round of progressives versus the establishment, with incumbent Democratic Representative Valerie Foushee being challenged from the left by Nita Alam.
And in Texas, we got to take you back there. We talked about Senator Cornyn speaking. Ken Paxton's turn now. Let's see what he has to say about this runoff that the two are charging into in that state. Let's listen in.
Together with your support, we just sent a message loud and clear to Washington. We are not going to go quietly. And we are not going to let you buy the seat. No way. I want to tell you, the last time I felt this kind of energy in one room, I was actually at Mar-a-Lago when President Trump announced he was running again in 2024.
God, they're so...
I don't know if you remember, but it was right after the midterms and everyone was turning on the president. The establishment, the media, and most Republican elected officials in America were lining up against him. Not me. I was proud to fly to Mar-a-Lago and be one of the only elected officials in America, along with my good friend Congressman Troy Nehls, who stood with the president the night he announced his campaign. Troy and I, along with everyone else there, knew something special was happening that night. And we were right. Right now, I feel that same momentum, the same sense that history is turning. Now let's talk about what happened. What just happened. John Cornyn spent around $100 million trying to buy this seat. Yeah, baby. We spent around $5 million. It was confirmed today that he received the most ad support for an incumbent in a single primary in U.S. history. But we proved something they'll never understand in Washington. Texas is not for sale. As votes continue to be counted, it looks like we're headed to a runoff. And that's because of you. The people of Texas made your voices heard. After all the personal attacks, which there were many, and after all the lies, you listened to what John Cornyn was selling, and you weren't buying it. Yeah. Nearly 60% of Texas voters who have known Cornyn for over 40 years, after hearing $100 million worth of ads, chose to vote against the incumbent. That's historic. Yes. Tonight, change was on the ballot, and change won. Texans want new leadership. They want someone with a proven record of fighting and winning for them. And that's exactly what I'm going to deliver. Because for too long, John Cornyn has turned his back on us. For too long, he attacked the border wall by calling it naive and pushed amnesty while our country was being invaded. For too long, he stabbed our president in the back by trying to derail his presidential campaigns and supporting the Democrats' lawfare against the president. And for too long, he sold us.
Oh, God, I can't fucking stand these people. But yeah, if he wins, Tallarico's going to cook this guy's asshole. I mean, I think he has a really good shot against both him and Cornyn. Cornyn's really old. But Ken Paxton has so many weaknesses. If you're a highly talented viral sensation who can expertly feel the pulse of the liberal base and act on it at every critical juncture, you two can beat whatever this is by like 6 or 7 points. Baby AI Jasmine Crockett gives lesson on oppression. I think look, we shouldn't do this. You're going to really piss off the conservative base within the party. I think people shouldn't get nasty with the Jasmine Crockett contingency of the party because, like, one, you need those voters. That's like literally a part of the, I don't give a shit. I'm not going to lie, bro. Like, I don't think a lot of people who I respect and care about the opinion of also saw something in Jasmine Crockett, and I think part of that, like, there's definitely a statement to be made about the way that some whiter voters and election understanders approach candidates, even though maybe sometimes those same candidates will engage in racial animosity unnecessarily as well. But we just have to be a little bit more thoughtful, especially now that Tallarico is going to win the primary. It's time for, people to fucking vote blue no matter who, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it's time. It's time. Oh, I looked at my watch. It says vote blue no matter who o'clock. You know what I mean? So, all due respect, Hassan, you're a shit judge of character. You don't even know who I'm referencing. I'm talking about Nina Turner. Okay? Calm down. Motherfuckers in Texas are already saying they won't vote for Tallarico. I fucking hate centrist Dems. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. That's crazy. All I'm going to say is there are going to be a lot of upset voters that will be looking to feed into how this is a racial defeat. And you can't do that. As a black voter, Jasmine is not that special. It's just the rest of the government is so old she stands out. No, 100%. I know what her, I know why she was a beloved figure amongst some like Democratic Party. Whatever you think of Crockett, she did get screwed perception-wise by the voting problems in her stronghold. Tallarico winning, but his best areas came in and gave him the lead most of the night. Kornacki's covering that North Carolina again. Oh,
it's about 5,000.
Let me guess. Right as he starts, he's going to go back to the main show.
Her opponent is going to have to win massive numbers in the remaining vote here in Wake County. This is basically it here. If she's going to, I know it's very narrow, but to reverse that with the small amount of votes that's left, that's what Alam's going to have to do. This has been very, very close, but Foushee has been resilient through the night. She's delivered numbers when she's needed them, and she does have that small, but it is significant lead at this point.
Are we thinking we'll get that vote tonight?
It's been coming in. Yes, it has been coming in painfully slowly, but it has ultimately been coming in these places. So we keep looking at it to see if we get it.
Isn't it all painfully slow for you? I mean, let's be real.
Chatter kind of cooking though. Collab with race realist Mike Israetel. Who?
There's that window between 8:01 and 8:03 when 20 of them come in and it's too much. Otherwise, yes.
Tallarico did. Awesome. I'm glad he did. If that's what you're saying.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, we appreciate it. We're going to go now.
Okay. I need some water.
We did the Montgomery County update in Texas 2 populated. So this is election day vote.
Oh, they're saying me. I did. Yeah, it's because I'm racist.
This could be the moment here.
And race real is myself. But only for Swagapinos. Listen. It's time to come clean. I'm a Swagapino supremacist. Okay, it's true. Swagapinos above all else. I've said this before, but I'll say it again. You know, hated Jasmine for one flight. People were nasty to Jasmine, and we noticed it. Hated Jasmine for one flight, but accepted platinum with BlackRock and tattoos. It's not BlackRock, DC Masterson. It's Blackwater. Okay, that's number one. And number two, yes, I don't give a fuck what tattoos Jasmine Crockett would have had. If she was saying the same shit Plattner was saying, you think I wouldn't be riding for her? Again, a lot of you are so fucking caught up on the aesthetics. Like, this is what matters, okay? What you believe in is what matters. Like, if Jasmine Crockett wasn't like omega centrist in all of her fucking policy positions, I said this in the beginning. Jasmine Crockett's style is great. She's young. She's a firebrand. She, you know, says fuck Donald Trump, all this stuff. She gets the TikTok clips, but it's all form over function. If Jasmine Crockett was anti-crypto, anti-Zionist, and you know, spoke in terms of class warfare in the same way that that Tallarico does, I would be riding for her. I would say she is a significantly better candidate than Tallarico at that point. That's the issue. For Graham Plattner, the reason why people like her, at least in this community, is in spite of that shit. But the only reason why they can overlook that background is because of what he says. How did Dan Crenshaw get so blown out? Shitty rhino. He was like big. I mean, he was like a Lindsey Graham type Republican, but didn't do the culture war stuff enough, or when he did it, it came across as not good. He was more so invested in like American foreign policy and endless militarism. And I think at some point he might have even been in favor of red flag laws in Texas, and they never forgot that. There was a couple instances. There are a couple instances where like the Republicans just hated him, you know? Could Texas turn blue? Very difficult, but I think Tallarico can pull through. He's got a lot of white boy motion. And I think if there's a place where a guy that is like, oh, I'm enough with like party affiliations and shit, could potentially win, it's Texas. Now, one thing I will also say is there was a clip. This is when I knew that Tallarico probably had a better shot, especially in Texas, especially in the general. James Tallarico did a Jubilee 20v1. Okay. We didn't watch it on the stream because I don't really watch the Jubilee 20v1s that much. But one of the clips from that was circulating in the Crockett circles. And the clip that was circulating was James Tallarico straight up saying Biden was an incompetent president. Biden was a bad president. Okay. He fell short of what was necessary at the time. And that's when I knew this motherfucker has a shot, because every one of the most annoying centrist influencers was posting that clip to be like, see, this guy's not a real Democrat. And I was thinking to myself, bitch, he's running in Texas. Fuck you mean he's not a real Democrat? Good. Please keep showing this to every person you know. It's crazy. That's how fucking out of touch centrist liberal commentators are. They're so goddamn out of touch.
I will say what I think not enough Democrats have been willing to say. Joe Biden failed us on our southern border. I remember talking to my colleagues in the Texas legislature who represent border communities. They told me about the utter chaos on the border. And that failure by Joe Biden paved the way for Donald Trump to come in with masked men in unmarked vehicles, secret police, tearing parents.
Yo, where's Jose? Hey, where the fuck is Jose, bro? Where the fuck is Jose? Jose! Talk to him, Jose! No way, Jose. Where you at? Has he been tweeting? Has this bitch been tweeting? 43 minutes ago. Congrats to James Tallarico. Oh, dude. Oh, this moment reminds me of what the scripture tells us is iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. James Tallarico was sharpened by going up against Jasmine Crockett, and now he's ready to take on whichever degenerate Republicans put up. Where's Too Raw, Too Real? Oh, no. Jose. Well, I'm glad he's kissing the ring. Bend that fucking knee. Bend that knee! He typed that while crying? No, man. He's an operative. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care. He'll fucking ride James Tallarico into the sunlight, okay? He will literally, or to the sunset. He will be James Tallarico's biggest advocate going forward. He's just a mercenary. He's just a mercenary for the DNC, okay? He is a straight up fucking grifter. It's fine. You need people like that. These people are the ones who become you just said we shouldn't dunk on Crockett, Hezlamau. No, I'm talking about like old black voters who are upset and think that like James Tallarico won because he's racist. Okay? Jose is not one of these motherfuckers. He's literally a party op. I will always make fun of him. And I know it doesn't matter because like I said, he's a fucking mercenary and he will sit down and be the #1 advocate for whatever Democrat is running. It's that simple. Okay? Baby, you won't be getting shit. You didn't even get it in 2024. Hashtag Black Joy. Hashtag we still persist. Yeah, I mean, Too Raw, Too Real is crazy. Why do you think Crockett isn't doing well tonight? You literally look like you just got finished crying. He's not crying either. He's just crazy. Is this the same Jose YouTuber guy with the Blue Jay pic? No, dude. What? No, that guy's awesome. This guy is crazy. Jose is insincere, establishment ghoul chat. He never gave a fuck about Crockett. He only wanted to stop the left acquisition of power. Exactly. And now that James Tallarico is the candidate, he'll ride for James Tallarico. It's the same with that, like the fucking Stacey K. You know what I mean? There will be times in the future, if James Tallarico wins as a Democratic senator, let's say, inshallah, okay? And I find myself at odds with something that he's saying, and I will criticize him. These are the motherfuckers who will come after me and say, how dare you? How dare you speak out against the Democratic senator, you fucking piece of shit? Fucking kill yourself, okay? Stacey K is now Mamdani's strongest fucking soldier. These are the people who oppose the left flank candidates until they become Democrats. They are regime loyalists, okay? They're regime guys. They are the strongest Fedayeen for the regime. They're Dembots. Exactly. So every now and then I get annoyed at them and I yell at them, especially if we're at odds because there's like a real primary challenger that I think is a really solid candidate, you know, with a vision, who's progressive, who's a left flank candidate, who's a socialist or whatever. And these guys are like standing in opposition to that. At that point, I'll fucking shit on him, right? But once most of those guys, once the Democrat is running, you know, when it's time for the general, when the primary is over, they will fucking be the diehard Democrat boosters. Miyavlamak. Ya bir dakika bir şey söyleyeceğim. Zaten Türksün. Neden umursuyorsun ki Amerikan eleksiyonlarını? Siktir et yani. Ekmek olmuş 500 lira. Hala burada bıdır bıdır konuşuyorsun amına koyayım. Git Türkiye'ye bak Allah aşkına yani. 9 saat 40 dakikadır burada konuşuyorum amına koyayım. Hala başımı bıdır bıdır konuşuyorsun yani. İlla aman Zohran İsrail'in Zohran Siyonist mi aslında? İşte yok ne bileyim Graham Plattner'a niye oy veriyorsun? Geleceğim. Ah bok gelirsin. Ah gelirsin. Ananı siktim. Ah gelirsin. Ah gelirsin Türkiye'den. Ah. Amına koduğum. Türk komünisti ya. Burada gelmiş Amerika'da laf ediyor. Amerikalıların Texas'ta, Senato'da Democratic Primary'deki adama laf ediyor. Orospu çocuğu. Allah Allah. This Turkish chatter, this Turkish communist has been chirping in my fucking ear about the main Democratic primary candidate for like the last 4 fucking hours. So I had to be like, you're Turkish. Don't worry about American elections. Shut the fuck up. Worry about the price of bread. It's 500 lira. Okay? If you want to know what I said to the chatter. And then they said, I'm coming to Turkey. And I said, no, you're not. It's insane. Some of the people in this community, I forget, are literally just in it for the love of the game. Okay? Like this chatter that I have been duking it out with over Graham Plattner in fucking Maine doesn't live in the country and will never step foot inside of the United States of America. The arm lick is so that there's extra sauce when I slap it. It's not even a motherfucker chirping from Ohio. It's not even an Ohio Maoist, okay? It's a Turkish Maoist, which is kind of like the Ohio of countries, okay? It's crazy. Why the fuck am I... Dude, going forward, if I hear motherfuckers chirping at me about how there's not a true third worldist candidate, you need to show me your geolocation, okay? If you are chirping at me from the fucking Philippines, for example, I'm sorry. You worry about your own elections. You know what I mean? It's like election Twitter. Motherfuckers like with globe emojis in their bios from like Slovenia talking shit about how the Democrats need to elect centrists. I'm like, what are you talking about? Worry about your own shit, okay? No, stop paying attention to American politics right now, okay? I don't come into your backyard and go, oh, we need a more fucking revolutionary candidate in your elections. Why are you yelling at me? Constantly failing to correctly say Turkey, Uncle Erdogan will be pissed. Does Chatter not recall how much this cook pro-Israel candidates?
Say his full name.
Thinking about the I believe Israel has a right to exist as a state with equal rights like America. Zoran debate answer. Yeah, that was so goated. It was so fucking goated because it directly drives home the contradiction at the heart of the issue. Israel will never be a state that gives equal rights in the way that it currently exists. It will never be a state that gives equal rights to the Palestinians. That's it.
Say his name one time. Say his full name. Let me hear you say it.
Ezekiel Elliott.
Oh, Ezekiel Elliott. Oh, man, when I think about that name, how sweet it is to be Ezekiel Elliott. Say his name one time.
Fushi down only to 1,246 vote lead. Doesn't matter. When I see races that close, I'm like, I wonder if I could have done more. You know what I mean? You see Jasmine Crockett losing the Texas Senate primary. I see Kamala Harris having a strong coalition ahead of a divided Democratic primary for president. We are not and never will be the same. What? This is a meme. But I also don't know. There's a lot of fucking emojis in the bio. Maybe it's not. Anyway, all right. I'm done. I'm too tired. We're almost 10 hours in again. I did it. I done did it again. Another fucking 10-hour stream. Jesus Christ. Half day Hossie. Back in action. You already know what's up. Oh. Anyway, love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. My guest tomorrow is going to be Psychot Chakrabarty, and also who's running for Nancy Pelosi's seat, the communist Nancy Pelosi seat. My other guest is going to be Cam Caskey, talking about his experiences in the West Bank. I love you all. And hopefully there'll be some better news tomorrow. Peace.
There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya Place. Sun and Usman Chatterloss, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning and YC woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail. It's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon, just you wait.